Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now in session. First on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone in the room for public comment? Oh, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Is this because you have a public comment?
No, because I know somebody who does.
Oh,
I'd like to help him with his exhibits.
Mr. Raber.
Yes, County Commissioners. I'd like to make public comment about, in support of the activity that the speeding control on 103 that the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Department did. I think that's phenomenal. And I'm here to request that we do the same similar type activity on the eastern side where it comes up from the Clear Creek County line. And we've always had a significant problem on that. And of course, the cars that were stopped on 103 coming down to Idaho Springs, they started over on the eastern side. So they're doing the same thing coming up 103. And the difference is that on 103, we have a bike lane there where people are walking and biking and this pass essentially the whole way up. So to reinforce this, when I came through 2 days ago, this motorcycle had just crashed coming up there. He's one of the go fast ones. We have this all the time. It's not just the hot cars, it's the motorcyclists. And this is a motorcycle that was going uphill. And he went across the lane and into the side of the hill. So he crossed the lane of traffic and crashed into the side of the hill, flipped. Don't know what happened to the driver, but you can see there's significant damage to it. The other thing you can see is right above it is all this wood. And the problem we've got is this is only 0.8 of a mile up the hill to Echo Hills where I live. And so this concern we have with fire mitigation comes into play because in the mentions, I mentioned in some of the meetings we've had on fire mitigation that our big concern with forest fire up there is because of speeding cars and motorcycles. And all it takes is one crash like this. And if this had caught on fire, it's only 0.8 of a mile uphill to all that dead timber there. And it's into the neighborhood. So that's another reason for doing speed mitigation on 103, because this is right between the easement for egress, the former egress with the Denver Mountain Park and the one where the power line goes up. So essentially, if we have a fire there, it's almost impossible for vehicles to get in or out. So that's my comment.
Okay. I just have a quick question. Is that one of those motorcycles that has taken the license plate off? So they're hard.
No, and I purposely, let me give this to you. I purposely took a picture of the back because you initially can't see it because the license plate is tucked up underneath the rear fender. So you can't see the license plates when they're driving. It legitimately has a license plate, but you can't see it. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raber.
Okay.
Comments? Is there anyone online for public comment?
No one is raising their hand. We have a few people online, but no hands raised.
All right.
Madam Chair, after you've reviewed those photographs, we could get them copied since they've been handed to the board to actually look at. This way we can include them in the packet.
Very good.
And then we'll return them to Michael.
You can hang on to them. I've got photos in my phone.
Thank you.
That's okay.
All right. Moving right along. The board will now be serving as the local licensing authority. First on the agenda is Luminescence Labs Inc. doing business as paralegal Annette Langer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This one, as always, will be, no, I'll take that back. They're not always quick and easy. Luminescence Labs, doing business as Denver Dab Company, has applied to renew their retail marijuana products manufacturer license and the medical marijuana products manufacturer license for their facility. All the departments have given their approval for the renewals of these licenses, and there are no issues with the applications. They were complete.
Colleagues, any questions?
Don't have any questions.
May I have a motion?
Just a head nod.
Just administrative, yeah. No more needed.
We're good. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving into the Board of County Commissioners regular session. We have a work session, open space interview with Michael Raber. Please come up, take a seat.
There.
Yep.
Okay.
Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us why you want to join the Open Space Commission?
My name is Michael Raber, and I'm interested in joining the Open Space Commission because I've had contact and involvement with open space since the turn of the century. And I've had a couple of people suggest that that would be a good fit for me who are with open space. And also George had mentioned that a while back and got me thinking about it. So I was involved, and I put this in the information I gave you with Harry Dale, Bert Weaver, back when Harry was county commissioner. And we did a lot of activity on behalf of the Greenway Trail. And that continued on up into the trail, the Loveland Bakerville Trail, and a number of other things. And then I voluntarily do clearing work on 103 in the bike lane. And I'm also a volunteer with the trail crew. And so it just seemed like a logical extension. The other thing that gave me thought on this is that hopefully within the next 3 years, the I-70 corridor project is going to be finished. And at that point, the Greenway Trail activity completion is supposed to happen. And having been part of those discussions when I was your Clear Creek bicycle users representative to CDOT on the Floyd Hill project until they stopped those of us who were volunteers, I'm intimately familiar with what we talked about them doing and would like to be a part of, as a representative with the county, of seeing how closely they conform to what they initially committed to. So, and the other thing is with the Bakerville Loveland Trail, I've had a couple of discussions with the Forest Service about what they might be able to do in conjunction with the county, not as a representative of the county, but as a person that the family of the person who died on that trail a couple of years ago, largely as a result of the heaves in the path, had asked us to get involved in having discussions on. So just seemed like a logical thing to see if I could actually wear a hat of involvement with the county to represent the county in discussions with these entities.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions? Who wants to go first? George?
Colleagues, I'll start by confessing I did encourage Michael to apply to the Open Space Commission. Mr. Raber showed up several times over the last 12 months to deliver public comment on topics that are, I think, of interest to the Open Space Commission. So I made the suggestion. Michael, I'm curious, I know you as a cycling advocate, as someone who's been deeply engaged in the Greenway. That touches a piece of what the Open Space Commission does. Can you talk about kind of the broader mission of the open space, which is to acquire and manage properties for preservation, protection, a lot of backcountry properties? Can you just talk about the broader mission of the Open Space Commission and kind of what issues you see it facing and kind of what your perspectives might be on that broader mission?
Yeah, the broader mission comes into things like writing support documents for Martha Tableman on funds for various projects that Clear Creek County has done, and I've done that for Martha for years, so I'm contributing on that side of it. The other part of it was I was a volunteer for in the Greenway area of the reservoir. I was a volunteer patroller looking for alcohol and fires and whatnot for a couple of years until we abolished that. And it just seems to me that volunteerism is the key to where the county needs to be, considering our finances and the fact that it's very difficult to get people to voluntarily get engaged in community civil activities. So when it comes back to exactly what we do, and I attended several of the meetings along with Chris, just to sit in to see that kind of activities. And it's incredibly complex with the amount of, I hate to call it bureaucracy, but it is bureaucracy, with not only what you go through, but what the open space goes through on trying to move anything forward. And I am involved quite closely with Jefferson County Open Space because they have two people on their commission which are totally dedicated to bikeway activities and for the funding grants. And so I've written a number of supporting letters for their funding as well, because I'm a League of American Cyclists certified, nationally certified instructor, and that carries weight with any kind of application that you're doing for greenway activity, whether it's bicycling or otherwise, like the bike lanes that we're looking at putting in here. So, but the other thing is I have a degree in political science, pre-law, and I have a strong respect for the type of activities you have to go through to keep things on track. Okay.
Thank you, Jody.
So my question is going to be somewhat related to George's. I know the Greenway and bicycling is very important to you, and what I've heard in the community is we're having a problem managing our open space before we can even think about, any more Greenway. That's a big pushback that we have, is we can't manage what we have. So how would you address the public in that manner? Would you help with the management, I guess? And there's the allocation, the 60-40 right now. Would you change that? How would you help with this management situation that we have with open space?
I think a lot of it is public perception. And the bottom line is, my feeling is that the future of Clear Creek has largely to do with our tourism and our ability to preserve what we've got. And to me, the Greenway, particularly whether it's for walking, for biking, for access to get to our 14ers, is key for the economic development of Clear Creek County, because you have a lot of resistance to taxes, which is understandable. You've got the issues of whether people continue to just drive through the county because it's become a major highway as opposed to a major destination for recreation activities. The thing that I see as changing that is what space is doing and what the county's doing to try to preserve the recreation aspects of this county. And I can tell you, from having ridden the bottom 3 miles multiple times from Golden up to tunnel number 2 on the Greenway Trail, that has been an economic boon to the city of Golden that has been unparalleled since Coors opened up. And I'm sure we're going to see the same thing here, provided we can get the funding to get our section completed around the tunnel. Because otherwise, from Mayhem Gulch, we've got it in place. And then we've got the mountain bike parks, the 2 mountain bike parks at the top of Floyd Hill and then above Idaho Springs. So I see recreation as a major draw and a positive draw for avoiding some of the things that everybody's complaining about, which is congestion, traffic, smog, and I just see that we need to preserve the recreation parts, and that comes largely back to open space.
Thank you.
So, we have been going on tours with Open Space for, various parcels that they have
Right.
purchased to preserve. And what we're seeing is not a lot of maintenance. We're seeing, broken down signs, signs installed improperly, gates no longer maintained. And, I don't know if you've been in the meetings where Colton has explained that we have an overabundance of visitors, taxing our, safety services, as well as, chewing up the trails and such. So, yes, I like the Greenway. I think it's, something we need to aspire to, but we can't keep ignoring the maintenance side of open space. So I hope that should you join the commission, that you would be willing to look at that aspect of it as well.
And absolutely, and the issue I see is, number one, it's very difficult to encourage volunteerism because you have the Forest Service, you have different groups, and they're very limited on how they can embrace the public to do volunteer activities. And what I've seen, and I do a lot of international visits, is virtually every country in the world has embraced the local community to do volunteerism in conjunction with what's the equivalent Forest Service, their open space and whatnot. And I see that as one of the opportunities we've had here, and I've even talked with the Forest Service locally. And they've had a tremendous change last 2 years on the direction they're looking at on how they can embrace community activities versus prior, which was how you discourage anybody from encroaching on what they considered, whether it's the Bakerville Loveland Trail or whatnot. There's been a huge change, and I'm seeing the same thing in Jefferson County open space. And I think that's one of the things that we've got to look at embracing here. And in my neighborhood, and I've mentioned to you that when it comes to fire mitigation, our neighborhood is one of the top ones in Colorado and has been for fire mitigation since we started this, and we've done 5 of that. We have more people in our neighborhood who would be considered top end fire mitigation and lumberjacks, and yet we end up doing this on our own without the embracing any kind of relationship with the Forest Service, Denver Mountain Parks, Clear Creek County, because we've lost so many trees. And if we don't do it ourselves, it's not going to get done. And with our road and bridge, and I know Jeff Ravis for years and work in conjunction with those guys on what may need to be done on clearing things on the side in the bikeway. There's only so much they can do with their budgets, and they are stretched incredibly thin. And one of the things I would like to see us encourage with open space and with the commission here is to do more countries have done with embracing local communities where you have a volunteer group who works in conjunction with the fire department and in conjunction with Denver Mountain Parks and in conjunction with the Forest Service to do the kind of mitigation stuff that we need to do, because this goes well beyond the paths. It has to do with what's happened in the forest. And Chris came up and walked one of the trails that we have up in Echo Hills, and all you see is downed trees from the wind damage, and it's just an incredible fire hazard. And while we go in and without any authority other than with our neighbors and try and do mitigation, it's not the same as having an organized activity. And personally, I think that's critical for us to move to.
Have you reached out to Denver Mountain Parks about?
Yes.
What you can do?
Yes.
What they say?
Well, it was interesting because I they said, well, that's not a bad idea, and we would consider it because it had to do with the egress trail. And I said, look, if you guys expect to get anybody coming up that, you still got to maintain it. And that was the idea, was that they could come up. Well, with the way that is, if you're not maintaining it and they don't have the group, and I maintain as Bike Jeffco, we maintain the Geneseo Rancho Bikeway. We did that in agreement with the CDOT and with Denver Mountain Parks because neither one of them said they would maintain them for anything other than structural repairs. So we've done that. So we already had that relationship with them, or I had that relationship with them. And we've done that for years. And so mentioned something similar because we know that if anybody's going to make it up there, they've got to do maintenance on it, and they don't deny that, but they're in the same boat. They don't do maintenance, and that's why we maintain the Geneseo Rancho Bikeway. So, and it's the same thing with the Forest Service. What they've lost 2/3 of their employees, and I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what it is, but it's very challenging from a budget standpoint, and from a manpower standpoint for them to do the kind of stuff they did 10 years ago. That's just not happening. So, and as a volunteer for, the trail crew, I go down and I cut out the eye pokers and stuff on a lot of these areas. But I'm not doing that in a paid capacity. This is all volunteer stuff. And all I'm saying is that, and I know my neighbors in Echo Hills, they do the same thing. And it's because it needs to be done. It needs to be done, but we don't have the funding and the staff to do it.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions?
I don't have any.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for applying. We should be able to get back to you, is it by the next meeting? Or how long do we usually, 2 weeks?
2 meetings usually, right?
Oh,
Usually
We've been doing
We've been doing one. Okay.
okay.
All righty.
So thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to communications update. Megan Hyler Wilson.
All right. So just a few things. We got a few events coming up. Our final town hall, 6 out of 6 town halls, is the Floyd Hill Town Hall, and that's on August 24th, which is this coming Monday. That'll be at 6 p.m. And that'll be at Fire Station number 6, which is located at 35713 Highway 40. This was one of our more attended ones last year, so we're expecting another big turnout. But if you want to get involved, we'll see you here next week. That one will not be hybrid, so that will only be in person. And then also we have a wildfire preparedness / forest health workshop. This will be with the Clear Creek Fire Authority, the Office of Emergency Management, and our CSU extension. So if you want to learn about evacuations, all that kind of fun stuff, that'll be taking place on August 26th at 5:30, and that's at the Dumont Fire Station. So I know there's going to be a lot of good information going on there. So that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to county commissioner updates. Jody, you wanna go first?
Yeah, so first thing, I attended the Gateway Partnership for Early Childhood. It was like an open house, getting to meet everybody. That was pretty exciting to see. Jefferson County, Gilpin, and Clear Creek are partners with this. We're looking forward to this new partnership and getting things done with childcare here in Clear Creek. I also attended the NOCO Places Accessibility. It was like a training class. We spent half the time either in wheelchairs and then the second time being blind. They gave us glasses so that we could see what it's like going on a trail and the obstacles that people experience. And I was kind of blown away because the place that we met, I thought had some pretty flat trails. And once you get in the wheelchair and you start moving, you realize the the gravel makes a difference. One little rock, one little slope, your strength. I learned quite a bit with that. So, moving forward when you design trails, and I think we're kind of looking at this at the Alvarado open space to be conscious for our people with accessibility issues. And then we did our town hall in Idaho Springs, all three of us. It was kind of interesting, not as attended as last year. There were other meetings going on, but I think the same people keep coming to all the town halls. So it's like the same people showing up. We have like a little following. And then, yeah, and then we met with the Board of Education for our updates, our quarterly updates, and that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. Good.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. A few quick updates and then some agenda requests. Just a heads up, I got a request from someone with the York Gulch HOA for the county to consider adding a portion of county road to its maintenance list up York Gulch. I know that Stoy had a meeting with that person because I was on the email thread. I wanted for you to know that conversation is happening. I know you're both aware of our financial position in that fund and the likelihood of being able to expand our services. But I at least wanted you to know that request has been made. I also, last week, Jody, you I think mentioned this, but I had a good time at the Gateway Partnership for Early Childhood celebration. This new Early Childhood Council, we have a lot of hope will be more supportive of providers and allow providers here to find pathways into licensure and quality and et cetera, et cetera. I think it's been a long time since we've been well served by an ECC. And so I really look forward to knowing what it is like to have a childcare system that is supported by a strong ECC. I want to give you a heads up about a conversation that is taking place in Pine Valley. The Pine Valley neighborhood is having a lot of conversation about speeding and noise on Highway 103. I very rarely comment on their dialogues, but I did just let them know that our board has had a goal to support the sheriff's office in installing speeding cameras on 103 for a few years and encourage them to, reach out to the sheriff, let the sheriff know that they will support his actions. And wanted you all to know that that's going on. I attended another meeting of the EMS System Sustainability Task Force. I think there's a fair amount of opportunity in this task force to recommend policies that Clear Creek County writ large could benefit from. But largely the conversation is about reimbursement rates and, whether we're going to continue to let private insurance underpay and avoid making payments for EMS services. But there's a whole conversation about enabling local funding of EMS that I think Clear Creek is a poster child for. And so I'm having a lot of fun there and I look forward to the final product. It should be delivered by the end of the year.
And where is this located? Is this multi-county or just Clear Creek?
It is a statewide task force.
Thank you.
It was created in 2022, I think, to just analyze EMS system sustainability. They have produced 4 reports and they're working on a summary report now that really crystallizes the recommendations.
And that would be a recommendation for legislation?
Yep, recommendation to the legislature. So I'll continue to update you on that. And I have 3 sort of agenda requests. I'll start with the most ambiguous one. There's something that's been going on in this county related to how we interact with local partner organizations. There's this hurdle around us doing simple things to support their efforts, like putting on our social media when they have events, et cetera. You know, I'm thinking about entities like Loaves and Fishes, CCMRD. There's a need, if we're going to do that, for us to sort of proactively establish a relationship in writing. I think the most efficient vehicle is like an MOU. And those MOUs, what I'm imagining here is that we proactively seek MOUs with local organizations that provide services that are like related to what counties do. So that, let's say Loaves and Fishes is having an event, or like a special Thanksgiving offering. We could let people know on our social media channels that that's happening. It seems to me like something that is worth the time to do, so that we can deepen partnerships with all of, you know, our service provision ecosystem. So I just wanted to mention that to you. This is an outgrowth of conversations I've been having with two different county attorneys over the years about what it takes for us to be able to say yes when an organization like let's say Dude Talk Dinners is happening and we want to let people know that it's happening. There's a little bit of process on the front end. And so I just want to encourage us to, with your support, I would work with Peter and flesh that out a little bit more.
What's the concern?
Let me just stop. Rather than have a discussion, my suggestion is going to be, regardless, you're going to have to come back and have a work session if you want to talk in detail with this. Commissioner comments are just to advise, so no discussion among you.
Yeah, this is I think this is asking you whether that's a conversation you are interested in having.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Two more things, colleagues, bear with me here. We got outreach from the Trust for Public Lands, who is one of the organizations that is supporting Proposition 308. Proposition 308 would debruce sales tax revenue from the sale of outdoor goods to put funding towards conservation, wildfire mitigation, source water protection, recreation management, et cetera. We've been asked to take a position on it. There are two other ballot measures we may want to take a position on that are related, they're revenue related. One of them is referendum, I think, NN. This would debruce state income tax revenue for education. And of course, the graduated income tax, which we will know on September 2nd if it has the signatures to make it to the ballot. Colleagues, I'm curious if you would like to consider this and any other, consider a position, a Quaker County position on this and any other initiatives. And I was thinking if we want to, we could look at the first. I think the conversations are fairly quick. But if we did it that early, we would need to, I don't know how you feel about this. We would need to potentially take a position on the graduated income tax without knowing it was actually on the ballot. And so, Peter, I don't know if you have concerns about that.
About having a discussion about it?
About taking a position on something that we won't know until the next day if it's actually on the ballot.
Well, you can't take a position right now if that's what you're asking.
No, what I'm suggesting is that on September 1st, we have a work session to discuss ballot initiatives. One of those ballot initiatives, we don't know if it'll be on the ballot until the next day.
I think that's fine. You can still have the discussion preemptively if you know it's potentially on there.
Okay. Colleagues, I don't know if there are a couple of other measures that may be of interest, but do you have interest in taking positions, broadly speaking?
Is it, oh, that's right, we can't have a discussion.
Right. But just to be clear, we actually have an executive session scheduled for, is it
25th.
25th, to discuss strategy on a variety of legislative proposals on the agenda.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that you also cannot have a work session if you'd like, but that is already on the agenda, that discussion.
what I would like to be able to do is take action to take positions on some preferred measures.
Well, if we need to do it on the first, it's gonna have to be short. That is a already very full meeting. Yeah.
I think the first question is, do you want to see it on any future agenda?
Sure, but we already have a full agenda. I don't like stuffing it, with more stuff.
I mean, we can make it work if we keep it short, I think.
I
But it just,
Is this something you would want to take care of on the 25th?
No,
Okay.
I think I'd rather wait till the 15th, and then we can just know it's on the ballot and
That would be October 15th or September?
September 15th. I think, right, yeah, that's the second Tuesday. Does that work?
I'm sorry, what? I was reading.
So the 15th?
I think we can make the first work if you guys were willing to stay into the afternoon or pretty late. If it's that, I don't know the timing, if how important the timing is, or we can make till the 15th.
There's not a big difference.
Okay, let's just do the 15th then.
Okay. Next, colleagues, this is also an agenda request. There is, I think I would call them an informal voluntary work group. They're called the Clear Creek Behavioral Health Alliance. You've probably seen some of their work. One of them, I think, is Do Talk Dinners. And I'm struggling to think of other ones, but in late 2020, out of anxiety for the behavioral health situation of people in Clear Creek, we did a behavioral health analysis using federal funds. That behavioral health analysis said that one of the most important things we needed to do was get entities that touch behavioral health talking, so that they know what another are providing, can refer services, et cetera, come up with cool initiatives. The CCBHA is an outgrowth of that. It includes like the Jefferson Center for Mental Health and Resilience 1220, local government partners, et cetera. It's never been formally created. It's been basically an informal work group with a name. And I think it makes sense for us to formalize this work group through a simple MOU with at least the core partners that just say, I have a one pager. It says, what the mission of the group is and what they're attempting to accomplish and how they're attempting to accomplish it. If you all, and I don't view this as particularly urgent, but if you all are willing to indulge I think probably the easiest way, Peter and I talked about this, would be to do a work session, get a short presentation. I don't think we need more than a 10-minute presentation and maybe a 5-minute conversation, and then potentially direct staff to bring an MOU on consent. Does that sound like something you're interested in?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And that is everything.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Let's see. Past 2 weeks, I've attended 2 I-70 meetings, both for the coalition and the collaborative effort. I've been nominated chair of the I-70 collaborative effort with no opponents so far. We all attended the mayors and commissioners meeting discussing matters of concern to the county, one of which is lodging tax, to help our visitors pay for our services. We all met with the Board of Education, had a great discussion about enrollment, grants, and the state of our schools. We all last night had an excise tax meeting with the state legislator to again help us fund various things in our county as well as for other counties. I attended the Regional Housing Authority Board meeting last night, coming together on getting, as much support for housing in Clear Creek as we can. Tomorrow night, I'll be going to the DRCOG meeting down in Denver. which is the Denver Regional Council of Governments. Looking forward to the OEM training for county leadership and the upcoming EPA Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment meeting regarding the Central City Clear Creek Superfund site updates. Thank you. That's it for me. County manager updates.
Thank you, Chair. Keep it pretty short. Obviously, we had a lot of rain over this weekend, so some of the roads are messed up. Road and Bridge is aware. We are taking phone calls, so if anyone has a concern, please report it to the Road and Bridge line. These, volume of rain is unfortunately becoming more typical, with really isolated microbursts that are really problematic for our old and dirt roads particularly. So we're gonna look at some more options going forward to try to stabilize that subsurface. I think inevitably, we'll be coming back to the board with some thoughts on that, which might involve us changing our maintenance plan potentially a little bit. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up because the amount of erosion of roadbed that we're getting now is just different than it was. So there might be some changes there. And in the meantime, we are trying to triage the road system like we always do when these happen. So please be patient with our crews. They're doing the best that they can. And then that's really all I have for this one. Oh, and there will be a third, we have Gilpin today in a joint session, talk about Charlie's Place. There will be a third workshop after that. I'm still trying to think creatively with some new ideas for funding for that department. We'll talk about that with the working group and then bring it back to the board formally sometime. I'm hoping early in Q3 for a decision on what we move forward with as far as what staff should be expending effort in chasing down. That's really all I have.
Thank you, Colton. Moving on to the Board of County Commissioner action items. The consent agenda, is there anything that needs to be pulled before I read it? No, very good. Okay, first on the agenda is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Second, consideration of approval of written minutes for the Board of County Commissioner meeting for January 6, 2026. Third, consideration of approval of resolution 26-2, a resolution appointing members to the Clear Creek County Open Space. Fourth, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding for shared regional law enforcement talk group that is coordinating communications. And finally, and next is consideration of approval of Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Public Health Emergency Preparedness Contract Amendment number 4. Next, consideration of approval of Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Vaccines for Children, Contract Amendment number 2. And finally, consideration of approval of Colorado Department of Health and Environment Public Health Emergency Preparedness Contract Amendment number 2.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second, with a request for discussion.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just, colleagues, I probably speak for all of us when I thank Smokey Anderson and John Sprunger for signing up for the Open Space Commission. I thought the interviews went really well and glad to see them on board. And then on items E, F, and G, colleagues, I reached out to Dr. Ryan. I wanted to understand as these contract amendments are coming through, if there was any change to the scope or the funding that was available. Tim reports that these contracts are largely the same as they've been in the past, which is very welcome news. That's all for me.
Thank you. Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Consent agenda is approved. Do we need to take a break now? I'm sorry. The Board of County Commissioners regular session includes going into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 246402(4)B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's obligations to fund certain necessary expenses of the district attorney's office's budget under CRS 20-1-302, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to meeting those obligations.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. We are moving into executive session. County Commissioners is back in session after our executive session, at which no minutes were taken and no decisions were made. We are now moving into a regular session to discuss public safety power shutoff from Core Electric. Is that the name?
Core Electric Cooperative.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to come up and join us at the table.
There's room for both.
All right.
All right. Well, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Mr. Roloff, thank you for getting us on the agenda today. My name is Angie Bedoya. I'm with Core Electric Cooperative, and I handle the local government and business relations management. Getting our. All right. So a little bit, and Commissioner Marlin, I just want to thank you in advance for your extended years of service. 2 terms as a county commissioner is a very long time, and I know this is your last year, so hopefully you can still stay involved because I'm sure your impact to the community will be missed. Big shoes to fill, for sure. And pleasure to meet both of you, and congratulations on being commissioner. Hopefully you'll stay for 8 years too. So a little bit about CORE. We were formed in August 1938 as Intermountain Rural Electric Association. Many of us still know IREA is what our acronym. We started with members and had 15 miles of distribution line. Today, we serve over 375,000 members, and we have a 5,000 square mile service territory. 5 years ago, in August of 21, we did rebrand a Core Electric Cooperative. Fun fact, our original board in 1938 did have 2 women on the board. And so that was pretty special, especially back in those times.
Those times?
So, well, 1938.
Oh, 38.
Yes.
Okay.
So, when we were originally incorporated, yes. So we are a member-owned cooperative. One of the questions I get oftentimes is that when we rebranded to Core was a big corporation that came in and took over IREA. That is not true. We did just rebrand our name because we realized we no longer serve just a rural area. Plus the acronym IREA was getting jumbled. We were known as IREA and folks just got it jumbled up. So our main urbanized area is Douglas County. And back when we were incorporated, that wasn't an urbanized area. It's very rural. We are a member-owned cooperative. We operate as a not-for-profit. And so we are democratically owned by our members. We literally work for our members. So we work for each one of you as our members if you live within our territory. As a cooperative, we are not regulated by the Public Utilities Commission or PUC, and we operate independently from state and federal agencies or state and federal utility regulation. The only PUC involvement was very limited back in the 1970s, and they designated our service territory. We have an autonomous rate setting authority. Again, we're governed by our board that's elected by our members. Over 7 districts and 1 board member per district. They are also elected on a 4-year term. As a nonprofit, equity is retired as capital credits that are provided back to our members, and excess cash flow can also be retained to build financial cushion and fund capital investment. So the difference here, you may be familiar with IOUs and municipal utilities. Investor-owned utilities or IOUs, they are a for-profit system, and they are regulated by the PUC, who does approve their rate increases. Municipal-owned utilities are an enterprise of a city or a town, and they are also not-for-profit, but they are owned by the community. The public ownership does create a democratic structure with a voted utility board so that the management can ensure that decisions are being made by the people. Meetings for those board meetings are open and typically televised or streamed. And a portion of the profits made are given back to the city to be spent at the discretion of the city council. Sorry, that's okay. Next one. Oh, I kind of reviewed that in the last one, so that's okay. Here is our board of directors, as mentioned. Each are elected on a 4-year term basis. Your board member for the Clear Creek County portion that we serve in our territory is Ron Kilgore, and you are in District 2. And then here's our outstanding executive management team. Pam Fierstein is our Chief Executive Officer or CEO. We also recently expanded to have our own in-house general counsel, Ann Zellner Sherwood, and Chris Hildred was named Chief Energy Supply Officer. I don't want to miss Lori Burkhardt, our CFO, or Kathleen Solana, our Chief Administrative Officer. We do branch under Mandy Lesher, our Chief Member Experience Officer. I am on Rob Osborne's team, so Community Relations Director is his title. All right, and here is our certificated service territory. As mentioned before, we have 5,000 square miles and over 6,000 miles of distribution. Again, thinking we started with 15 miles. Go to the next slide. And then here's basically a heat map showcasing kind of the growth that we're seeing or the meters that we're installing, and you'll see Clear Creek noted there, and you guys are growing modestly. All right. So our power supply, this reflects a diversified mix of energy generation within our portfolio anticipated by 2030. Per state policy, CORE did submit a clean energy plan in late 2023. That reflects the path that we are taking to meet the 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from a 2005 baseline. It is an integrated resource planning technique reflecting constant process to support current and future load growth. As we continue to develop this renewable energy resources, those include battery storage technology and thermal generation backup. This will provide flexible, reliable, rate stable, and responsible portfolio in a rapidly evolving energy landscape in the near and long term. Our highest priority is powering our members' homes and businesses through the demand of increasing electrification and extreme weather events while keeping rates stable. And then here's our system reliability. So SAIDI, otherwise, that's the acronym for System Average Interruption Duration Index. We have an outage time average across all members within our service territory of 52.2 minutes for 2025, and that's nearly a 30% reduction from 2024. Now, I think this is really the reason I'm here, is really to dive into. Go
So I
ahead.
have a question for you.
Sure.
I'm actually in Excel on the Evergreen side, and we were out of power for like 7 days. So all of 2025, you only had 52 minutes?
Across all of our, so it's an averaged number across all of our members.
Okay.
So I know up here, especially in December, there were some outages due to high winds,
Yes.
and I'll
So
dive
you didn't
into.
reach Douglas County.
Well, Douglas County does get hit, and I'll talk a little bit about that with some of the settings that we have. Sometimes some of the substations, I'll talk about alternate relay settings is what you'll hear about. And that essentially makes our equipment more sensitive. And so when there is a fault or a potential risk to our system, it'll shut off within a second. And I'll go over that a little bit more. So Douglas County does get hit because we do turn on our alternate relay settings down there as well for wildfire mitigation purposes. Yeah, so. All right, so on the wildfire mitigation side, I did want to preface stating that Jordan Ambrosi is our wildfire mitigation manager. And he has built out his team by a couple of folks. There's other folks that are in vegetation management as well. And they work with all of us within the company to really talk about what's going on at the local level, the state level, especially with state policy and things of that nature. So the next couple of slides will review our wildfire mitigation components, risk awareness, mitigation strategies, and community outreach. I did include, you'll see down at the bottom, Core Protect Wildfire Mitigation Core. That is a link to our wildfire mitigation website. So that has our wildfire mitigation plan, which was provided as a document to you all in your packets. So there's a lot of information surrounding that topic. I do want to note, we have implemented new technologies, including Techno Silva and Pano AI cameras within our territory to help with the wildfire mitigation.
Do you, on those Pano AI cameras, I think Excel has given access to fire departments to those feeds?
We do as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
So we work across with the different fire districts, and then Clarissa on your emergency management team. I'll have to double check with Jordan to see if she has that. So it's really a good partner relationship across the board. And I do know that there are other efforts going across the state to have like one communication system so that everybody is on that one communication system and is aware of things that are going on throughout the state and that can affect your exact area. So you're welcome. So alternate relay settings. These settings are engaged when fire danger is high. During high wind, red flag warnings, and other elevated high risk conditions. During normal conditions, we do not have these settings on. We allow the reclosing device to operate using normal sequence coordination to limit the outage size and duration. When alternate relay settings are engaged, a fault will shut off power to the line in less than a second, as mentioned, at the substation to limit the amount and duration of fault current at the site of the fault condition. That was a lot of faults. So essentially, this helps reduce the risk of fuel ignition. Once the setting has gone off and shut off, de-energized the line, our crews will then patrol the de-energized circuit to find and fix the cause and ensure safety before the line or lines are re-energized. So there is no power during that time. This does help mitigate the risk of ignition, but can cause seemingly long outages. Next slide, we have our public service power safety, or PSPS, as you all are familiar with. We do have this as a tool in our toolbox should it need to be engaged. We do perform year-round monitoring of environmental factors such as inclement weather that can create wildfires. If a planned PSPS occurs, members affected by the outage will be notified at least 48 hours prior to the event. And I will be in contact with Colton specifically to advise him that we are considering a PSPS event. So he will be notified prior to it being public knowledge. And that's information that he can share directly with you. We just ask that it's kept confidential until we make the announcement. And then
Do you have a program for people that rely on electricity for medical, that they get that warning like Excel does earlier than the public?
Rob, are you familiar with the program? I know we're working on our infrastructure for medical.
For medical facilities that are.
Devices,
like home devices. Medical facilities, we do have relationships. For individuals, they should be taking care of their own backup for electricity. Now, the reason we suggest this is that electricity is not a guaranteed service. And while there are elements of PSPS or we also have storms and other things that happen that are way outside of our control. So a PSPS is more of a proactive measure that we're taking to reduce wildfire risk prior to an anticipated weather event. So it's not a random choice because of, say, oh, we have high electrical consumption or something. We're really anticipating a lot of high winds. You want to make sure the system is not going to be at risk to cause further damage. So we're proactively doing some located shutoffs. but members or our customers are just like before, they should anticipate that weather and things outside of utilities control, that they need to, take responsibility to ensure that they have the backup power that they need.
Yeah, this is Xcel Energy has a program that I'm on it, so I get a day or two notice in front of everybody so that they can plan accordingly to get that backup
So
power.
for PSPS, we will have.
We have 48 hours.
On if we were gonna call that for all of our members.
So everybody just gets the same.
Yeah, well, so I think it's a 2-day pre-notice that goes out to our members, local emergency management offices, police, as well as elected officials and our town managers and things like that.
Can you talk about what you do to make sure that we struggle with this daily, to make sure that your contact information is up to date and that people are getting the messages as intended, et cetera?
That is the tricky part. So I kind of review this a little bit later on. So once PSPS has been lifted, we utilize the contact information that we have in our system for that member account. And so that is a critical reason why our members should really make sure that their information is accurate. We do have some on foot routes that are taken, but we can't always guarantee that, depending upon the geographic area, the weather conditions that are occurring, and things of that nature. We will also refer folks to their local emergency area, shelter, things of that nature on our website. Our website is an incredible tool. So I really want to encourage folks to engage on our website. And I have also, we give out information. We're in the Conifer area booklet. I met with the Evergreen Chamber president a couple weeks ago. So really want to make sure that folks are aware of our website. Hence why I put the website link on there, at least for this information. But when there are weather events or anticipated weather events, there's like a pop-up box the second you pull up core.coop, and there's a box right there that says, hey, for information on weather, things of that nature. You can also report outages if you are having an outage. On the medical side, we do recognize obviously the importance of every member in our territory. I will state that I can't stress enough, just on a personal level, the backup portion is making sure they have backup available, because whether it's a PSPS or some other event, or they didn't pay their bill or something of that nature where their energy gets shut off, that backup is always critical. And so encouraging them to make sure they go through their insurance or whoever might be able to assist them with that backup. As a cooperative, we do not have programs. We're not regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. Therefore, we are able to keep our rates as competitive as possible by not developing programs in which every member has to put money into a bucket that's designated as a line on their bill. So when you look at an investor-owned utility bill, such as Xcel or Black Hills Energy or any other IOU, you're going to see multiple lines on your bill. Those are all tariffs or, rate increases specifically for a program that they had approved by the PUC. Again, those all go into a bucket. Not everybody knows about those programs. So only certain people will apply for those programs and either be approved for that rebate or whatever it is, and some may not be approved, and that bucket does run out. So not every customer of an IOU can actually take advantage of those benefits or rebates, whereas that in our case, we want to make sure to keep our rates again as competitive as possible by not putting those measures in there.
Okay, so when you give us 48 hours, or the OEM and the sheriff's office and such, 48 hours notice of a pending public service power safety cutoff, the burden then shifts to us to have a list of people who are on oxygen concentrators or something.
We notify all of our members across the board.
Oh, I thought you said only the certain governmental entities.
In 48 hours prior to an event, we notify all of our members.
All right.
Yes. Prior to that, whether it be an hour or two, like 50 hours ahead, we will be notifying you all so you are prepared to
Okay.
And you can pass them along to us. Definitely recommend our website if it's within our service territory. I did,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Well, if this is, sorry, if you're continuing, before we get off of this, I wanted to go back to some programs, but I think I might have just interrupted you.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we know how, as you know, I know as an Excel customer, how the PUC approves programs like the wildfire mitigation program or this program to help people get backup energy. What is your process? Is that just like, can your board just decide we're going to increase rates to fund this thing?
Essentially. So,
If I may
And-
jump in.
yeah.
So if our board was to evaluate the need for backup
You
generators.
know what? This is sounding like something we need to know. Would you
Yeah.
sit by the microphone? Thank you.
So Rob Osborne with Core Electric Cooperative. Thank you for having us. So if our board was to determine that we need to do something for backup generators for individual members, they can evaluate a program costs, and then they would look at the staff to design a rate associated to that, and bring that forward for consideration. The challenge, I think, with this is where does it stop? Our industrial customers have an expectation of 100% power all the time. Are we required to provide that backup generation for them or batteries or what have you? At what cost? So we have customers, their bills are millions of dollars a month. And they do things like operate satellites. So they have their own backup generation. For folks with medical matters, personal medical matters, we try to educate them through our website, through community meetings, working with the senior centers and such, hey, be prepared. We also do it every year with respect to normal weather issues that come up typically, snow, heavy rains, things like that. Because we cannot, meet the needs of every individual person who may or may not have a medical issue. Now, medical facilities, we do have a relationship through our key account program, as well as evaluating with the medical facilities. They submit to us basically a notification that they are they call themselves critical infrastructure. And then we work with them in the sense of what they're required to have by law and what their notification requirements are from us, should there be outages. Any outages, not just planned outages, PSPS. So some of and wastewater plants, power, those type of things that require 24/7 power, that, the water didn't go away, that's bad to the environment, things like that. We work with the operators to manage.
Thank you. Do you think comparable to other utilities in the state, do you think you're ahead of or behind grid modernization?
I think, so I worked for another utility prior to joining Core here in the state. And I will say I am extremely proud to work for Core. We are very proactive on our measurements, including, the transition, our energy transition, even being a foot forward on the technology on wildfire mitigation. I've really been blown away by how proactive Core is. So from my perspective, I always feel like we're a step ahead. Now, others could probably argue that too. So I would say that we are doing very well when it comes to being in line with state policy.
Specifically to your question, Core IREA implemented automated meters long
AMI.
before investor-owned utilities in the state of Colorado did. We both worked for other utilities prior to coming to Core, including municipal utilities are still deploying them. Now, you may say that's not a great thing, but it reduced costs because we're not rolling trucks to have someone check a meter. The other thing is we're able to find out in real time incremental how people are consuming their energy. So it allows us to do better forecasting for our energy power purchase needs. We also can identify when members are out literally from our desks. Now, we're not the experts, I'll admit that, but our customer care team can look online and at any account and they can ping the meter. And if they're not getting a signal, then they know that customer's out or member's out. So from that perspective, yes, I will also say and Angie was sharing information about our relays, automated relays, when they go onto settings for adjustment, we have greater automation that our board has proactively sought to invest. And I don't suggest that other utilities, be it IOUs, are not trained to make that investment. It's just that when they do it, they have to go to the Public Utilities Commission. There's a rate case. It's a 270-day process. And there's also $1 billion of wind generation and $500 million of all kinds of other stuff. So when all the issues get put together, you're looking at multiple billions of dollars, and the negotiated process of the litigation is way different, bless you, than what our board can consider. They can say, what is the thing we want to do that's best for the system, what's best for our members? So we have a lot more flexibility to make these choices than maybe an investor-owned utility or even a municipal utility would have. So we don't like to say we're better. We like to say we have pulled some strings that our board thought were important in different areas, and we had the financial capability to do at the time that we're doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm, not asking you to, just am curious about the state of the grid, right? And so when it comes to Clear Creek, I see that you do a lot of generation. When it comes to the Clear Creek accounts, are you generating the electricity for the Clear Creek accounts?
We do. We have two substations. One's in Bergen Park and Floyd Hill. And so those are connected to Excel Energy's transmission lines. So when their transmission lines are de-energized, that does impact our substation.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to picture where that is. In between Bergen Park and Floyd Hill somewhere?
Oh, we have one in Bergen Park and one in Floyd Hill.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome.
But from a generation, about 95% of our energy is power purchase agreements. So we have 20-year contracts with private power producers. We own a little bit of our own generation. The flexibility of having power purchase has been essential for us to meet Colorado's state changes with respect to energy, getting to that 80% non-fossil energy by 2030. So we've backed out of a major power purchase agreement with Excel Energy in December 31st. Light stayed on. And January 1st, we have multitude of portfolio of power providers that we bring onto our grid. Most of our transmission activities are within our system, so we're not building a lot of transmission or any transmission outside of our service area to bring energy from point A to point B. We rely on Excel's transmission grid, Tri-State transmission grid, as well as, the WAPA has some transmission that we rely upon.
So if you're plugged into Excel's transmission system, when Excel does a PSPS, you're affected.
Yes, and that happened and occurred in December. However, it was primarily the Bergen Park that was affected first. We had our alternate relay settings. So those are the sensitive settings that I had mentioned before. Those were already set and in place. And when the PSPS by Excel was called, I understand Jordan Ambrosi was in conversations with Clarissa on that date and was informing her of the outage at Bergen Park. And then the Floyd Hill substation, I understand, was the substation that was affected a couple of days later. I think December 19th was that date.
So Floyd Hill stayed on for an extra couple of days.
In that, our alternate relay settings were set on that. Yeah, and so I understand those were two different.
So the PSPS transmission, so to answer your question, not all of our facilities are tied directly to Excel, just so that. So it's where that interconnection happens and where the event may be forecasted, that we may have an interconnection and we may have a challenge. Bergen Park is one of those interconnections, and that is a very big challenge for us. So we actually are working on it's a radial feed, which means it's only one connection. We're working on a project that'll help us have a redundancy to that so that we are not from our system grid, not just Excel, so that we're not just relying upon them. That's the bigger picture. But if we are to have an outage anywhere in our system at the transmission level, it could impact us if Excel or Tri-State or others who bring the transmission to our substations call PSPS on that line. So yeah, we are reliant upon them in many ways.
Can you imagine a scenario where Excel would declare a PSPS and the core region inside Clear Creek County would want to have its power on?
Now, again, we have technologies that we are constantly monitoring, including the weather and inclement weather that are coming in. And so whenever those inclement weather potentials are in effect, we automatically turn on our alternate relay settings every time. And so that creates that sensitivity as opposed, it literally shuts off in a second. So less than a second. We are very, so as I continue in on the public service power shutoff information of reviewing the slide, it does go into the effect, and I'm sure you all experienced it. So once you call a PSPS, all of the lines are de-energized. With alternate relay settings, we know exactly where that fault occurred, and we can get our crews out there to evaluate our infrastructure right then and there. So our typical deployment time is 6 minutes. So again, that's an average across all of our territory. So depending on where that fault occurred, our crews will go out and energize those lines. When a PSPS is called, all lines are de-energized. We don't know where those faults have occurred. Therefore, every single line within that PSPS area needs to be inspected prior to all of the lines being energized again.
Yeah.
That can take multiple days, especially when you're considering the terrain in this area. And just in general, that's the rural infrastructure that we have. That's what we're seeing most often than not is the geographic terrain. And going up there. And so if they find something that is wrong, or something wrong with our infrastructure, and they have to say it's a pole on top of the mountain, they then have to coordinate getting that pole off the mountain while simultaneously going and continuing the inspections to see if there's any other situations that need to occur. So we do leverage the alternate relay settings more often than we're going to call a PSPS. I will, from my experience, from what I've seen so far, it is a tool in our back pocket to utilize should extreme conditions occur. I do want to I didn't state this in the beginning, but we have 1,623 meters in Clear Creek County. 95 are commercial businesses. 1,528 are residents. So, and you're looking at across the territory, I just can't, I mean, it's breathtaking coming up here. I love your geography. However, that does make it challenging when you come in to have to re-energize after a PSPS. So we take appropriate measures that we deem appropriate at the time, but we will make those PSPS calls when needed, if that makes sense.
We had in December 128 trees fall on XL lines. So whenever anyone would complain to me, and they did, about power being shut off, I had to explain that saved us from massive wildfires. So I totally understand that. And XL has been very proactive about hardening their lines, putting in stronger, taller power poles, cutting down trees all over. And I think finally people are beginning to get it. But it's, it's kind of, for me, it's constant reinforcing that, yes, this was needed. This is why. So, based on where I live, I tend to see XL more than you all. Although going up 103, you've got part of 103, right? I think I've seen your trucks up there, so.
But I think to answer your question, there are times where our system may be operating and Excel's system not operating because of the different technologies that we're able to deploy. So after our substation, we might not be doing a power safety shutoff. Excel might be doing, but we're relying on our alternate relay settings.
And I'm not
challenge that a little bit. I know that Excel also has similar high sensitivity settings. And so I don't know that the argument that you have technology that they don't, and therefore you can be not do a PSPS when they are. This is something, frankly, I'm very interested in.
Sure.
It's because I've heard from more than one of your customers that live in Clear Creek that are very, very glad Excel did a PSPS and that caused your lines to de-energize as well? Because then they saw the trees on your lines and they speculate that your lines could have started a major fire had Excel not made a PSPS. What are your lessons learned from that decision? Am I misreading what happened in December?
I think, yes, we had outages. I think Excel's PSPS gave us the notification early that we knew our lines were going to be out. So we definitely are the downstream benefactor of that decision. However, their system's larger. So if they're going to cause a PSPS and our technology is telling us and forecasting is telling us we don't think our system is going to be as impacted, we may not be making the call because we have faith in our technology as well.
Is it like when you say technology, you're talking about like predicting the weather?
Yep. Weather predictive activity,
What does it
moisture
look
predictive.
like? Because what I've seen recently, and this is just in the last 5-10 years, we get these, from what I can tell, very unpredictable microbursts, right? Like, especially this windstorm in December, we had some areas inside of Core's service area really get hit hard. And I feel like I'm probably exaggerating, but lose like a third of their trees. Does your technology, I am exaggerating, right? Does your technology accurately predict the location of those microbursts? Like, did you know in December that your area was gonna get hit as hard as it did by the wind?
I think our weather and our satellite. So we have like two different types. We've got analog and then satellite, and it's pretty amazing. I mean, we can bring you to the control center and show you what the technology is, but it shows us the data that layers on this. Vegetation conditions that are identified by what it's seeing from satellite. So if it sees like brown trees because of the beetle kill, we know where there's higher risk in certain areas because of the concentration of I'll say fuel. We know the humidity / water that, through what's happening to understand how dry or wet an area is. The winds and all that stuff is it's amazing. I've seen a presentation. I was like, oh my God, how do we, so I don't rely on channel 2 or channel 3 or whatever. I rely on our weather. So it's pretty good, I think. And so Excel has the same technology. I'm pretty sure it's either the same contractor, very similar. So we know, I think, better than most normal weather information in real time, and they're watching it all the time as part of the system management. So we can, flip of a switch, take action should we need to.
That's interesting because I've spent a lot of my time talking to climate folks and climatologists and stuff. And my understanding is that from what they say is that weather is less predictable than it's ever been, especially these micro burst type events.
And I'm happy to work with Jordan to get the information regarding the exact weather information and maybe some visuals for you to share. I can get that over to Colton and share with you all.
Or get a presentation of what we're actually utilizing in the technology so you can understand how we're trying to take that data and make real-time decisions.
And reflect it also with the information I share with you, reflect it to the actuals, what the actual looked like.
I don't want to it's not my job to dig into the weeds at that level, right? I have kind of 3 categories of observations and requests, right? As it relates to this, right? One is, and this is kind of drawing on, this board has had a lot of conversations about these PSPS events, and we had Excel here. And one is, when they happen, we have a lot of interest in what's going on with folks on oxygen concentrators, et cetera. If I'm being frank, I think I see better partnership in the other utility in Clear Creek around helping us keep those people safe and healthy. Just some feedback for you.
Can I ask what that looks like, that partnership? I'm not aware of what they're doing.
They are working with us to make sure that our lists of vulnerable people are the same. They are helping those vulnerable people pay for the battery backup systems they need. As a ratepayer inside Excel, I'm happy to pay an extra couple of pennies a year to make sure that folks that are on oxygen concentrators have access to a program like that. I hope you all would look at a trade-off similarly.
So I'll
those
share,
are a couple of the things
I'd like to share with you the merits of that program. That program is actually funded through their DSM dollars. So what they're doing is looking at beneficial electrification and the fact that they don't have a considerable amount of generation capacity on their system where they know they may be having to call brownouts in the future. And so they've taken their demand side management, used to be about sustainability, and they got approval through the commission to promote that towards battery backup. So it's customers' money going to customers, and I can understand that, but there's 7% of everyone's bill that's funding that program. So our board has said very clearly, outages occur and energy efficiency and customers need to be responsible for those issues. And energy efficiency is also a customer responsibility. So we've educated people on the programs that are available. Hey, you can buy batteries, things like that. We are currently looking at a battery deployment where the customer bring the battery, where we would give them credit in peak time to help them defray the cost of that battery. But we are not looking at proactively funding a battery because we're looking for a benefit mutual. What's the benefit for members? So if they're providing battery during peak demand, we can say we didn't have to buy the energy. Therefore, you get credit for that versus upfront paying them and then having to add it to base rate. So we are on that path to the batteries. Yeah.
I don't know about the rest of your district, but I know that the portion of Clear Creek that you serve has some folks in it that they don't have the money in their bank account. But anyway, that we don't have to wax philosophical. That is one of the three. The other one of the three that I think is an important message to all utilities is we need rapid grid improvement so that we don't have to do PSPSs as frequently and we can get back up more quickly. 3-4 days without electricity is a big deal. So that's the second ask. I'll understand that also has an impact on rates. It looks to me when I look at your rates that you've got some space to invest by raising rates. Third, I'm not on your board. That's just a suggestion, right? And then third is we support these PSPSs when they're necessary, and we'd rather you err on the side of not burning us down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And frankly, to just be really, really frank, I think there was a miss in December. I think y'all should have been in a PSPS.
Well, thank you for sharing that perspective. We did have our alternate relay settings on. So again, that is less than a second. I understand your perspective and we'll definitely share that with our team. So thank you for sharing that.
Just a little background on Clear Creek. We're one of the oldest counties in the state. We have a lot of people who rely on supplemental oxygen. My husband had heart surgery a year ago. He had an oxygen concentrator. I mean, it's not uncommon. So we ended up having to buy a generator for our house, but we could afford to do that. And a lot of people can't afford to do that. So anyway, just to kind of.
I will say, so we may not have programs developed right now. We are slowly developing them. We do have a program director. He started about 1.5 years ago or so. I will state, it originally was focused around EV charging stations. And that was because we obtained some grant dollars through Charge Ahead Colorado to place some EV charging stations throughout our territory. And so we did that. Again, making sure that the benefit is to all of our members. Now, I will agree with you. Maybe paying an extra $15 a month on my bill isn't going to, to help folks who have medical conditions and could utilize battery storage. I totally understand that perspective. I will say that program, the EV program, has since kind of flattened out. We're no longer coordinating efforts. And we have rolled out a cool credits program to try that out, which is AC focused. Y'all don't really need AC much up here, which is fantastic.
More important than it used to be.
Yeah, that's a debate between my wife and I right now.
And so we do have a cool credits program that we've rolled out. As of about, I'll be celebrating 4 years in November at CORE. And so I've personally been kind of pushing on the thought of looking at some other areas such as backup generation. And again, I'm the key accounts manager. I mentioned business relations manager, so I do manage the key account relationships as well. Really trying to push, but when you think about certain technologies, one backup battery may not work as well for the same exact condition, medical condition that folks have. They may have the different preferences. So I think trying to navigate that internally, as you all know, as commissioners, you can't please everybody, right? And so I think the main focus is, we're always trying to keep our rates low. As we've seen, we have policies driven at the local and state level that continue to increase costs across the board. You mentioned, you know, some of these folks, they don't have bank accounts that can support a backup, right? And so our goal as the utility company that serves our members, we're focused on keeping those rates as low as possible so that even that $10, $15 extra a month isn't going to impact those lower income members that we have. And that's very important to our board is as we continue to have the grid investments, and I'd love to hear specifics on, if there's specifics that you're mentioning. I haven't gone through vegetation management yet. We're still stuck on PSPS, just so you know. So I want to make sure to get through that piece of the presentation as well, so that you are aware of our vegetation management efforts that we have. And we do have that open for our members and folks of the public to contact us if there's questions or concerns or trees that are in question that they see, that we can come out and analyze, have our crews analyze. So I'll get to that part. But I will say we are looking at that program side. We are looking at it. However, we definitely do have competitive pricing top of mind because, again, I'll come back to local and state policy that keeps pushing for affordability. What those policies end up doing is creating a more expensive environment, as we've seen, like across the board. I've seen it in my own household. I'm a single mom. I have 2 daughters. I get it. I get it for the folks who are retired and they're no longer able to even live off of Social Security. So that is our goal, is to make sure our rates are as low as we can have them. We will have to increase them because of policy that's driven, as mentioned earlier, the energy transition. We are diversifying our portfolio. And so that's why I'd love to hear about your suggestions about, that you mentioned, the grid diversification grid. You mentioned something about the grid.
Just improving the grid.
Right.
Just improving the grid and vegetation management is a big part of it. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. So I'd love to dive into that, if I may.
Yeah.
The next slide after PSPS.
Indulging that.
Yeah, of course.
So what are the numbers in the photo here? Are those area code or zip codes? Or what
She's
number?
looking at
At your,
next slide.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
vegetation management?
Here we go, this one.
Yeah.
So that's actually a picture of the technology utilized. Is that TechnoSilva? I'm not sure. I think it might be the TechnoSilva. So it looks at, if you see right in that picture, there's that reddened area. So that's an area that our crews are going to go out and analyze. And
I was just curious where this location is.
oh, I gotcha. I think it's just a random location within our territory. I can find out exactly if you would like me to.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
So I would like to preface this with Kevin Perkins. He's our vegetation manager. And our vegetation management team does perform an analysis of our overhead lines across our entire 5,000 square mile service territory. That includes scheduled pruning and hazard tree removal. This is spread out during a 6-year cycle where we visit every distribution circuit at least once. Satellite imagery, as shown here, is used to identify areas of interest such as trees in decline and vegetation encroaching on our power lines. This strategy allows us or helps us to focus resources to improve reliability while also reducing costs. We don't just rely on technology to assess our lines. We do, as mentioned, it's on a 6-year cycle where we go analyze every line within our territory. Colton did mention during our meeting, there were some trees, and I did check on those. And those, usually it's no more than 6 weeks once they're marked. So I'm not sure. I
That's
have
fine.
them looking into it further.
We get questions about marked trees, and so we just like to give people a reasonable timeline on when they're gonna get taken care of.
Absolutely.
People say that marking for a month, they're like, why are they ever coming back? Which isn't fair, but you know, it is, I think, people's perception. So it'd just be nice to have it, something to tell them.
Absolutely. So included on the website, it does state members and folks of the public can call. And I'll say the number 800-332-9540. This number is also listed on our website under vegetation management to report a potentially hazardous tree or other vegetation concerns that they believe might be threatening our power line or power lines. We will then assess the risk posed to our equipment and if necessary, remove the potential hazard at no cost. You may also contact us with any questions, comments, or concerns about the vegetation program management. That includes me. So I am essentially your concierge. You can contact me about vegetation management. You can throw it on Mr. Roloff to reach out to me and say, hey, you know, we have these questions for core. If there's an outage anytime, you can give me a call. I can navigate that outage for you.
So I have some,
Literally
I
any.
have some questions. I wanted you to get through this part before I ask. So XL Energy has been going through neighborhood after neighborhood, replacing poles, making them taller and adding that new technology so that if a tree falls, they're super sensitive. They'll be notified and then they can also shut off very particular, you know, instead of shutting off an entire neighborhood, they can just shut off maybe a few houses or something. How are you guys in that compared to them?
We can do that as well. We can shut off a certain area as well. It doesn't have to be the entire substation. We can shut off.
We could shut off
Specific circuits,
neighborhoods between transformer and transformer. So usually that's like 4 or 5 houses per section. And about 98% of our systems all automated back to our control center. So as you're watching Excel upgrade it, their system is not as automated as ours, just plainly. So we have
About the height of the poles, did you guys already start with those or?
depended on communities where we have the need to do that, or, you know, so they're evaluating that the case by case basis. I don't know the heights that, you know, each part of our community, but I know I've seen projects where we've gone in and doing that over the past 4.5 years I've worked at Core. When we do that, neighborhood usually gets a door tag flyer that says, you know, please be advised. We're pulling permits from local counties or local municipalities to make sure that we're working in the right of way and those notifications go out. Biggest challenge that we have with that work, frankly, is once we do our stuff, all the other utilities don't drop off our old poles. And so we have some communities where we're chasing, where we have a pole next to our pole because the telecom is still on our old pole.
Oh.
And they need to put it on the new pole. But yeah, it's a constant process. And again, heights is all based on the location and where we have the need, as well as the width of our easement. So some of our easements where they're more narrow, the poles typically are higher. Where they're wider, poles are, you know, maybe a lower standard height. But yeah, we have a diversity of pole heights in our entire system. We're constantly upgrading and monitoring.
And I'll do some navigation on that end regarding Clear Creek County specific infrastructure.
But one thing that's found unique,
to you.
so you also be aware, is everything we have is on GIS to a level I've never seen before I joined Core. And I've worked at Excel, I've worked at Colorado Springs Utilities, and now I'm at Core. And when I started there, I was like, you know, there's a question similar to yours. They were like, it's right on the GIS. And I looked at it and I clicked it and had all this data. I was like, oh, so.
Are of your poles newer or are they on the older?
It ranges. You know, pole is basically a 60-year asset. It can last that long. So depending on, again, the inspections, we do pole inspections routinely. As Angie was mentioned, we physically go inspect the pole. We have a company that we have go throughout the service territory all year long, every year, that's looking at all the poles. So as a pole is deteriorated, or if it has, maybe it's been hit by something and they, you know, we weren't informed directly, we take care of all that type of stuff. But it's a case by case basis on the status of the pole. They actually do a core drill. So they'll drill into the pole close to the base, extract the core, determine the the strength of the pole. If this pole is strong, it stays. If it has weakness, they'll remove it and replace it. And then they replace the core with another piece of wood that's epoxied in and banged in to assure that this integrity is there as well.
And I would also like to say, just to jump on what George was saying, I think it's really important for us to take care of our people. And I know we hear, saving money, saving money, saving money. Some of this is just literally just a program, just to notify people so they can charge equipment. They may not need battery backup. They just need that notification to have that extra time. And the investment, I think, to save people's lives is super important. Not just the fire mitigation part of it, but we do have, our community is an aging community, and we have folks that can't afford certain things. So I think having programs just or just letting them know if there's something else that they can do. It's a lot to put on our OEM and, to go door to door and find these people. And I think we all need to work together. And when I hear, to save, I don't know that it would be $15 per customer, but to invest in just the whole safety net. I think neighborhoods would be appreciative to that.
Definitely agree. And I just would love to reiterate the fact with the PSPS, it does give the 48-hour notice.
Right.
And we do work with the Office of Emergency Management teams, as well as putting the information on our website, especially pertaining to this is where your shelter is located, should you need to evacuate and go.
And I get it. There's weather that happens that we can't control.
Right.
Just to have that system in place.
I think the difference with PSPS, you normally don't get a call 2 days in advance from your electric utility saying, hey, we're shutting off the electric on Tuesday, or today's Tuesday, on, Thursday, right? What we
did with Excel. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't normally, that's relatively new. So what we're trying to explain is that the safety, reliability of the grid with or without the call, there's still weather that we don't, we may not call PSPS, maybe just be heavy snow, not wind related. That would be more the nexus to the PSPS. So we're trying to educate our members about any outages, planned or unplanned, that they need to do some, self-work, to your point, charge ahead and things like that. So we do have some common, I guess it's questions and answers on our website about outages and PSPS to kind of help that. And we've worked with the chambers and some other groups because small businesses always ask the same questions. And so we're trying to get that word out. And I think today's presentation is really one of those efforts, so if folks are concerned about outages, what can they do to assure that if an outage occurs, planned or unplanned, they have the resources and knowledge to help them get through the outage.
It's our FAQ page. That's the frequently asked questions.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So again, thank you all for serving your community. I know it's definitely, it's an incredible opportunity to give back. And so if there's anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I did provide my contact information in the form of a business card, but I know y'all have received emails from me. If you Google or do a search in your email, my name, you will see emails pop up that I've sent to you. And in every one of those emails, it does state, please reach out if there's anything I can ever help with pertaining to CORE especially. So I literally mean that. Don't hesitate to reach out. You can call, text, email, whatever works best for you. So
I have one more question that I wanted to hold for the end. This kind of just came up during the course of our conversation. We're very accustomed to the modes of influence of Excel, right? Because they're regulated by the PUC. We are members of CC4CA. We are regularly testifying in rate cases. What's our best lane of advocacy when it comes to opinions we have about CORE?
well, go ahead.
I think two, one is your board of director, reach out to him directly and, get some time with him, share what your concerns are because he is a voice for the members that he serves. Two is like today, we'll take what we heard today about concerns about battery backup and things that we're currently not offering. And we'll bring that in as staff to assure that our leadership is knowing what the communities are saying. So you've got two direct paths. Our board meetings are monthly. Anyone can log in to want to attend and provide comment at the board meeting, similar to your meeting. So if you want to attend a board meeting, easily reach out to Angie and she can make sure you guys get, set up and through the security and all that stuff to come down. So those are, I think, the two best ways, the board and utilize us to be your voice. And, through the county managers, any communications is the best way to summarize it and ask questions and we'll get answers back for you.
And I'm happy to also reach out to Director Kilgore's liaison within the company and ask him and provide your contact information essentially, and have him reach out to you. So then you don't have to do all the legwork of trying to find out his contact information. Because I have all of yours. So I'll make that. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
thank you.
Excel Energy found out them not investing for so long, that really bit them.
Yes.
They spent a good couple of years in Clearfield County that.
Yeah, that December.
Every single poll. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that, actually. Really glad to hear that.
It's a story of our civilization.
Yeah.
Investing in. I just, before you walk out of the room, I just want to share, I understand that you all are dealing with real things in the real world that are very resource intensive and complex and dangerous, and a lot of gratitude to your staff that's out there making sure we can get our homes.
Thank you.
Right back at you. So
If I
thank
could just
you.
say one more thing, we talked about rates a lot, and I know it's not about keeping rates just low. It's about trying to make sure that as we grow and transition to investing in all this, not just our power supply changes, but as an industry, you're going to see in Colorado probably somewhere between a 25 and 35% rate increase over the next 5-6 years for all utilities. And it's everything else. It's adding the batteries to the substations so that we can store the renewable energy when people aren't using it. And so you may see more applications, not only from us, but from others in the future about changing the substations or having to upgrade transmission lines, because that's the other part of where we have to go with our renewable energy components to have that balance. And as take more energy, maybe not so much up here from distributed grid, solar arrays on homes, to put it out there. So our board, and I think many in the utilities are very sensitive of how we're balancing all these divergent things to provide a competitive cost that still is safe for our membership, our customers, but also meet the needs of the environment and sustainability and safety. So I appreciate your holistic approach to what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again.
Nice meeting you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone need to take a break or should we move on?
It's Kathy's call, I think. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay,
We're ready. Yeah.
great. Thank you.
I understand.
The Quake Creek Board of County Commissioners, moving on to our action items and public hearings. By our deputy county attorney, assistant attorney Kathleen Parker, and our OEM director Clarissa Bobs Blake.
Anything you would like me to have on the screen?
I don't think so,
Okay.
unless the board thinks it would be helpful to have the red lines, but
Okay.
I think they've got them, so.
Cool.
Great. All right, so here with a couple items. First is ordinance 20. So this is the second reading adoption in order for final publication of ordinance 20 and ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 16 and establishing regulations for the banning of open fires. A copy of the entire text of the ordinance. In fact, 2 versions have been given to the board in writing. Purpose of the ordinance, again, is creating some new regulations for imposing and lifting fire restrictions in the county. I'm going to review just the prior steps here. We previously introduced the ordinance. The first reading was on July 21st, 2026. The title was read into the record at that time as well. At that first reading, we discussed the draft presented, and then the board gave some feedback. So we're back today with some of those changes requested by the board, and then a couple of staff generated changes. The board set today as the date for the second reading, August 18th, 2026. And the board ordered the notice of the hearing for the second reading and the text of the ordinance to be published in full 10 days prior to the second reading as required by Colorado law. And so I have two documents here to go over with you guys today. The first is a version of ordinance 20 that's been updated to address the changes requested by the board. And then there are a couple of staff generated changes for clarity, plus one little change to address a potential gap in our ordinance related to automatic restrictions and which relates to the presentation you just heard from CORE related to public safety power shutoffs. And then the board, George specifically had requested to see alternative language related to the automatic fire restrictions that step up rather than just restrictions that go into stage 1. And so to try to keep those red lines from becoming overwhelming, the first document is the original document that we reviewed plus the red lines that we discussed. The second document is all the changes that I'm bringing to you today that we're going to discuss accepted in this document with just the automatic restrictions language added. So should the board decide to adopt the alternative language, essentially we're going to put these together and bring in a clean version.
When it says in the memo that the first document contains most of the requested changes, by the time we get to the second document, we have all of the board's requested changes, correct? Okay.
Yep.
So to be sure.
Well, there's actually with one caveat. So, and we'll get to that, but so we had discussed with Jody. Jody had a question about self-defense shooting of bears versus recreational shooting. And internally, we had discussed adding language that specified recreational shooting is prohibited. But when we reviewed that language, it created a big loophole. And so I went back and listened to the first reading, listened to what our sheriff had to say about that. And Peter and I discussed, we thought that leaving the language to just say shooting is prohibited and then letting the sheriff's office and the deputies interpret that language to determine whether it should apply or not is probably the better option here. Otherwise, anyone shooting is just going to say, I'm practicing for
Better have a good relationship with the sheriff then.
better not shoot unless you really need to.
So you're worried about I remember in South Park, he's coming right for us situation, right?
I don't know that situation, but Peter does.
Great episode.
Oh, the actual South Park. I do know the show. I thought you were about the
So
So basically, you're saying that we can leave that to the discretion of law enforcement. If they show up, you violated a fire ban, you discharge your firearm, and they're like, no, really, there was a bear, then you might not write a ticket. Is that right?
Yeah.
Jody, how do you feel about that?
Since you've had a bear.
That's not,
recently.
that's up to your whole, whoever's, shows up on scene, right?
Right.
realistically, otherwise the issue is that people may use loophole to just say, well,
And they still could.
then they still could versus realistically, if the sheriff shows up and happens to say you violated the ban, there's probably a good indication that whoever responds is going to be able to see whether there was actually a bear, whether there's tracks or whatever.
Does
And I think it's very unlikely, additionally, that if somebody's in that situation where a bear's approaching and they happen to have a gun, I think it's very unlikely they won't shoot. Because there's a fire ban and
I just know my neighbors use it.
Right.
like, Now even,
Right.
they're shooting to get the bear because the bears are so accustomed to being around us that's like the only thing that gets them is rubber buckshots.
And from the law enforcement standpoint, we're going to respond to a call for shots fired.
Mhm.
We're going to know, was it 1 or 2 shots and it's at a home? Or do you have a table set up in your backyard? You
Right.
got 15 guns and all kinds of targets.
Time of day.
Yeah, it's very easy for us to know if you're actually shooting to scare off a bear or if you're out there target practicing. And that is why the discretion, should be there.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to if somebody is shooting with rubber bullets, it's really probably not an open fire under our definition in the ordinance now because it does not, it is very unlikely to cause or maintain sparks or cause a fire because it's rubber, not metal, or metal on rock or the like. So that is the one change that was not carried over, although if the board decides that they'd like to add it back, we can do that. I'm gonna have to go and finalize the document before you sign it today anyway, so.
I mean, basically, self-defense is a defense no matter what the regulations say.
I would leave that up to our sheriff to determine those circumstances because any of the language that we could think of to add in just created more potential problems. And certainly any kind of shooting in the line of duty is exempted also from restrictions. Let's see. So changes, go through them. So one of the staff generated changes here was to add to the definition of hazardous weather conditions, public safety power shutoff events. So this actually, I know someone who is a GIS specialist who works with utility companies related to PSPSs. And my question to him was, are there situations where a utility company might implement a power safety or a public safety power shutoff when there isn't already a red flag warning or a particularly dangerous situation? And his response was, yes, that could happen. And so we wanted to make sure that those events are captured because during those events, the fact that they are shutting the power off means that there is a high level of concern about fires. And during those times, the power is off, trees might be down, there might not be good evacuation routes for people. Sprinkler systems in homes may not work if the power is off. And resources needed to address other issues, our resources may be needed to address other issues in the county related to downed trees and the like. So therefore would be less available to respond to a fire in that situation. And so that's for your consideration today, but that seemed like a reasonable item to add in to that definition of hazardous weather conditions such that if CORE or Excel were to implement the PSPS, automatic restrictions would automatically go into place, the same as a red flag warning. So those changes are within the second to last recital and then added to the definition in section 1E and a new definition in 1H.
And we might need to, per their Porsche's presentation, they don't call it a public safety power shop. They call it a public service something. That's what their slide said. It was different. So we just need to match the terminology that Corey uses and match terminology Excel uses.
Very good catch. So I will make that change today if the board is interested in that provision. I also have updated to address a board concern, the definition, section 1F, the definition of open fire, to make clear that that term includes activities indoors that produce outdoor sparks or flames, such as through a chimney or vent. And that was the concern that we had about limiting fires in fireplaces, which we discussed last time. So that was important to clarify.
Every time you redo your roof, you usually get a spark arresting screen, but this doesn't say, oh, if you've got a really good screen, then it's okay. Because how do we know that it hasn't been damaged or something?
So that's not in the definition, but that requirement is actually in our fire restrictions language. Find that. So it's in the allowed activities.
Could you cite to the exhibit
Yep, it's in Exhibit B, and so it's in both stage 1 and stage 2. And it's in both sections, it's under the allowed activities, and it's the second bullet point down. In both. And so what that language says is that residents, owners, or lessees who are using a wood stove or other fireplace in a permanent dwelling. So that's an allowed activity, is for residents, owners, or lessees who are using a wood stove or other fireplace in a permanent dwelling, provided that the chimney is equipped with an effective and properly installed USDA approved or SAE approved spark arrestor. And so that is not only, so I believe that state law requires that, but I know that our local code also does. So just needs to be a conforming fireplace. If it's older, it may never have been permitted. They may or may not. However, our fire restrictions ordinance makes clear that there are affirmative duties of any person in the county. And so that would include lessees.
So if I'm a neighbor of a home that doesn't have an adequate spark arrestor, can I see sparks coming out of the chimney?
I have seen that before, and I've seen flames come out of a chimney before.
And
Yeah,
so
older homes with older fireplaces where the chimney hasn't been maintained.
from an enforcement perspective, then, like,
It should be pretty obvious.
we can,
That's what we're worried about, is the sparks coming out.
When you say older, how do you define older?
Previous to there being the approved spark arrest devices, essentially, or so old that the chimneys hasn't been maintained. I mean, with it, we could try to really hone that in and say exactly what we mean, but almost certainly we would be excluding situations we'd like to include in there. So
So it's like 30 years old isn't necessarily old
if you have a new spark arrestor, and I think that's another area where it's an enforcement issue. If somebody calls the sheriff's office, the deputy goes out and sees sparks coming out, that should be a ticket under our ordinance. If there is no cause to believe or no reason to believe that sparks are going to come out of the chimney and start a fire, that should be pretty obvious too. In addition, those spark arresters on a chimney are visible on the top of the chimney. If you can see them, it kind of looks like a little spaceship. It goes on the top.
So this is something that people were worried about when we talked about this, is I did get some residents talked about this, wanting to be in compliance.
Yes.
And so when I looked it up, if you have the screen, if you have anything on top of that, that's your arrestor. If you just have the brick that goes up and there's nothing there, that's when you're going to be in trouble.
That's correct. And then if there's any question about what is and what isn't allowed, our building department should be able to answer those questions for people.
Spaceships.
Okay.
I'm just showing images of the spaceship.
Wonderful. So the next board requested change, I'm in section 1K, and so there I have defined sheriff to include the sheriff and his delegee. So that we know, and so how this arose during our discussion was whether the ordinance should permit the chair of the Board of County Commissioners to impose restrictions to then be ratified. We discussed the availability of the chair. And then we discussed, well, if it's the sheriff or a delegee, there should be always someone available for that. Unless the whole world goes down in flames and we no longer have a sheriff's office, which extremely unlikely. And then we've got larger problems anyway, so.
I wonder I saw that language and I appreciated it. I think it's smart. This doesn't prescribe, and I'm not saying it should, how the sheriff would delegate that.
No.
So could we just
designate, probably, just so you know, you can, you're welcome to ask the sheriff if that's what you were about to do, but I was going to say it's really at the sheriff's discretion, probably the undersheriff. For example, if the sheriff's on vacation, whoever the commander that would be in charge that he designates, because the sheriff is not going to leave town without designating somebody.
Is that something that is conducted in writing? I mean, basically what I just want to know that we will know who the delegee is. If you're out of town, we know who to talk to about
we could do that definitely.
Yeah, and then I guess I would also point your attention that to in the procedures for declaring restrictions, we do have that provision, section 6B, that states that every declaration should be in a form reviewed and approved by the county attorney prior to its issuance. That's kind of our backstop for making sure none of the sheriff's deputies go rogue and implement unauthorized restrictions in the county.
I'm not concerned about that.
Yeah.
Really just concerned about
Chain
knowing
of
who to talk
command.
to.
Yeah.
Um,
So associated with that last change with the sheriff definition, we have redlined out that language that would allow the chair to designate or to declare restrictions. And then it looks like I skipped one. I did make a change in section 4A, which just clarifies it's not at the end of I know why. It's because hazardous weather conditions formerly was defined as red flag warning events or particularly dangerous situations, which typically when the National Weather Service issues those, they just end on their own or expires. But I just wanted to make clear if we're adding in the utility designated power shutoffs, it's just when that ends, not necessarily when the red flag warning or particularly dangerous situation expires. I also noted we had discussed in our Exhibit A adding in the language it's at the bottom of Exhibit A where it says stage 1 and stage 2. And we added in that language that if those conditions are met in any portion of the county, then to consider the restrictions. I noted that section 4A discussing automatic restrictions, I also could add similar language there. I caught that this morning when I was sitting here.
So if there's a PSPS in Rebecca's area,
Yes. And the language already states that during those conditions, countywide restrictions will go into place. But I think we could add, during hazardous weather conditions in any portion of the county and countywide restrictions.
Right, because when fire starts here, it's
Gonna go east and
correct.
depending on the
wind.
eastern fires can go west.
Is there anything in this ordinance that just states that when we declare a fireman, that declaration is countywide? Can we just be that categorical about it?
We kind of have. So if you look at section 6E, it states, unless otherwise specified in the declaration, declared restrictions are effective throughout the county's jurisdiction. So that's the default. There may be circumstances where a board might want to declare only for the portion of the county where if the differential between fire danger is extremely significant, the board may want to declare restrictions in one area versus another. And the statute allows the board that discretion, the board and the sheriff. And so I've tried to just retain that discretion for the board, but made it so that you don't have to think about it. So automatically it's going to be countywide unless you specify otherwise.
Can I ask you, Sheriff, what's your thinking about? Do you think you'll be frequently making a more narrow declaration, or do you think is your sort of default to be countywide? If we have one region that needs it, one region that maybe is close.
My default is gonna be countywide.
Okay.
It would cause too many issues to try to narrow it down to specific areas. And it's just easier to get the information out to the county. It's easier to everybody be on the same page if it's just countywide.
It's easier to say county border versus the Echo Hills area, because that could be broadly or narrowly interpreted.
That's good enough for me.
Okay. Great. So let's see fine. Section 6C, it looks like, so we're two, that was to address the concern of George, that we wanted to make sure that the chair of the board and the sheriff, if that consultation just for whatever reason did not occur, that would not put the declared restrictions.
Versus shall.
Yes, that would not put the validity of the restrictions in question. And then section 6E, again, we changed that language from saying the entirety of the unincorporated county to throughout the county's jurisdiction. And so section 7, that's just a staff generated change. I added some headings there for clarity and to make consistent with the remainder of the ordinance. The more times I go through this, the more little things I find that could make it just ever so slightly more perfect. So then, so section 8, based on the board's discussion,
Sorry.
go right ahead.
Section 7, I when I was reading through this, there's a little bit about who's on first regarding notice to agencies, 7B.
Yeah.
It says the board or the sheriff will notify relevant agencies.
Yep.
Do we think in an ideal world, like, so there are things that we can avoid if we have the conversation now, right? Like duplicating work or having it not be done, right? Sheriff, I'm curious, like, does it make sense to name, like, maybe the entity that makes the declaration does the PIO work? Or like, is there just a way for us to kind of know who's on first? I mean, we maybe can solve this informally and just know the sheriff has said they're always going to do the notification. Or do you guys get what I'm trying to raise here?
I do, and I actually would ask Megan maybe to weigh in on that.
For public safety power shutoffs?
For
anytime we're in
any
a-
declarations.
Stage 1, stage 2.
The sheriff's office usually handles the fire notifications for all of that. And then I echo everything onto the website and our social media. And then I send out the text alerts and stuff like that. But the original one usually comes from the sheriff's office, since that he is the fire marshal and all of that.
Yeah. So do you both have confidence that the language that just says the board or the sheriff? I think when we say the board, I think you.
Yeah.
Are we comfortable with that ambiguity, or do we want to detail out who's going to make that notification?
I'm comfortable with the perceived ambiguity. It has been working well, notwithstanding anything in our current ordinance.
And Jenny and I are always talking. When that's coming down the line, we know that's coming, and we know she's got a sheet of paper that has all the stuff that we have to do.
Yeah, and you should also know that the sheriff or Matt Brown, if the sheriff does it, will reach out to me so I can notify the board. If the board were to take this action, I would automatically reach out to the sheriff. We would ensure that that's coordinated.
Right. Yeah, the ambiguity in the language doesn't necessarily mean that there's ambiguity on the ground.
Right.
I will say we did just add, it happened because of up near St. Mary's, you can call a phone number. It says call a phone number and you can hear the band. Well, that wasn't happening. So now if you call the phone number, you'll hear me reading the band. So so every time we go in a band, I have to reread it because sometimes they're different, but now it's my voice was right there. So
Hopefully that will get a little easier because our restrictions should be a little more standard.
and then we can just use the like stage 2, we can do the stage 2 one, but right now it's got the dates and everything. So.
Yes, yeah. So if we're ready to go to the next one, so it's, I'm in section 8A3. So this was adding back the exemption, the carve out for the sheriff to issue a permit for essentially for unanticipated circumstances where someone might want or need a fire where the sheriff determines based on a consideration of the risks and the time and location of the fire and the safety and hazard mitigation measures to be used, that the risk of it becoming an out of control fire is low enough that he could issue a permit. And
Could I do that for my beekeeper smoker?
I believe that the sheriff is the one issuing the permit, so he'll get to decide that issue. But I think it's intended to be case by case. And if your smoker is one that you can demonstrate.
It was
it's
raining.
not a risk.
It was raining and it was really hard to do the beehive inspections this thing because they're mad when you don't use the smoker. And then I realized I got myself in a little pickle here, got stung. got stung through the suits. It was crazy.
You might look to the new rules about smoking.
Actually, yeah.
I need to invent
The new rules of
poker that I
smoking
can
could work. So
Do you have a cigarette with you?
yeah, so this was just intended to be a catch-all because we know we can't anticipate every circumstance in our ordinance. But this should help address those kind of one-off situations or maybe recurring beekeeper one-off situations in the county to allow stuff that really isn't a hazard, but would technically fall in the ordinance to go forward. And then you can see I added another section heading there for consistency in 8C. So Exhibit A is our next stop. We discussed those two changes with Exhibit A, the competent evidence. It just makes clear that if it's high fire danger in any portion of the county, then we would consider stage 1 or stage 2, depending on how many of those factors were met. And then for Exhibit B, and this is the smoking. Smoking is first. So George's concern was, and I think Jody's and Rebecca's too, was that our smoking restriction language, essentially, we know that people aren't going to quit smoking for a fire ban. Very unlikely. But for people who may have a child or it's a non-smoker, that we would be putting them in a situation to potentially be smoking in an enclosed car with the windows up with a child or somebody else, putting other people essentially at risk. And so I looked at the Forest Services restrictions for our ranger district, and I looked at a bunch of other counties in Colorado, and they seem to run a range from no smoking at all to you can with 3 feet of clearance. So I've kind of picked some, not arbitrary numbers here, but some numbers. So I picked 6 feet in diameter. So it's smoking is prohibited except while you're stationary. So in one place, not wandering around, within an area of at least 6 feet in diameter that is buried and cleared of all combustible materials, or within an enclosed vehicle trailer or building. That 6 feet here is consistent with the Forest Services restrictions in the county for stage 1 and stage 2, and it's consistent with Jeffco's. But I would also note that a number of counties do impose 3 feet. And then I want to say maybe Boulder County just 3 feet also. I think that was Boulder. It was a surprising one where we thought. But anyway, 6 feet is kind of middle. Yeah, 6 feet is kind of middle of the road, but certainly 3 feet the board could reasonably determine that is sufficient. And then similarly, if you look at that same provision in the stage 2 fire ban, I've just increased it to 10. And so that was based on, I believe Summit County had similar language that kind of just increased that diameter based on the increased.
I like that.
I do
We're kind
too.
of open here, so you could probably find 6 feet to.
Yeah. And also.
Should be able to.
There's all the flicking of ash. Yeah, I think 6 feet would.
Catch that.
Yeah, and 3 feet may not. That's absolutely true. So similar to that change, when I was doing that review of other ordinances, found this provision, the one that's in the bullet immediately below the smoking one, disposal of any burning object outdoors, including any cigarette, cigar, or match. That was already included within our restrictions, but this makes it perfectly clear. And I think, the more that you inform the public, the more aware that they'll be of their behavior. So that's intended to kind of just be a companion to that smoking and hopefully would address cigarette ash as well. Well, actually, I guess it wouldn't. That would maybe not be reasonable, but it does address the situation where somebody flicks a cigarette butt or lights a match and tosses it. So you can see that shooting language has not changed there. And we discussed the chimney language. So then I'm in the stage 2 restrictions. It's on page 14 in Exhibit B. And it's in the restrictions portion, the second to last bullet. So this was what we discussed about welding and cutting torch use during a stage 2 fire ban. And we wanted to make clear that that indoor work where sparks are not going outside at all, that should be exempt. You shouldn't need to worry about that. So that clarifies that. And then the outdoor, where the work is conducted outdoors, Clarissa was kind enough to verify that both CCFA and Evergreen Fire Rescue are willing to issue hot work permits for that work during stage 2 restrictions. And so I think what that typically entails is somebody applies for the permit. The fire chief or designee goes out and inspects to make sure that the area is in fact clear and safe, and then issues the permit for that work. So that should ensure.
Would that be like when they were working on the gondola and they had to do welding? Would there be a special permit for that or would that just halt their whole?
No, I mean, it's if it's outdoors, they would have to make sure that the area that they're working in is 30 feet in all directions. And I believe Clarissa pulled that number from, it's kind of a standard number. And so they would have to be in that cleared area, and they would have to get a permit in advance.
Okay.
Understanding how different clauses work together. If there was a need for some kind of a welding project that felt urgent, that person could always appeal to the sheriff under the, blanket sheriff can say, no, thank, right?
They absolutely could. Yep. And that's, I mean, there certainly are situations where there's going to be an overlap between, an exempted activity or an activity that is not restricted and what the sheriff could exempt. If there's any question about it, I guess the recommendation would be to default to asking.
Yeah.
People can always contact the county with questions if our ordinance isn't clear, and we've certainly tried to make it as clear as we can, but
I'm just thinking about like there's a record that's up in the forest somewhere, and I think they're waiting for the fire ban to go away so that they can cut it apart and get it out of there.
It's a what?
It's a record that's trapped out.
Oh,
and they can't get.
I saw that.
Because they have to cut it and can't do it during a fire ban.
Yeah.
Anyway. So the path for that specific scenario would be, under this ordinance, would be, don't talk to the sheriff, see if the sheriff will say, yeah, go ahead and cut up your.
Try to make your case that it's going to be safe, and the sheriff could do that, sure.
If they're not willing to take the mediation steps to make it safe, then they can wait.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's
Depending on, yeah.
So those are, let's see. Those are the main restrictions we talked about last time. So now I'm going to bring your attention to this second version that's just the automatic restrictions only. And there are just a few minor changes there to account for that change. So, I found 2 typos in here, and I made notes, but I'm not seeing one of them. I know that one of them is in our stage 2, one of the red lines where it should say that says than. I'm not sure exactly where that's at, but I'm going to make any changes for Scrivener's errors necessary when I do finalize this ordinance. Let's get this one. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right now, but just be aware that I did catch 2 typos and we'll fix those. So now looking at just the alternative language for the restrictions, the majority of that change is in section 4A. One of the typos is an associated change in the recitals. It still refers to stage 1 restrictions during automatic or during hazardous weather conditions. And so one of those changes is to strike out the word stage 1. But here in section 4A, you can see that We've just stricken the stage 1 fire restrictions because because this is the step up, it's not always going to be stage 1. And then B, types of restrictions. Just number 1, if no restrictions are in place at the time of a designation of a hazardous weather condition event, then stage 1 restrictions as set forth in Exhibit B automatically are in effect for the duration of the event. And then you can see 4A still designates or still makes clear that that's countywide. And then 4B, number 2, where stage 1 restrictions are in effect at the time of the designation of the hazardous weather condition event, stage 2 fire ban is set forth in Exhibit B will automatically be in effect for the duration of the event. So we do have a situation I wanted to just bring to your attention that could happen here where we have automatic restrictions in place because of a red flag warning. And then one of our utilities implements a public safety power shutoff under the language here. That would take us, if there were no restrictions in place, the red flag warning would bring us into stage 1. And then the public safety power shutoff, or alternative name used by CORE, would put us into stage 2. And so this does not step up to stage 3 under any circumstances because that kind of is the nuclear option for the county to shut down our land and no fires whatsoever. We don't want that just happening because we might have a particularly dangerous situation, a red flag warning, and a public safety power shutoff all at one time, which may not actually be any worse of an event than just the, one of the two or two of the two. It's just they happen to overlap. So so that's that's accounted for there. And then I've just added looks like I added a header in 4C to address that. Did you have questions or comments about those provisions?
I'm struggling to follow how we could go from no fire ban to stage 2 based on like an NWS and a PSPS.
Okay.
But I don't know that that's, I mean, maybe we jump into the weeds if we decide that we want to try to have this scale up. I'm curious. I mean, we asked for the options and because we wanted to think for a few weeks, and I'm curious if anybody has a strong opinion about which approach is better.
I have a strong opinion that if we suddenly have a firestorm, we need to go in immediately. We don't need to go, well, first we're gonna do stage 1, then we're gonna do stage 2. Is that what you meant, or?
I think what we're wrestling with is yeah, it's just that would we allow, if we're already in stage 1 and then we get a red flag warning, do we want to go into stage 2 and then like for a day and then come back out? Or do we want to just sit in stage 1? I think that's maybe the clearest way to say it.
Yeah, and I know that Eagle County's ordinance does just that. If there are no restrictions in place, a red flag warning will push it into stage 1. And then it'll just, when it expires, it comes out. If there are already stage 1 restrictions in place for any reason, a red flag warning would bump that up to stage 2. I did see on their website right immediately prior to our July 21st first reading that they had a header, on their website that said, we are in stage 1 restrictions. There is a red flag warning. We are not bumping up. So that's how they handled that situation. And I'm not sure why, but they must have just determined it wasn't necessary for whatever reason. And it may have been because, they had gone into stage 1 restrictions proactively, but conditions were kind of starting to get better to where the red flag warning did not really justify those stage 2 restrictions. But I guess that is always an option for this board, is because you can, or the sheriff, because you can limit restrictions. You could decide at any given time, even if the ordinance does that, you could decide that in this case, we're not going to. That just notice to the public what all that really is required there. Similarly and conversely, I guess, if we had restrictions that did not step up, but we started having multiple events, or we thought that conditions were worsening quickly, this board could say our automatic restrictions only push us into stage 1 here. We're going to bump it up to stage 2. So. And I don't know that there's a better approach here. I think it really is under the.
You know what's great about having all three of us come from different parts of the county
Yeah.
is that I can say, whoa, 100-mile-an-hour winds, we have 60-foot trees falling in our yard. And George can say, oh, it's perfectly nice here, but sure, let's, go into fire restrictions.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Clarissa, you had an opinion last month that you thought it wasn't worth the additional complexity to have to go from stage 1 to stage 2 during a red flag. Is that still your opinion?
Yeah, so that would still be my opinion. A couple of reasons just to reinforce what we talked about last time. Enforcement is challenging to be like, oh, what are we in terms of officers? Like, what are we in? And then, oh yeah, this constitutes a bump up or this doesn't constitute bump up. I'm a little concerned about the administrative burden. If we're saying this one doesn't constitute it, but it's written, so like trying to navigate the communications around, well, not this time we're bumping up, or bumping down, or that can be really confusing for the public. And then, I look at fire restrictions as just is a step to reduce the risk of a fire, not prevent the risk of a fire, just reduce the risk. And so I personally believe that when we go into the automatic restrictions, we're already taking that step into level 1. We're already taking a step to reduce the risk and then rely on declared for if things are actually really bad and they meet the competent evidence for stage 2, we should declare and go into stage 2 and not do the hem and haw back and forth.
Right.
Because then when people know we're in stage 2, it's bad in this county and they need to be aware and conscious and, not do that stuff. So that, again, your decisions. I think either way they work. Just that was my personal opinion.
This is like talking about convenience as a trade-off for safety can be awkward, but I just think about someone that's like, yep, tomorrow we're gonna stage 1, but I know I can still go smoke my brisket, and you wake up and it's a windy day and you gotta turn off your smoker. So I don't know. I mean, I guess after thinking about it for a month, colleagues, and this is not a strong opinion, I think I agree with Clarissa. It's not worth the extra complexity to have to go with what I was suggesting last month. I think I prefer the original version, but.
I agree, and keeping it simple and understandable, and then you get the public that's like, well, I'm confused and I'm not even gonna follow this anymore, whatever they're thinking, they just get mad. I think it's easier just to make it simpler.
Yeah. And then we don't have to understand this drafting issue that you were talking about.
Yep.
I have one more question that I wrote down and then forgot about when we were discussing it. If I can drag us backwards.
Please, yeah.
I'm curious about the dovetail between this and sort of code enforcement stuff. So let's go back to spark arresters and the phrase permanent dwelling. Could a person in a dwelling in a building that is not like met building code, that does not have a certificate of occupancy, have a fire if they have a spark arrestor under a fire ban, or would they be excluded?
They could have a fire. I think that they could have a fire with a spark arrestor during a fire ban, as long as they meet that requirement that it's an approved spark arrestor. The reason why I think that is because there are dwelling units that are in this county that are safe, that have been here for over 100 years, that didn't ever have to go through the building permit process and never got a certificate of occupancy.
And I think like if you're talking about something that was built before we had building codes, you would call that a legal non-conforming use, right? But if you have somebody that built a cabin yesterday, I just wonder if it's a side quest here, but I wonder if there's a way, like if we put a definition of permanent dwelling in here and define a permanent dwelling as something that is compliant with building code. Is that a useful policy tool?
I don't know how that would be enforced. It would, I think for the sheriff's office, what it would mean would be going out, well, maybe it would be later, the sheriff's office could just say, I don't know, so I'm gonna issue the ticket. No. But I would think that the spark arrestor alone is really what we're concerned about here. Not necessarily whether somebody jumped through all the hoops to close out their permit, even though they've been living in the home for some time and we have no reason to think it's unsafe. Trying to figure that out as the sheriff is making determinations, is this or isn't this a violation? The spark arrestor is a clear, clean line. Without trying to figure out all the situations that, is the structure itself unsafe versus is it safe to have a fire?
About some of the code enforcement photos you've provided. That one guy that had his stove on the front porch with the chimney up through the plywood and.
Not a permanent dwelling unit. Not a dwelling unit at all. That was a shack and it was an unsafe structure. So I guess that's one dividing line that we can say. If the structure is unsafe, we've got regulations for that. We would rely on those. It's not a permanent dwelling unit.
Okay. I mean, just bluntly, I thought maybe we would find a code enforcement tool in this legal authority that we have. This is why I'm bringing this up.
I see. Yeah. I mean, potentially we could, but I think the brain damage we might do in trying to get there to a definition that doesn't exclude the people we want to include and include the people we want to exclude would be difficult.
I'm good enough. I'm off of that heavy horse. We don't
Okay.
need to complicate this further.
I enjoy these questions, by the way. They're like law school hypotheticals. I get called on in class. I've been training for this my whole life. So I think if we are, let's see, the only other associated changes with the alternative fire restrictions language was just to remove under stage 1 and stage 2 and stage 3, whether they're declared or automatic, because if we were going to have them step up, they could be automatic at stage 1 or stage 2. And that is those are all the changes that I was able to detect through our conversation, my notes, discussion with Clarissa, and a full rewatch of the hearing, which was actually very helpful. There were a couple of things that I didn't get in my notes that I was able to get after that, but I think we've got them all and addressed them all. But if there are any other changes you'd like to see or any of the changes we've made that you would like to remove, we could talk about those now.
I found your then and that.
Yes, it's in red line.
In red line under the stage 2, on the smoking exempt.
Yes, thank you.
Colleagues, I don't have any other comments on the text of this. There's a little bit of a who's on first conversation I think is worth having, but I want to make sure that I want to respect if you have other comments on the language.
I don't.
Yeah. So I think before we get, and I know we still have to do public comment and blah, 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 but the old ordinance also said the board or sheriff. And we established such a strong expectation that that the sheriff was going to be on first here that perhaps the board even gave itself the authority. I just want to check in here and make sure that like right now, it's been raining a lot. The numbers may be getting close to going down to a stage 1. Is that, Sheriff, in your mind, is monitoring the data and as a day-to-day, do you still view that as you're on first there and we're on second, or?
Yes,
Okay.
I honestly do. And it goes back to, the fact that you guys would have to get involved with reviewing that competent evidence and having all these other different meetings to come, that it's just easier if we just continue status quo now. But you do have the authority, if needed, to come either come back out to a stage 1 or stage 2. But the way it is, I view it as it needs to stay the way it's going right now.
I am good with the way that it is.
Right. And if we have a strong opinion, we'll give you a call.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, again, and the ordinance does encourage that consultation, I think, for that reason, to make sure that everybody's tracking current conditions and are staying apprised.
Okay. Excellent. It's always good to just know, I don't have to call you and ask if you're looking at it, you're looking at it. So that's good enough for me. That's the last thing that I wanted to ask about.
Good question. If there are no other comments from the board, we can have some public comment. Yeah, oh, you were most welcome.
Is there anyone here for public comment on the fire bans? Is there anyone online?
If you're online and would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand. And maybe a few people online. Nothing.
Okay, closing public comment. Moving on to consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Resolution 26-53.
Do we want to make a motion?
Yep, let's hold up.
so sorry.
No, that's okay. Let's hold up. So I'm gonna request that the board adopt ordinance number 20 and ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 16 and establishing regulations for the banning of open fires, and that the board order the ordinance to be published in full. I'll address that really quickly. Normally at a second reading, our obligation is to typically it's to publish just the title of the ordinance, because the text doesn't always change. When the text does change, the ordinance the state law requires that we publish the changed text. But because the changes are interspersed and there are things lined out and back in talking with Nanette, our amazing paralegal, she thought actually it might be more cost effective to just publish the ordinance in full, because otherwise she's going to be doing editing and spending her time doing that. So we're requesting in this case that it be published in full.
I can make the motion. Does somebody else want to make the motion?
Yep. I move that we adopt ordinance 20 and ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 16 and establishing regulations for the banning of open fires, and that we order the full ordinance be published in the newspaper with the changes that we discussed, including authorization to correct scrivener's errors.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
This is a good one. I've been very excited about this ordinance, and Peter was too.
So moving on, for consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Resolution 26-53, a resolution rescinding resolution R-01-80.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clarissa.
Thank you, Clarissa.
Bye, Clarissa.
So this ordinance is associated with ordinance 20. Prior to the county's fire restrictions ordinance at all, the board adopted a resolution that delegated to the sheriff any authority to implement or lift fire restrictions. And that was based on the sheriff's, I think, his existing authority to as the fire marshal in the state of Colorado, or in our county and under state law. So because we now have an ordinance that makes very clear that there is concurrent authority between the board and sheriff, the ordinance number, it's R-01-83, no longer is necessary, and in fact has the potential to conflict with what is in ordinance number 20, or it has the potential to be forgotten and conflict with some future version. So this is a cleanup measure, and it's the resolution is R-2653, and it would rescind that original resolution. Just asking for your approval.
Just to make sure, because I'm confused a little.
Yes, sorry about that.
This is a resolution. It's a simple motion, no posting, no second reading, right?
Correct. Yeah, this is just, instead of adopting an ordinance originally, I think it was probably prior to the initial implementation or the General Assembly's adoption of the ordinance authority for fire bans. The sheriff already was already the fire warden for the county, and so had some authority to manage pursuant to that. And so Clear Creek County and prior to its ordinance had this resolution that established that authority in the sheriff to do fire bans and to lift them. But then over time, we now have ordinances which still kind of defaulted to the sheriff, even though the board had authority. I know that it wasn't quite clear who should be doing what. And part of the reason, part of our work in Ordinance 20 was to clarify that completely, to make sure that it's well understood. It is concurrent authority. And so this resolution being out there just muddies the waters. So if we rescind it, we can just rely fully on Ordinance 20.
Any questions? I don't have any questions. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the approval of 6-53, a resolution rescinding resolution R 0183.
Have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would just like to comment that Kathy has done, I don't mind saying myself, an outstanding job with this, but her coordination and her work with Clarissa and the sheriff's office has really helped a lot. Additionally, Kathy also tried to work with the fire authority, as far as I understand it, and did send all these changes to the fire authority and
to Evergreen, yeah.
Fire protection district. So I just want to relay that. It was definitely a huge effort on her part, as opposed to just making a few minor changes here or there.
Yeah. A big group, you're welcome, and a very big group effort. So, yeah.
I agree. Thank you for the deep dive. I think this policy is a market improvement. We had a fire start in Idaho Springs that may not have started under this policy.
Agreed.
Good. All right.
Thank you very much.
I think
In favor, I think.
didn't vote, yeah.
And a second. No, I knew. I just didn't know.
All right. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, we are breaking for lunch before returning for joint work session with the Gilpin County Commissioners at 1:30. Commissioners.
Oh, you,
Because we were
I
having
understand,
our own work session all morning.
but there's a gold standard,
They're really good about scheduling, knows why we're busy.
I know, right?
lifetime.
Yeah.
lanes, emergency lanes that we turned into traffic lanes when I was governor. I still claim credit for that, even though it was a long time ago.
That's all right. Thank you. Well, I'm going to open the meeting. Board of County Commissioners is now back in session. We are here with Senator John Hickenlooper. And we are also here with the Gilpin County Commissioners, as well as your regular Clear Creek BOCC.
Great. Well, thank you.
Certainly. Would you like to make a statement and then entertain a few questions?
So I can make the shortest statement ever in history. The great thing about being in cycle when you are going around for reelection is you, at least from my school, you go twice around the state and you talk to Republicans and Democrats. You try to meet people where they are and you try and shut the hell up and listen. So mostly what we've been doing is looking at the basic issues, the cost of living, obviously wildfires and all the issues around both defensive postures beforehand, but also what happens afterwards. What about water, which takes you into droughts? I mean, all the stuff you guys know. Affordable housing is a constant issue. But I do find that this is amazingly useful. I'm not going to brag about all the money we brought into the mountain areas or any of that stuff. I think that having stories and having talked to local elected officials and being able to use those stories in what we call appropriations meetings, right? When you're actually sitting around with 10 or 12 people that have enormous power over directing sometimes enormous sums of money, stories win over logic, right? And so you guys collect stories just by every breath you take, as Sting would say. You guys are collecting stories. So I figure the more I can come out and spend, I've been doing this for the last two and a half months. And I'm going to do it for the next 2.5 months. The more I can do that, I think the better position we will be in as a state. And I think we're going to have more of a bipartisan Congress. I think there are a bunch of Republicans that are ready to break ranks and start voting for basic funding of bipartisan issues like infrastructure and water and wildfires. So anyway, I'm shutting up. Pepper me with questions or tell me what you think I really need to know.
I'll start out. We really appreciate your support for the bipartisan infrastructure funding bill, which it's not quite done yet. It's a little rough, but the Floyd Hill project is coming along. You probably saw those.
It's amazing.
Big.
I get out and watch. Somehow, I'm living proof that there's one miracle left in each of us because of my wife, as she approached 50, felt she made a terrible mistake just choosing a career and decided she had to have a child. It was 1 in a million. They were able to harvest an egg and I could fertilize it in vitro and we had a surrogate. So I have a 3.5-year-old son at home.
Congratulations.
But I will take him out. We'll pull off there by the gravel pit and kind of go up on that side road and look up at what they're doing and look at the size of those machines. And he is just in love, in love. Anyway, so yes, and I can't remember what we got, $100 million or something like that. I know it's a little more than 10%, but enough to make sure it got pushed over and that we could really do it. So
Make that road so much safer.
And we had a couple of great stories that I could tell, and I'm on the Commerce Committee, which is where most of that money came through the back door of the Commerce Committee. And, there are so many stories to tell about I-70, right? That until we built the second tunnel, there hadn't been any infrastructure change that actually expanded capacity since Eisenhower.
Wow.
So anyway.
Downhill with a 90-degree turn, right?
Can you imagine? When you think about it, it's almost like from one of those animated adult cartoons, right? Where they talk about things with vulgarity and aplomb. What else?
I'm Susan Berman, Gilpin County Commissioner. And we had sent to your office, and I know I talked with Trina about it, our letter concerning the OMB rule change and our concern with that, because you were speaking about money that you brought here to the state, and to our counties which we thank you for, but that endangers a lot of it by their open definitions and a lot of subjective things that they'll be putting into looking at how we're using our funding and the programming. And we're very concerned that it will be losing money because of that. So
Right. No, we
just
should
urging you to
do everything we
on
can.
that and to, make sure that that rule change does not go through.
Right. And we will, I think we'll have everything, and it's all about finding those Republican votes, right? We need to stop something. We need 4. And I think we're going to do well in the elections, the midterm elections. We'll see. I mean, the president wants to centralize all power, and he wants to throw out any standards or any accepted practices of how you do rule changes and just consolidate the power in his office. He's got a small number of people in there that this is it's like a jihad. It's their religion. It's what they believe, that they want the government to be much weaker and much smaller. And they don't care if everybody's wasted. They just don't want it to benefit people, because people will be mad I really think they're trying to make people angry at the government, because then people will love them more. The only thing I can think of. Anyway, we understand the severity. The issues that came out last week where there was the email that the White House said we're going to have a meeting and we need the heads of the cabinet members of the 6 largest agencies that fund the states. We want you all to come with all the reasons of the money we can take away from Colorado. Right, because it was the whole Tina Peters thing. I don't know if you saw that last week, but no one that I know has ever seen that before in the history of the country, where the federal budgetary process, which is so Byzantine and so frustrating, but you go through all this work to get something appropriated, and then they take it away. They took signed legal contracts. People had invested millions, hundreds of millions of dollars on wind projects offshore, or a place like that. They said, it's canceled. These weren't filled out right. These forms aren't really valid. And again, all we can do is say, we will fix it when we come back. And there are a bunch of Republicans. I mean, I'm not defending the Republican senators, but they are faced with $20 or $30 million primaries. If they don't support the president, they will face a blizzard of attack ads, which will leave them. I mean, this happened to Bill Cassidy in his primary that he lost, and he's a really good, forget about Republican versus Democrat. He's just a much more conservative person than I am. But when he's in Denver, or he comes to my house when I'm not often in Louisiana, but we trust each other. And yet they went after him, and their goal, and they told him this, was they would spend so many attack ads and that they weren't going to worry about what the truth was, but that his grandchildren wouldn't want to be seen anywhere in public in Louisiana in his company. And in a democracy, it's unthinkable. But that's what we're up against. That's the fight to find those Republican voters.
And our board can tell you our emergency meetings that we had to have about SNAP and
Don't get me started.
emergency food for our constituents.
Childcare.
That were, it didn't matter what their party affiliations were, but they needed food and they needed support. And we as a local government had to step in and find money to support programs because that money was pulled from us.
I know. And so now we're all lean, and we've squeezed out every spare dollars. And trust me, the next wave of Medicaid cuts is coming in January, right? They timed it to get through the midterm elections, and all of a sudden it's going to be a lot worse than the first one. Yeah.
I was reading your Healthcare Act.
Oh, yeah.
That was, I think that was some good stuff in there.
Patients deserve price tags.
You had a Republican co-sponsor, right?
Well, not only did I have, Roger, not Williams. I'll think of his name in a second, but I had Bill Cassidy, who's the chair of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee, and then Bernie Sanders, who's the ranking Democrat, so he's the co-chair. I had both of them as co-sponsors. And that's something when you look at healthcare, we tried to, when I was governor, Governor Polis has tried to do it to force everybody to be transparent. Every insurance company, every hospital, every pharmaceutical, everything, who's paying who's billing who, how much do you really get paid, what are all the co-pays? Because if you don't see what prices are, no wonder there's this 8 or 10% inflation on healthcare every year. Because no one sees it. You can't have it. It's like a monopoly, but it's a monopoly in a bunch of industries. I call it an aggregated monopoly. They all kind of figure the status quo is pretty good. We're going to stick with it. Well, we bought that bill out of committee, which has teeth in it. If people do not become transparent, they will have huge fines. And came out of committee 21-1, right? Rand Paul from Kentucky. I have a lot of, I mean, I can't get him to vote on anything, but I'm working on it. I'm not giving up on him.
Pointed out that there was 25% of the money is spent on paperwork.
That's what the American Medical says. It's a $5.7 trillion spend every year. And they say, the AMA says 25% of it is duplication, inefficiencies, waste, some fraud. If we get even half of that, the government part of it, I mean, part of it will be the large corporations. That's who's going to drive the prices down, right? The Walmarts. Walmart pays all or some healthcare they have 2.5 million employees of 1,950,000. JP Morgan pays all the healthcare of 132,000 people. They can't see what they're paying, right? Once they sign that contract with United Healthcare or Cigna, it's opaque. They can't see a thing. So one hospital's charging in the same market, they're charging one JP Morgan employee something here for a tonsillectomy, and over at this other hospital, it's a tonsillectomy, and same quality, and one's twice as much. Once you give those big companies and let their teams of value finders go after those insurance companies, I think we'll have a real call to action. And, $5.7 trillion, and a quarter of that is whatever is $1.35 trillion. So if we got to half of that and it was divided between the businesses to pay their health insurance, the individuals who pay their health insurance, and then government because of Medicaid and Medicare, government gets a third of that. That's over $200 billion a year. That gets us pretty close to universal coverage. I think that's what both, again, there's a bunch of Republicans. We're all trying to come up with. We know how to solve a lot of these problems. The old system, which is now being ripped apart, it didn't work, right? Trump's in a real way not the issue. The issue is we had a system where our kids have $1.7 trillion of student debt. You have to be 40 years old before you can think you're going to buy a house in this economy. I mean,
I wanted to give a shout out to your assistant, Derek. She gets a lot of emails. So
no more, everyone just shouts out about Trina this, Trina that. How it makes me feel so diminished.
No, you were smart enough to hire her.
yeah.
Lucky enough.
She does a great job. I appreciate it, Trina.
No, thank you for saying that.
Senator, hi, Sandy Hollingforth, another county commissioner from Gilpin. So I have two things. One is, I know you were just in Gilpin County and you had a community meeting, so I'd love to hear themes that you heard today. But before that, I wanted to kind of tag on to this discussion. And I think in our positions at county commissioners, like we don't really make decisions in a partisan way,
Right.
but rather it's our. So
it's like mayors. Most mayors in this state and in every state are nonpartisan, almost all of them.
Yeah. So going back to the OMB, it's not just the impact on human services, which I want to re-emphasize. We've had cuts, to basic services, and then the changes in the eligibility criteria are really compressing who's eligible, which that's going to just make more people live in poverty and struggle. But also the fire mitigation money. So, because if that gets cut, the federal funds for fire mitigation get cut to Colorado, including Gilpin and Clear Creek County. That could be really devastating, to our communities and homeowners. And then, of course, as you know, the FEMA and emergency management cuts, just they're really hamstringing, our communities and what we can do and accomplish. So instead of doing more and trying to make our community safer, we're having to make decisions about either not doing things and postponing things like mitigation.
Right.
So all of that is just a trickle effect, through those cuts. And then even though I appreciate the increase in like the Floyd Hill, the improvements and everything, our two counties are really challenged because in Colorado, there's a real emphasis on promoting recreation. And, you know, more people come to Colorado for tourism, but we get really hit with the impacts because we don't have the infrastructure of some counties. So as people come up and they bike or they, you know, recreate and they go and they hike all the high mountains unprepared, that costs shifts the responsibility to the counties to help with response. So that's really a struggle.
EMS feels the burden.
Yeah, and I don't really know the answer to it all, but at the federal level, but it's just something that we have a different point of view about more and more tourists coming to our communities because of safety and impacts. And I know we could go on for days talking about it because it's things that we work together on, and our counties work together on a lot of issues, and it's really great. The only other thing besides asking that question about Gilpin is please do everything that you can, and I know you have been, in not letting our public lands be sold. Yeah, I think that's really important. You know, they belong to the people, and when they're being sold to private entities, and it just works against the purpose of them, I think. So what did you hear in Gilpin County at the community meeting?
Just what you were saying, wildfires is a big part, affordable housing was a big part, PILT, and the question of is the PILT sufficient for counties like Gilpin where you've got a lot of public lands? As much as you love the public lands, you don't want them sold. You also, if you're going to be required to do the fire suppression and mitigation and remediation, the PILT probably needs to be larger, and there's got to be some way of. We talked about, you know, how does the Forest Service, which has been cut dramatically, I mean, really beyond anybody's possible conception, maybe some of that money should go in increased PILT and allow the communities to partnership and actually, but have it organized, you know, the technology is available so that we can spot fires wherever they are and make sure that the closest truck goes immediately. And if we had all the local communities being funded in part by the federal government, you get to those fires a lot sooner. So that's something we discussed. I'm not sure that's the right solution, but I think it's, you know, when I first was running for governor, and I didn't know until after I got elected, but I was the first Denver mayor in 120 years to get elected governor of Colorado, because that's how old the animosity was. And when I ran for mayor, I ran on the whole premise that Denver would never be a great city without great suburbs, and we would share our same senior water rights. We would share our tax base with the suburbs. And everyone said, "Oh, you're giving away the treasure. The city voters aren't. That's Denver's treasure. They're not going to vote for you." I got 2/3 of the damn votes, right? People want us to work together, and I think everything that you're saying is a reflection. I spent a lot of time in that campaign thinking about and then talking about what do we want our brand to be. And I don't, if you probably don't remember back this far, but we did a bottom-up economic development plan from the moment I got elected. We were 40th in job creation in the country. And we said, no more advertising for tourism, no more advertising for skiing. They can do their own advertising. We want to advertise for entrepreneurs and young people. We want people to come and build a life here and create jobs. And this is before COVID and before everyone could work by home. But again, that was wildly popular. You know, when we did the bottom-up economic development plan, people want the state to be known as a place where people work together. And they want the state to be known as a place of innovation, right? So even as closely as we want to work together, we got to make sure we don't become, you know, too rigid, you know, too much just a kind of a closed system. We want to still make sure that we're pushing innovation for everything you talked about. There are ways we can do a better job of dealing with it. And most of those ways, you know, I always used to say during the campaigns that the West is always known as a place for independents and gunfighters and lone trappers. The trappers went out in teams of 12 to 16 to 20. They never went out by themselves. There were a lot more barn raisings than there ever were shootouts. You know, the image of the West doesn't capture the reality, which was collaboration, working together, and, you know, this dogged persistence, you know, unwillingness to quit. And then coming up with new ideas of how to irrigate. You know, I love reading the stories about the original irrigation ditches that came from pretty far up in the mountains, probably at Clear Creek, I'll bet. Trying to think of how far they got up there around Golden. But those early irrigations were miracles. That allowed more people to live here because they could be more food. Anyway, so everything you're describing and suggesting, I think as we rebuild the country, and I think young people, we got to inspire young people. Young people are so angry and so frustrated at everybody in office now. We all sure feel this. My son's 24 and he's got friends that don't want to ever have children. And I understand it. I understand where it looks, how they perceive it, but it's wrong. You're right. Maybe it's not as easy as it was 50 years ago, right? But it's still a child born tomorrow has a higher probability of a happy and healthy life than any human child ever born in the history of mankind, right? We're making strides in biology and life sciences and infrastructure and energy. I mean, there are 4 major, non-radioactive nuclear fusion projects that if one of these things works, we'll have clean, safe energy that doesn't pollute. These are all things that we have to work for. And I keep, I sit down with my friends, and I always ferret out the friends of my son, and I give them a hard time. I just say, my mom grew up in the Depression. She learned to sew all her own clothes. She never bought a dress her whole life. In 1943, while her husband was a fighter pilot in Europe, she and her sisters took German lessons because they thought we might lose the war. That's a struggle, right? That's a burden that you want to, maybe I'll give up. But what we're facing now, we got, if the Republicans in the room, we've got a kind of off-kilter president. That's not a fair thing. I'll just say a lunatic. Sometimes he's doing things that don't make any sense for any of us. That's one person, and he's going to be out of office a couple of years, and we're going to figure out how to do things that, rebuild the system in a better way. But only if we, put a smile on our face and get to work. And a part of this, obviously, is our social media. In other words, Google and Facebook make money by making our children unhappy, right? By making them frustrated and angry, they make money. That's how they're building their businesses. And they know that, and they're not doing anything about it. I'm not sure, given free speech and the importance of that to our country, I'm not sure how we're going to get around it, but we are going to start giving hearings and there are a number of engineers that are willing to come out and speak publicly about some of these things. And, that's the only way you ever change anything.
Clear Creek colleagues, do you have?
Yeah, first off, I would just like to thank you. I was up at Estes Park with you when we were talking about saving the national forest, saving our public lands. So thank you for that. And I know that's still a battle. I am to be talking about our high school, as you know, is at risk of being shut down if we don't get some type of a fire suppression. And I know that they got funding, the Lookout Mountain Water District to do their water treatment. And that is important to get those pipes changed, but it's important that we somehow come up, and Trina has been working so hard to try to find us some funding. So if you hear of something, let us know. And I also wanted to add, when you talk about, I have 4 boys. And my 2 older boys own homes, and they each have 3 kids. My 2 younger boys, they don't own homes and they don't want to have kids. So that's how fast this separation changed. And one thing that I see lacking too is we're not investing in childcare.
Totally agree.
In our schools, and it just, if you want to talk about human waste studies, like I can spend a day with you just talking about issues that our communities are facing. And it's huge, but we're not investing in the proper things, I think, especially now. But childcare is just, I call it infrastructure. I think it's part of infrastructure. And if there's any way you could fight for that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Do it every day. My first big political battle when I got elected mayor of Denver back in 2003 was to get, there's a guy named Ari Savaras. If, I lost in the primary, but I'll support you in the runoff. If you support early childhood education. And we got 2 committees one was 35 people, one was 40 people. And we went to the voters for a sales tax. And we were the first city in America to pass the sales tax. Pete Kors of that family was one of the co-chairs of that tax increase. Not too sure he's ever chaired a tax increase before in his life, but the numbers of it are so powerful. I mean, it's one of the best investments we can make. So we obviously need to figure out some ways of restructuring how we raise our money. Most of the wealthy people I know in Colorado would be happy to pay more taxes. They just want to make sure everybody's paying something, and they want to make sure the money's not being wasted, right? One of the things I was proudest about of being mayor for 8 years was in the end, we'd done all these things like early childhood education. We had, reformed the police department, did all this stuff, but we had 7% fewer employees. And I tell people, I said, there's no reason why we can't do more and solve problems with smaller government. And trust me, Democrats love that as much as Republicans did. That's not a partisan issue. And I think that's the kind of attitude, if we want to find more money to have universal childcare, we've got to suck up our guts and say, all right, how are we going to pay for it?
Right.
And there are ways to do it, but it's going to take some sacrifice.
New Mexico.
That's a good example.
Right.
Good, George.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. So I have a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. First, I can't help, Sandy mentioned an imbalance between service demand and tax base that is just acute. It's palpable.
Right.
I want to introduce you, I think, to a new geographic category in Colorado. All our local governments are like to, we've got our rural resort and our rural and our frontier. I think you're looking at two counties. We're one of a pretty small handful of counties that could call ourselves like rural exurban.
Yeah.
We deal with so much pressure in and out of the metro area, 16 million drivers a year that the 9,000 taxpayers in Clear Creek County are trying to figure out how to be prepared to save their lives. And you were talking about medical billing and challenges in the medical in this field. Greatly appreciate your interest in that. I would encourage you to consider carefully how EMS fits into that. Our EMS service, we just had to hire a third ambulance because of volumes. And I'm on the statewide EMS system sustainability task force. And just last night I was reading about the history of EMS. And do you know that EMS was originally conceived as a federally funded program? And the federal government backed away and left volunteers and local governments to figure out how to fund that. So right now it's property taxes and sales taxes. So I thought I'd mention that. But on this rec service demand, I assume you're headed further west. When you get to Summit County, what you'll notice, and it's not just Summit County, it's the rural resorts, big wide open valleys. When you drive through Clear Creek County, you'll see we don't have a whole lot of developable land. We just will not scale an economy, I believe, that allows us to both take care of our visitation service demand and take care of our people. And our people deserve to be taken care of. The biggest example I can give you is we just formed our regional housing authority a couple of years ago. Huge win, took years of effort.
We heard.
It has a budget for an executive director.
Yeah, I saw it. I met your executive director.
Oh, good. Erica.
And they're doing great work, and we're really proud of ourselves for accomplishing that. And we are investing collectively as a county and our municipalities less than a tenth of what they're able to afford in Summit County on housing. Just one issue.
Those bastards.
It's not about them. It's about that we need innovation in how we collect revenues or receive revenues so that we don't effectively, I believe, become the kind of place where you're not sure you get good response when you're on the highway. I don't think Colorado's economy wants that. I don't think Colorado's people want that. It's a whole lot of Coloradans we take care of. So I'm sorry, but Sandy, you inspired me. What I had intended to start with was something more positive, which is I wanted to thank you for, we just had a celebration. We opened our Mountain Youth Network gathering place. It's in the Wellness Center. You've been to the Wellness Center because you helped us build it. It was a congressionally directed spending ask. A big part of those funds ultimately went towards us creating a space in the Wellness Center for our youth to gather. It's a really awesome thing. Our youth love it. They love the space. It's a wonderful program and it needed a permanent home. We just sat around a bunch of kids that were making speeches to us and really developing their leadership skills. And we were talking about you because we were talking about all the different people that we have to thank for that existing. So thank you.
Oh, they just like me because I used to be a bar owner. And the congressionally directed spending, I didn't get that. I mean, you guys got, what you guys provided was stories. And that's what gets the money is you go back there and you tell the stories. And again, I spent as much time with the Republicans as with the Democrats. Now that I'm through the primary, I can say that publicly. Because for a while there, you couldn't say anything nice about a Republican or else you'd lose your Democratic primary. But I think that we're going to come back to a point where democracy is going to start functioning again. We're going to have to process through Trump, and I'm not sure what happens this last 2 years. But I think that there is a strong sentiment among Republicans and Democrats that this can work, and that these jihads on one issue or another are not constructive. And I think we're going to see a little more clearly. People are going to start using charts and looking at rates of change and what China means and how without building more aircraft cruisers and destroyers, because they can outbuild whatever we build. They can build literally 7 or 8 times what we can build, but figuring out how we're going to coexist in some way and be able to make sure that we protect ourselves and that we can sell our form of government competitively in the world. And I think we can. I mean, I think democracy works when it works. Unfortunately, if you look in history, I've been counting on one hand the number of democracies that have lasted 250 years. So we've got to take this a little more seriously than we have. And I think that pushes both sides, Republicans and Democrats, to start, not digging in quite so firmly and finding more ways to compromise.
Yeah, it's the worst system anyone has ever invented, except for all of the other ones.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that quotation.
I have one more story since you started about stories. So this is really just a story of what we're working on today and what we did a couple weeks ago. As a board, a couple weeks ago, we asked staff to bring us a supplemental appropriation so that we can increase our Medicaid eligibility enrollment. What is this title? I'm sorry. I'm looking at Sarah. What is the title of our eligibility folks? Yeah, so our Medicaid SNAP case managers, we effectively increased our FTE count by 150% so that we can help folks get through all of these new hoops and all of this new red tape that is about to be meted upon people who are asking for help.
The SNAP stuff does really enrage me. At a certain point, I can't tell you, the farmers in Colorado are pissed. I've never seen them, and ranchers so upset that they voted for President Trump. The tariffs mean they can't count on good export markets. The inflation in almost everything they use has gone through the ceiling. The war now, that not only is diesel, 45% double up, is 45% increase, but the fertilizer is up 50%. They don't know what a price is, whether they're going to get a fair price. There's a drought. I mean, they were told that he would unrig the system, and what he did was he re-rigged it for himself. And they are incensed. And I think that's exactly what you're saying. That's gonna be a bottom-up convection current.
And the theory of the case is, don't worry, federal government can back away, local governments can hand it. It'll be just like MS. It's going to be fine. And so I just wanted to tell you a story about what we're working on, what we're able to accomplish when we're not trying to help people get through imaginary invented red tape. So just on our agenda today, we have approved a few contracts with our public health to help children get vaccinated, prepare for public health emergencies, etc. We had a great conversation with CORE about wildfire mitigation and public safety power shutoffs and how to keep people healthy when their power's off. We had a conversation about fire bans. We're here having a joint meeting between Gilpin County. On the agenda for that is talking about how our human services departments can coordinate more closely.
Yeah.
We're talking about what recreation management and cycling looks like in the region. We're talking about how to provide an animal shelter that is really, really valued by the community. We're talking about how to build childcare systems that work across the two counties. And we're talking about how to address wildfire. these are the things that I think we want, and I think our taxpayers want us to be focusing on, not helping people navigate red tape. And I know you understand this, but I thought it might be helpful for you to be able to say, and I heard they really have the capacity to work on some really interesting stuff that matters to people, or they can spend your tax dollars helping people get through invented red tape.
Right. I get that. And that's a good story that I will use, I promise.
I have a quick fentanyl story. I have a granddaughter that was born on fentanyl and without Medicaid, I don't know what would be happening with her. You know, my daughter will probably lose custody in the next 6 months, but she's about 11 months now, and you know, and she's been in the Medicaid system, thank God for. And I also housed my other granddaughter who was adopted. She was more of a meth baby, but and the Medicaid helps the people who adopted her immensely with medical bills and stuff. So, you know, Medicaid, and it hits home to me really close. So.
Yeah, no, people don't realize how deep it hits. They really don't. And I do collect stories like that. And everyone knows someone who's being impacted directly by the cuts in healthcare. Everybody.
Minutes, sorry to be the.
Well, I have a quick question.
Yes.
You said that Colorado is still being punished by this administration.
It is.
And
but it's the tail detritus. We think that the FEMA and those guys are going to fund us now appropriately because we've scared the living daylights out of them.
okay. And my question was, you know, the governor said, well, we've got to let Tina Peters go because otherwise the Trump administration will keep failing to fund us. But we're still facing that. And I even wrote to the governor at the time to say, he doesn't reward, you know, people who do things for him.
No, the crazy thing about this is that Governor Polis is that old school. He saw too many Jimmy Stewart movies when he was a kid, I think. But he talked to me 2.5 years ago when she first got sentenced and said, that's too harsh. It was that she did not give away any information. She showed how the machine worked, but she didn't give away any serious information. It was an off-year election. The election was over, already done. No one was protesting that election. He says, I think I'm going to fix that. And he just got too busy. And he kind of forgot about it. And then it became a personal issue for his values. I can pretty much guarantee you that every one of his senior advisors who he usually leans on and trusts told him, don't do this. And it sends the wrong message. I mean, we all know the same arguments of why it was a terrible mistake. But that's, you know, Roy Romer had a couple blind spots like that. And I'm old enough to remember Roy Romer. And he was a great, great governor. My God, sometimes you go, what is he doing?
Okay. But
Anyway.
you're not seeing any benefit to the state from that.
No, there's no benefit from her getting released, no question. I think we're getting some more attention on things like FEMA. I think if we have like the flood we just had down in Colorado Springs and some of these wildfires we've had, I think we are getting aid. Certainly, our fire season started early and has really been intense, and they have not pulled away the federal. So we've had a large amount of federal support in terms of fighting those fires. So I don't think it's still happening. The fact is, though, we can prove that it did happen. And so at some point we have to, I think the Republicans are there. We have to make sure we create laws so that it can never happen again. But we just assume that no one would ever do this. And there are some laws that no one's ever challenged, or I don't think they've ever been used, but we'll explore those laws and then figure out some way to make sure it doesn't happen.
Thank you. All right. Gilpin, any other questions?
Since George went over our agenda for today, another thing on there is our Veteran Services Officer. And Colorado has a model where each county is responsible. But the funding has really reduced. So it's really cost shifted to the counties once again, which I think is unfortunate, disrespectful, just bad, you know, because the support for our veterans is really important. So we're gonna talk about how to maybe work together in a different way to provide that service. But I would hope that if there's ever an opportunity to provide more funding for our veterans, for healthcare, the VSOs and everything, that would be really great.
Well, what we did was, remember all the stories about the burn pits? So people going back, even pre-Vietnam and go back to Korean Wars, they just have these pits and burn all this stuff. And so soldiers that worked around them inhaled a lot of bad things. And you can look at the types of cancers and predict them. So we got that paid for the first time. And it's the largest increase in veterans benefit in history, right? In history, as a percentage basis, the largest percentage increase. But we didn't fund the local states, the 50 states, to be able to up their support of the actual people to go out and do the work. I think we put 4% in there for that. And they got some money, but nowhere near enough. And I think that's a battle that went on at the last minute with that particular bill. But Colorado is, again, I think Colorado is looked at as a home of innovation. And a lot of what we've done to be a friend of veterans and to support our active duty military, our Air Force bases, and our military, our forts, have the highest reenlistment rate of any military establishments in the country. Isn't that wild? And that's because we did a bunch of laws. So if your spouse is in the military and you're a chiropractor and they get transferred to Colorado, your spouse gets to work as a chiropractor on a provisional license until they've been here for the required 18 months to go through all the rigmarole. We have all kinds of little things like that we did. So it's not out of caring. And I think the big, the road to homes, what's the name of that goddamn bill? I'm a dyslexic, so I have a horrible time. This is my biggest challenge, remembering all the acronyms in the bills. But the big, it was 80 votes, so it was a big bipartisan bill on to do affordable housing. But part of that was to give veterans a much better way to access really low interest loans and lower a lot of the barriers to that. Part of it was to look at finding different ways to change the community development block grant structuring, and again, raising the limit so more people would qualify for it. We will never be able to do enough for our veterans. I think that's a legitimate, fair, that most Americans would agree with that statement. But we're also, to be human is to be flawed, and we do some stupid things, and that not providing the full support for that bill was a stupid thing.
I saw a good bumper sticker. It said, the Capitol and church, and it said, build this wall between them. I've been reading about some school districts in Colorado that have problems with private, publicly funded Christian schools.
Yeah.
That's good. We need to clarify that.
I agree. I'm ambivalent on it in a way that I do see the other side. I mean, there has never been a successful civilization without religion. China will be the first if they pull it off, but they've kind of opened the door to a number of their smaller sectarian religions. That being said, I don't think government should be favoring it. My favorite Ben Franklin story was, when he died, he was the 5th richest person in the colonies. Yeah, because it's pretty impressive. He figured out you only buy one Bible for a family for their whole life, but an almanac you can sell it. If you can buy an almanac, buy it every year. And when he died, he left a big chunk of his money in Philadelphia to build churches or other buildings of worship for any sect that wants them. In other words, they would pay 2/3 of the cost of an Episcopal church or Muslim.
We had the first fire department.
Yeah, he did. The library, the fire department, all that stuff. He was really a visionary. And unlike many wealthy people today, he did believe in giving back.
As did Stephen Gerard.
And to Stephen Gerard, you must be from Philadelphia.
My dad went to Gerard College.
No kidding. Yeah, I used to play soccer against Gerard College.
Yeah.
When I was in high school. Gerard College wasn't a college, it was a high school for
I'm still trying to
kids.
figure out how Jeff got elected with his 76ers hat and his Eagles.
Well, we got LeBron James now, so. No.
All right.
All right.
Still got the
Thank you.
Can we get a picture?
Very
Doing this
much.
again? Absolutely, absolutely.
course.
Could we be doing this again sometime? Sure, absolutely. For a while, but yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think what you guys are doing by getting counties to work together and creating new what you call them ex-urban rural areas. No, it's true.
For rural ex-urban.
And you guys should work on when you get the two counties together and kind of work out, how would you get some money from the state or from the federal government? And which one makes more sense to take care of the ambulance calls and when the hikers get, the helicopter gets someone off the top of a mountain.
Right.
I think those are all legitimate issues that we should be able to figure out.
Since you're sitting here, I think we would all agree right now, the federal government feels more promising.
In the state?
You're sitting right here.
The state has done more, and I've got to give credit to Governor Polis that he came in and he was so ambitious in terms of deep roofing, and freeing up more money for he's pretty much almost back up, at least up until this year. He's fully funding the old Amendment 2 in terms of making sure we pay the full amount for public education, right? We were way behind.
Yeah.
And I started paying that back, but at a pretty slow rate, and those guys kind of finished it faster. The state's pretty flush. I mean, right now it's upside down because the federal government pulled the rug out from them, right? But I think right now, if the interest rate goes up 0.25%, we will right now begin paying more on interest than we're paying for defense.
Right. Right.
And that's going to somehow, everyone in Washington is going to have to come to the table. There's 93,000 different trade associations. Every one of them's got a lobbyist somewhere. And that's a lot of people all trying to do good for their members, right? They're good people trying to do good for their members. The only way they can really do good for their members is to get a tax break, right? Or make it harder to unionize. But to do something that makes their businesses succeed, that's who they're all representing some form of a business. I mean, some for nonprofits, but almost all businesses. Anyway, it's amazing democracy survives this long.
Senator, before you leave, could we get a photo with all the county commissioners?
Of course, I'd be honored.
Should we just do a quick recess?
Oh, yes. Board of County Commissioners is on recess. Thank you.
What happens if you don't?
You good? All right. Fairfield County Board of County Commissioners and the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners are back in session. I'm going to change the order on the agenda to put animal shelter semi-annual check-in up next. It's this.
Oh, actually, Colton was gonna speak.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
So I think after the last joint meeting, we got pretty clear direction from both boards, Ray and I, to a little bit closer into Charlie's Place's operations. We've had paper records that we had to digitize. We have a little bit more thorough understanding of the amount of dogs when they came in, where they came from than we did previously, which thank you, Sue, for all of that work. It was a lot. So we digitized the last 3 years of animal records to make it easier to kind of look at burdens and costs and where the animals are coming from, how long they're staying. So I think, obviously 2 counties have a little bit of 2 different perspectives. So we're kind of jointly talk about each one of ours independently. I did a little bit of an, Megan, can you bring up the deck, me.
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you. I did a little bit of analysis looking at our issues with our exposure to Charlie's Place financially, as well as what's going on with staff. We are having currently some workshops with some volunteers there and Gilpin County and some staff on what revenue options look like for us, because we are overexposed, which we'll see in the presentation as far as the burden that we pay for Clear Creek County. So I can walk through that with the board on where we're kind of sitting. And I think Gilpin, Ray, if you have a supplemental presentation that you want to talk through.
So Jerry Brewer is online attending remotely. She provided some additional information to facilitate the conversation today. So I believe she's been unmuted. So after you're done, then we'll ask her to share her information.
Cool. Okay, so there's a lot in here. This is kind of my style of giving presentations for Gilpin County. I have a lot of text in here. I'm not going to read it. It's obviously an attachment on some other stuff, but there's a few things that I wanted to point out from our perspective. So Megan, next slide. So this is the 2025 funding split. Obviously, we did something a little bit different here where we included Friends of Charlie's Place's outlay as a partner. Their outlays do not appear in our budget. They are directly paid by the nonprofit. They are not base services. They are extra things, vaccine clinics, special food for the animals, medical expenses on animals that don't, that are exceedingly expensive for us to bear, things like that. So they're a really valuable partner, but their expenditures do not appear in our budget because that money does not go through the county. It is going paid directly by the nonprofit to those suppliers directly. So when we talk about our combined budget, we're talking about all 3 funding sources, but I think that fairly represents how important Friends of Charlie's Place is to maintaining the service levels as they currently are. And I caveat the currently are because I think that's part of the question that's before the board a little bit on what level of service we're willing to provide, we can afford to provide, things like that. I think, for us, people love Charlie's Place in our county. It's one of the services that we do well. Having said that, as we go through here, we'll see that it's becoming exceedingly expensive for just our taxpayers to burden based operations, but we think we have some solutions in the pipeline that could help with that. So next slide.
Colton, I have a question real quick. When we talk about what Friends of Charlie's Place pays for the extras and stuff, does between Clear Creek and Gilpin, do they pay for like the base food? When you talk about special food?
The base food, we pay some, they pay some, or they pay all of it?
Almost all of it.
All of it now? Okay, so they pay all.
And as of now, we kind of exceeded our medical budget and they're paying all of the medical through the end of the year too.
Okay.
So so that's not, again, not reflected in the total base operation. It's given that now they're paying for almost all of the food and a lot of the medical. Whether or not that's base operation or not, I think is a question a little bit, but either way, the functionality of the services that are provided at this point are very dependent on that funding. So I took a couple of stabs at how to fairly, look at this. None of these are better than any other ones. And it's just information. But basically what I wanted to do is figure out, we've been traditionally looking at this shelter as impounds. So how many impounds are coming from each, or dogs are coming in from each operation, each jurisdiction. I don't think that's the right way to look at it, because really the cost is around how many days they're there. So we're trying to normalize the dogs to dog days, which is basically how many days times the number of dogs. So if four dogs are there one day, that's 4 dogs days. If it's one dog there for 4 days, that's also 4 dog days. Because really, when we look at like the marginal cost of a facility like this, it's basically on like the operational unit, and that's the kennels. And so how far are the kennels? How long are the kennels occupied? What's the receiving and releasing capacity of the facility? I feel like dog days is the fairest way to look at that. But having said that, it is not perfect. There is other problems with that, which we'll talk about. But we also have 2 distinct operations that happen at Carly's Place, what we need to talk about separately. One is LE holds, law enforcement holds. These are our statutory obligations. This is court holds, dangerous animal holds, lost dogs picked up by the community service officers. In our case, I'm not sure who picks them up in Gilpin, but some kind of animal control.
Or deputy.
Deputies. Okay. So we have, they're statutory holds. We also have people who just take animals there. Right now we receive them from both counties. Those are non-LE holds. And then we have this kind of Friends of Charlie's Place dogs. So I wanted to tag these as these are adoptable dogs that are brought in for adoption, or they're from out of state. There is a little bit of disagreement about how expensive these are. My position is that these are very marginal costs. The facility is an extremely heavy fixed cost institution. The fixed costs are the salaries of the staff, the benefits, the cost of the building, the utilities. Now that Charlie's Place is paying for food, there's not a lot of additional costs for how many dogs you have. So we are actually more incentivized to have the building full than empty, because every dog is cheaper at that point. If you have very low dog counts in a high fixed cost business, it is a very expensive pure unit business to run. And so we see that our marginal costs, or the cost per dog day, greatly gets cheaper the more dogs we have there, right? Because we are providing more service. So we do carry adoptable dogs. We have moved more to a facilitator of adoptions, where they don't spend a lot of time in the facility. The amount of out-of-state dog days or Friends of Charlie's Place dogs, for lack of a better term, has dramatically decreased over the last 3 years, because we are taking in less. Partly it's a staffing issue, partly it is a reaction to some board direction and previous county manager direction to reduce the amount of dogs that we're caring for that are purely adoptable animals.
I just want to make one point.
Yeah, sure.
2026, we only brought in 1 dog from out of state into the shelter, and it was adopted almost immediately.
Right.
So it's a non-factor for 2026.
I also just want to clarify, that was not a board decision or board direction to alter the way that Charlie's Place worked.
Okay.
Charlie's Place was really clear. Sheriff. That was a decision of the sheriff of Quaker County.
Thanks for the clarification. So that's kind of where I'm at. So for 2025, I want to point out, and I think this point will be made several times, the number of dog days between the 3 different groups is very volatile, because what happens is the majority of the dogs are there for less than a month. So it really is highly correlated with the amount of impounds that are coming in, or dogs that are coming in. Now, having said that, we do get dogs that are there for quite a while, and that can throw, and a single dog can throw the number of dog days a lot. And so you'll see a lot of volatility in this number on how many dog days are for each jurisdiction. So this is really just an exercise in kind of explaining more how to think about our exposure to the way that the counties are currently operating the facility. For example, right, Ellie holds for us in 2025 were really high, 208. But if you go to the next slide, it was 16, right? And that's because you just had one dog that was held a long time on an LE hold, right? 1 year that didn't appear. And you also see that Gilpin's exposure, which they had, I think, 35% of the days in 25 went down to 21% in 24, right? Our number is fairly consistent across the board, at around 35 to 50% of the days, for our collections, including LE holds. But the other two partners, given the de-emphasization of adoptable dogs and the Gilpin County's volatility in their dog numbers does change a lot year to year. Our Clear Creek days are fairly consistent. So this is kind of how we came to determine dog days, like how many days are kennels full, regardless if it's 4 dogs or 1 or whatever. It helps normalize it to the same number. Next slide, please. So the cost per day per dog. So this is kind of, you take that number and then you just divide the budget exposure between the 3 funders. Each one has a different cost per day, depending on how many dogs they had and also how much budget they're contributing. The takeaway here is that even the blended combined cost at $175 per day is very, very expensive. I've found a couple of benchmarks in the industry. These are not anything I'd willing to stake my reputation on, but there actually is not a lot of analysis that's been done, weirdly, on how much holding an animal per day costs. Particularly on the no-kill side, I think it's partly because that's not a philosophy. That's not how they're looking at their operation. They're looking at it from a more moralistic perspective. They are not treating them as strictly inputs. I found a couple of references to about $100 a day is generally what no-kills pay. Having said that, I don't know how much analysis went into those numbers. So those benchmarks, I think, are pretty loose. County run or municipal run shelters or well-funded shelters, kind of like Foothills or very primitive municipal shelters, run between $35 and $65 a day. So even the blended rate is really high. If we talk about our cost per resident, Clear Creek is extremely high at $28 per resident to fund our exposure between the combined population of 15,000 people is very expensive. For the amount of dog days that we're carrying. So we know that we have an issue that we need to get that number down. So there's a couple of reasons for that. We'll get into that later, but that's kind of where we are if we look at it cost per day. Next slide. A way to potentially solve the problem as a potential proposal is that we shift to a dog day model and not a flat exposure. We have right now, the current agreement is that we pay 80% of base, Gilpin pays 20%. We could go to a proportional payment on how many dog days are you there. That would also require, very clear understanding of when we take dogs, when we don't take dogs, things like that. That is a way to recover the costs. Proportionally, Gilpin got a pretty good deal in 25. But in 24, it was less of a good deal. And then in 23, it was the inverse, right? So this is a very volatile way to arrange an IGA, full transparency, because those numbers shift so dramatically. But it is a way to potentially provide a little bit more of a proportional cost load. But it is just one potential solution. The details are here, but basically it would be if we went to a per dog day funding arrangement. Next slide.
Colton, how would that work with like Gilpin residents bringing the dogs in?
Well, right now they can. And so it's pretty much open drop, right?
Yep.
And obviously Charlie's Place puts a lot of effort into keeping the dogs with the ham families. So they'll offer training, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And counseling to try to help the dogs stay in the home. But ultimately, any citizen of Gilpin County or Clear Creek County can surrender. So this organization, based on that arrangement, doesn't have a really ability to gatekeep. You'll get people, exposing. I would make the argument that having having a system that's open drop, which means that people can come in and drop animals off, brings your LE holds down. Because without it, it's like not having a transfer station. Every single time counties close transfer stations, their illegal dumping goes up a ton because there's no place to take this stuff and it just ends up in the creek.
And would maybe save the deputies time from. going.
Right. So there is a little bit of a balance there between allowing people to surrender and then what ends up being a statutory hold, right? We would see probably some moral hazard in getting rid of open drop because then you would end up with more LE holds because ultimately, like with the point about recreational services, like counties, base level government is the last step. And so everything becomes our problem in the end, right? So that is something to look out for. I don't really, despite my best efforts, I could not find anyone who's actually looked at that, like analytically, on what's the rate of return when you don't have that. But I would think it's a pretty safe assumption you would see more LE holds.
I'm curious to ask, might have some context for this because you are talking to Clear Creek and Gilpin residents who are bringing their dogs to Charlie's Place, not through law enforcement.
Right.
Help us understand what's like, I'll ask this question like I have no sense of it at all. What's the value of doing more than what we're statutorily required to do, which is law enforcement holds? Like what do you see as the value to the people in these two counties of us doing this?
Well, like today, we had a call where a guy is in pretty dire straits and he's got to place his animals in a very short period of time and he threatened suicide over it, so that's an extreme case, but people are very mentally distraught when they can't figure out how to, they can't keep their animal because they're moving or they've got a million reasons, they can't afford it anymore. And just to clarify, we don't take 100% of the dogs people want to bring in because we don't have the staff and we don't have the kennel space. We could have, 4 kennels of strays, or we have LE holds that take up, disproportionate amount. We just, like today, we just have one staff person working because another one's on vacation. And I'm fielding calls while I'm at home. I mean, we're just operating with duct tape, really, and so we can't take all the animals that people want to surrender right now. So we're being very selective, and it needs to be an animal we think we can move in a reasonable amount of time.
Is it your sense that, like, how often are you accepting an animal that you're thinking, wow, if I wasn't accepting this animal for free with an open door, this would probably be brought to me by a police officer instead? Like, is there a bunch of overlap? Are people bringing you?
Sometimes I had one lady found a pit bull somewhere and it had some aggression issues. I didn't want to take it. And then what do you know? It's running stray over by the Dumont Bridge, and then somebody else brings it in. So they do that. We got a couple little dogs in the other day that I'm pretty sure were stolen from somewhere else, but they said they were from Georgetown, and all I can do is believe them, So it's really hard to know how they would come in another way. But we're definitely not taking in as many animals as people would like us to because of our staffing and space resources. So what I usually do with people when they need to rehome an animal, and it's always short notice, they always wait to the very last minute, is I offer to do a lot of advertising for them. So I'm like, send me pictures, send me descriptions, tell me their good points and their bad points. We'll create an ad, we'll get the word out, and we'll have you field the calls. And that generally works if people have adoptable animals and they can actually get it together enough to send me those things, it will work. So that's.
Do that takes you out of the picture, then you don't do the application and stuff.
Right, takes us out of the picture. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we call it a courtesy listing and direct people to go to the own their animals. And when people plan a little bit ahead, if they give themselves a couple of weeks or longer, ideally, and they have good pictures and they're highly adoptable animals, it doesn't take long at all and it works really well. So that's our general go-to is, hey, we'll help you advertise these before we take them in. Taking them in is always kind of a last resort, given our staffing and resources. I wish we could take more in. We just, don't have enough.
I want to just mention, it's kind of a nuance, but if people are dropping off animals, that there's a difference between the owner surrendering
Mhm.
and a finder.
Yeah.
As a finder might want to drop them off, which for us bypasses the sheriff's office step, because with the sheriff's office, they have a chip reader. So if the animal comes to the sheriff's office and they can read it and reunite it with the owner, the dog doesn't have to come at all, which is less stressful for the dog and maybe more joyous for the owner. Who knows?
Well, the
But I
quicker
just
you
wanna
can get
make
them
that
back.
distinction that we wouldn't, I don't think we want to just open the door for various staffing, and also people may bring animals with good intentions, but then they're missing out on reuniting them through another step.
Well, we take 100% of strays that people bring in.
And you have a chip reader. I mean.
Yeah, we have a chip reader and that's the first thing.
And
First thing we do is look it up, call, works most of the time. If the chip isn't registered or they don't have a chip, then we do the advertising. We work very closely with Brittany Dixon for Gilpin dogs. She knows half of them. So we do really well with reuniting strays. I think that's something we do well. We work really hard at that and most of the strays go home.
And I would like to point out, I've had more conversations with other counties and cities about animal shelters than I ever thought I would in my life. And some of the stuff that Sue does, like doing the courtesy listing, a lot of organizations will not do. It is a numbers game for them. They are a machine, right? They take the dogs in, adopt them, get them out, and sometimes put them down, whatever. It's a numbers game because their system is so overwhelmed. So that's the kind of elevated service that we provide at Charlie's Place, which is part of the reason why it's proportionally expensive, but it's also a reason why people actually like it. It's a service that we actually do well, at least from the customer perspective. So that brings us kind of to the next point I want to make. There's another way to look at this. So we've kind of looked at the operations of the shelter. We know it's limited scale, makes it proportionally pretty expensive to some of these bigger shelters, which can hold hundreds and hundreds of dogs. And have a lot of economics of scale. They also don't provide, owner reunite, services. They don't provide some other things that we do, which we'll get into a little bit later. So the next thing we did, and this is really focused around Clear Creek, is the board asked me a while ago, what's the magic number? What's the magic number to get us more in line with what we should be paying? So this is kind of how we backed into that number. There's not a lot of counties left that own and run the animal shelters, right? They are primarily bigger counties, which is problematic from some perspective because we are not big. But it is kind of who it is. Most of them are running completely by nonprofits now, or the majority of them are run by nonprofits now, especially in smaller counties. So we have, like the Foothills model is an example, right? Boulders is run by an independent humane society. Just pretty much anyone you can think of outside of us and the people on this list. There's probably a couple that I missed, but these are our neighbors. So I thought they were pretty helpful outside of Mesa, which is more west slope pricing. So we took the population, we took our 2026 budget, we have the cost for residents per resident, which is one way to look at it. Don't really think that that's perfect because in places like Summit County that have massive tax bases, the tax base is not necessarily reflective of the people who live there full time because the tourist industry is very big. So my preferred method of comparing counties to counties, which is independent of tax rates, independent of how they collect money. The case of Denver has extra taxation authorities, which other non-statutory counties do not. Because they're a city and county, it gets way too complicated to get through how they're getting their money. So what I did is I normalized to two things that are measured the same across the state. Assessed value, which is your total assessed value, which is what your property taxes mill off of, and your net taxable sales, which is how much sales tax eligible transactions happen within the county to give you like a combined tax base. A combined tax base is kind of like your economy's ability to pay for the service. Taxation rates are a conversation between voters and their boards. These two things, however, are not. They are done by the state. Everyone is measured the same way. So whether or not people choose to mill or choose to have a sales tax or not is their own decision. This how allows us to compare across different jurisdictions without having to make nuances around those kind of decisions. So if we look at our combined tax rates, which is assessed value plus net taxable sales, Clear Creek County is the lowest on this list at 621 million total tax base. Obviously, the biggest one on this list, I think, is Denver at 50 billion, right? So obviously living in different worlds. But if you took their budgets and you divide it by that tax base, that percentage is what percentage of that tax base is utilized to pay for those services. Some nuances here is that Denver and Summit pay for animal control out of their budget shelters. Mesa, Clear Creek, and Gilpin do not. The animal shelter is its own kind of budget, and then the animal control, whether it's the deputies in Gilpin or our animal control officers here, come out of the sheriff's office budget. So they're not reflected in that bottom number. I cannot pull out how much animal control costs out of Summit and Denver, so it's a little imperfect, but they're still incredibly low on the percentage basis. We are essentially, I think, twice what number 2 is, which is Summit County, as far as our tax burden on our tax base for this service. So if we look at what we should be paying, which is an average of all 5 of these counties together, which is 0.017%, we should be paying around $107,000 a year for this service. So that leaves our gap at $178,000. That's the magic number to get us in line with what other counties should be paying, based on this methodology. This is not perfect, but I think this is probably the most fair way to do it. Obviously, if Gilpin decides to exit, that burden moves to about $260,000 a year to sustain the shelter. So that's kind of the magic number we're looking at, is between $180,000 and $260,000 a year worth of outside revenue. Next slide, please. So this is just inverting that number. I like weird percentages, but I'm a very numeric person. If you normalize this to whole number, that's cost of the shelter for $1 million of tax base. So if you have $1 million of tax base, how much money of that tax base is going towards this service? That just normalizes it to a whole number. So Denver, for example, is $149 per $1 million of tax base. We are at 456. So we are, essentially 3.5 times them. These numbers are kind of all over the place, but regardless, even Summit County, which has a very expensive shelter in which all their animal control officers are post-certified, is still half of what we pay as a portion of our tax base. So ultimately, we know we have a cost problem. That doesn't mean that we don't value the service. That doesn't mean that we're not looking to save it, but that is why the taxpayers of Clear Creek County have put a colossal amount of money into Charlie's Place over the last 10 years. We need to start looking for some help. Next slide. So the question becomes kind of, why is Charlie's Place expensive? So the real, this is not based on bad operations. We have a very lean staff. We're becoming increasingly reliant on a nonprofit partner for base operations. Staffing is more expensive, benefits are more expensive, but the real problem is lack of scale. So it's small. Small creates a lot of operational problems. These institutions like jails and other things scale very well, and we don't scale well. We have a small shelter, so that means that even with limited staff, there's just not that much capacity to hold animals, which makes the fixed costs carried incredibly high on each individual animal. There's also, if we look at our combined budget, we provide some good services that a lot of other animal shelters do not. Things like, reuniting with people, going the extra mile on medical holds particularly. So in some cases, people get sick, they need to go to the hospital. We can board their dog and give it back to them. A lot of other shelters will just, if you surrender the dog, you lose control of it. It will just go through the system and come back out, right? We have behavioral training. We try to keep the dogs in the homes. We try not to take them at all. The courtesy listings, we provide medical treatment, normally funded by Friends of Charlie's Place, that exceeds what any kind of municipal shelter would ever provide. There's a lot of kind of go the extra mile stuff. I mean, Sue can tell you stories about going to the Squatch and catching a cat that jumped out of somebody's car when they were having a mental breakdown. Did I get that correctly? That was the one, right? The cat that jumped out of the car when the person was having the
In
mental.
this particular.
Well, maybe I made that up, but I thought that's what happened. But things like that, I mean, it's an,
It's a tunnel. It was the ice.
it was at the tunnel. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, cat got out and the owner called Charlie's place first, and it actually was after hours, and I always check the messages after hours, and I thought that was kind of urgent. And I got the ball rolling to get Summit Lost Pet Rescue involved, and then they contacted the tunnel people who shut down the tunnel for 11 minutes to get the cat safe. So it was pretty cool. That was very rewarding. But I think the best thing we do are the shot clinics, honestly.
And the vaccine clinics are on here. Right, so it provides a lot more service than sheltering. There's a lot of flexibility in the organizational model that provides some pretty personalized service for people in a very rural area. I think, if we did go to a more of a machine model, not a judgment from the municipalities and the counties that are forced to do that based on the size of their population, but we would lose that, and so I think that's part of why we have a lot of love for Charlie's Place is this elevated service that we're able to provide when we struggle to provide, really A+ service for a lot of other things.
Is it even operationally feasible to sort of try to adopt a management approach like that? Is it it's the scale of the facility that really?
Yes, it would never,
Like-
we would never see the day costs that like Foothills gets just because of the scale, right?
We could be as mercenary as we want about how we make decisions about boarding.
Right. The other thing is our like native animal population. We could potentially build a huge facility, right? But if in that case, we would be importing dogs, able to make that thing cheap on a per dog basis, right? We would be basically exporting that service down the hill. Because, even if we built, say, an 800 dog facility, we don't have 800 dogs to put in that facility between two counties, right? We would be, kind of exceeding. So that's why a lot of rural counties even have regional models where you have one shelter that serves like multiple counties and multiple cities, or they just have a pretty small nonprofit that scrapes by with what they can do.
How many animals can Charlie's Place hold?
Well, we have 14 adoptable dog kennels and 8 holding kennels.
Okay,
So 22 dogs and then.
and can we manage that with the staff we currently have?
No, we have a half capacity. We need twice as many staff to keep up the kennels full. So we have our adoptable area with 8 dogs in the holding area. It's fluid, it's whatever comes in, but it's maxed out at 8. So we're pretty much running at half capacity because of staff.
Thank you.
I'm
When
trying
is the
to, I
last,
was gonna say, I'm trying to figure out a way to do this because I see Kathleen sitting there. Do you know if this has a bunch of attention right now, if there are more donations coming in to Friends of Charlie's Place?
If what?
There's people donating because I hear, well, this is just, if people just donated their time, if people donated money to keep this operational, has there been a huge uptick since this has been brought to?
Actually, they're down, aren't they, Kathleen?
They were, but we have 2 casinos now doing roundups for us. And the community has stepped up. Bojo's is doing a roundup this month for us.
Well, what's a roundup?
When you go to Bojo's and have dinner, when you check out.
Oh, round up here.
ask
Yeah.
you, do you want to round up or do you want to save extra? Dosto Alley in Central City did an event for us on the 8th. And the city of Blackhawk gave us $2,000. The Silver Dollar Metropolitan District, which is all the casinos in Blackhawk, they gave us $2,000. And we made an additional $2,000 from our booth, and Dosto Alley's gave us all the money for the silent auction and all the beer they sold that day.
Wow.
So that just happened. That was a new event for this year.
But that money's going into the Friends, not towards the county to support the operations, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but there's a perception that this can be saved through donations of time and money. And it's just like so far, right? There's, to get to that point, it's a lot.
So to that point, we are gonna have our third workshop after this meeting. We have some things that we think we can try. That could help close that either 180 to $260,000 gap. Obviously the goal is to get to proportionally what we should be paying, which is around $110,000 a year. I mean Clear Creek County as far as to base operations. I think if we get close to that number, it's a win, right? I mean, that's the goal. So when we'll come back to this board and on our side and say, these are the things that we have lined up, that we think, we can try. And then some other ideas that came from the group that, I'm a little bit more skeptical about, but I'll present them to the board either way, and let you all decide on what we want to try to do. The goal is to bring the tax funded operational proportionality down, but it's going to take us probably in all likelihood years to do that, 2 years. We'll have a more extensive conversation about that at that point. And I think each one of the projects that you'll see listed will have a different timeline on what we think, how long it's going to take us to pull it off. So it'll all be in context. Regardless, we are going to commit ourselves through my office and the animal shelter to really working on this problem over the next couple of years. As you can see from this, it is expensive. But that's not a value judgment, that's literally just, proportionality thing. We think it's not an unsolvable number. And we're not talking millions of dollars here, so.
Sue, I wanted to ask you, when is the last time you had capacity to fill the facility?
I'm trying to think. It's been a while. Pre-COVID.
What gave you that capacity?
Staff. We had double the staff at one point. Right now, like I said, we're struggling. We got poor Matt's there all by himself. And I get the phone when I can, to help him out. It's gonna be the same. Well, no, he's gonna have some help the next couple of days. Some part-timers will be in, but today he's all alone, so, and that happens too often.
At some point, you think you had double the FTE count than you have today?
Yeah, at some point we did, when I looked at old staffing charts.
So right now you have 3.75 FTEs, you had 6.2 something at some point. So not quite double, but functionally double.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a huge difference. Especially now, we're seeing more strays. We're seeing more people go to the hospital that, their animal comes into the shelter. We're seeing more people suffering economically and their animals are coming in. It's a little different mix now. And the adoption rates aren't as high as they used to be either. It seemed like a lot of people were adopting dogs and cats, and now it's really quite expensive to do that, and not everyone can. So we're seeing the overall rates down. The demand is down.
Thank you.
But we're also seeing other shelters, the euthanasia rates are going up because everyone's so overcrowded. It's really heartbreaking to see that everyone's really full. And so I get, at least every week, I get little rescues or shelters just begging me to take dogs, and I can't.
Yeah, I just talked to one of our municipal partners down the hill, and I'll leave the municipality out of it in a public meeting, but they need 500 more kennels than they have.
Oh my goodness.
So, everyone's kind of struggling at this point. I don't really know why, but seems to be a general trend.
So that wouldn't be like something that would be worth it, like we do the Marshall's program for us to take those dogs in to fill some of those spots.
I haven't run that by the workshop yet, but that is something I'm looking into. I think I need to look into is reversing the idea. So I think we looked a little bit at what it would cost us to send down. We've got some municipal shelters down the hill that have some pretty long holds on some case holds, particularly that are there for months because their court systems are so backed up that they're actually looking for someone to take them. And if we get into a pay to take situation with their statutory dogs, obviously they're non-statutory dogs, they're not going to pay.
Right.
But their statutory dogs, we've got some municipalities down the hill that are running out of room for their statutory dogs, in which case they can't just get rid of them. So we can look at making a business plan around that. The workshop has talked about dog boarding. Dog boarding to private people is a little complicated, but us holding statutory dogs for another county is not.
And the way you explained it to me, a little complicated.
It's really
It's
complicated.
actually just not practical, right?
I mean,
they can't cohabitate.
I'll make that case to the board with all the information. You guys can make that decision on how realistic it is.
Well, and there's
but it's
rezoning.
very expensive.
There's a lot of.
There's a lot of like legal barriers around, like you can't have the same HVAC system serve your private dogs as your hold dogs because you don't know the vaccination history of strays and these things that make taking, also we're the government competing with private boarders. That's weird and creates a lot of other problems. But Ellie holds municipal partners, which we have a lot of dogs within an hour here. Might be something we can look at. I haven't talked to staff yet. I have some meetings scheduled, but I will be bringing that to the next workshop. I think that's kind of the boarding idea, but just with a less barrier to entry for us because, but obviously we would have to look at staffing as part of that. If she can only carry half capacity, that's not going to work. But depending on what rate per day we can get for some of these more complicated cases from down the hill that they just are struggling with, we might be able to do that.
Be kind of out there, but is there a way to expand that 14 basically beds for the dogs?
You'd have to build out.
The new rules, I talked about this with another municipality down the hill, the new rules that the state passed for kind of animal welfare for shelters really makes expanding expensive. Because there's now more space requirements. They have to have access to the open air in some kind of way. That's what the municipality that needs 500 kennels only got half that because the new rules that were passed by the state, I think for good reason, make capital costs very expensive for expanding shelters at this point.
It just seems like the numbers that this was built for, the right numbers for.
Yeah, I
intentions
can't speak to the analysis that was done at the time, but I obviously, like with everything in this county, our available land makes it problematic in general. I mean, we can't build anything big. Clear Creek specifically, like not sure the situation is the same in Gilpin to some extent, but our biggest building is the high school. We have no place to hold even 500 people, and so that's obviously part of it. It's also just, that area has limited utilities, is not on water, scale at that point becomes a problem too, that road, things like that. So all things to consider when we talk about the situation that it's currently in. However, we have a very talented staff and we provide very good services to animals. And I think actually, if we can sell that to the right partner, that could be something that another municipality that's even not in Clear Creek or Gilpin County might want to offload some of their projects to us because they don't have capacity at all anymore. So that's something that we're looking at. I'll run that by the group and see what the reaction is and then have some light conversations with those people to see if we can work out something out like that. But I don't know how likely that is to work out or not, but it's something I want to try to do.
I think those municipalities might want to send us 1 or 2 adoptable dogs and to keep their euthanasia rate down.
I'm sure they would.
Because that might be a win-win.
I think there could be some synergy there that will work for both people. I think for us to charge the premium we're going to need to charge to be able to recover the costs, they're probably going to want to give us their more difficult animals.
And that's tough with a limited staff.
Right, but if they pay a premium for it, we can figure out a business plan that does or doesn't work. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to be willing to pay. I don't know how much staff time it puts on you. That's why I want to talk to the group first and then talk to the board about how much effort we want to put into looking into that. But I think given our skill set and given that Charlie's Place is actually nice,
we might be able to sell that to some people down the hill. So, anyway, that's where we're at. So, Ray, if Jerry's ready to take.
So, Jerry Brewer, the manager of strategic projects, is going to come on. She actually provided some additional material here. As she goes through it, really the highlight from the Gilpin's perspective is, and I know our commissioners is aware, the county's focus on what we're required to by law, the law enforcement, the public health holds, which are very small portion of overall dog population at the animal shelter. Colton made a comment that Gilpin and Clear Creek are in charge of the operations. That is not an accurate statement. I just wanted to clarify, it's fully Clear Creek County that's in charge of the operations. Gilpin County just provides the 20% of the costs and whatever those are, and then we pay them into the next year. One thing that should be mentioned, and I'm sure everyone at this table is aware, that we have an IGA in place and that agreement ends the next year. So I'm glad we're having this conversation because there is a cliff and we need to figure out what that answer is and make this sustainable in the near term. We're also in budget season, as we're well aware, and the costs, as Jerry's going to go through, have increased significantly for Gilpin County. And that's our concern as we get greater and greater costs. And where is this going? Is this good money after bad? We don't know. We need to figure out a long-term solution. Gilpin's interested in maintaining a strong partnership with Clear Creek County and interested in supporting the animal shelter. But it needs to make practical sense for the board. The number that we're paying this year, that's actually 77,808, is ironically very close to the request that my board, which they're not aware of, is probably going to be hearing very soon to make up the difference for the SNAP benefits that we talked about just recently. That because of the federal cuts, we're going to have to support the people in need that are on SNAP benefits a similar amount. Just putting that in perspective, but I'll defer to Jerry to run through these two slides and then I'll turn over to the board or answer any questions.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you all see my screen? Is it up?
Yes.
Head nod. Okay, great. Yeah, so I was just asked to, and Colton went over some of this, but I guess just to kind of reiterate from the Gilpin County's perspective, to look in a little bit more deeply around what that 876 dog day made up for 2025. And so looking at a number of different variables just to get a clear picture or just a different picture, what that consisted of. So that was 20 individual dogs. As Colton mentioned, 39 of those 876 dog days were law enforcement holds. And then, as I think Colton mentioned as well, 380 of those 876 dog days were actually just from one dog. So the vast majority, 15 of our 20 dogs, did stay there for 1 month or less. And then a few others were there for various amount of time. And then just looking at I guess, again, reiterating the volatility of year over year. So 876 dog days in 2025 was quite large. So you can see this graph down here at the bottom, but it changes from year to year. So 2023, 231 days, 2024, 658. So while those days have gone up, the law enforcement days have actually gone down. So whether you can make some type of correlation between that, it's just to kind of show the data that it is really volatile. And then you can see just the number of dogs here, but I know we're really focusing on dog days. And then as Ray pointed out, Gilpin County's cost has rose 81% since 2023. So whatever information you want to take away from that, I think it's just worth being noted of comparing number of dogs, law enforcement days, and dog days compared to the cost for Gilpin County. Does anyone have any questions for me regarding kind of that deeper dive into some of the data?
Yeah, I just want to correct the record. Ray is correct. I meant operating budget. We are responsible for the operating budget, the base operations, not, we obviously are the operator of the facility. So if
yeah, it was my mistake.
So obviously, we're entering budget season. We're going to be presenting the draft budget to our commissioners on the 22nd of September. And we were wanting to know what number we would end up using for that. Given this trajectory, it could be significantly higher. And I don't think the board, given the other pressures on the budget that we're facing, is likely to be supportive of that. In the IGA, there is a clause about annual appropriations. But again, we value the relationship with Clear Creek County. We want to find a solution here. I just haven't seen what that solution is from the conversations. And I very much value Colton's very much hard work and dedication and try and find some solution for this. But we do have an alternative group that will take our dogs. They're just waiting to hear from us whether we will accept, whether we want to move forward to finalize that agreement. It's around a quarter of our overall cost that we paid to Clear Creek this year. But again, we want this to be a solution-oriented conversation so we can figure out a path forward so that the Clear Creek Animal Shelter can continue and the relationship can continue if that's possible.
I just want to add to, I feel like when we have these discussions, it's always the elephant in the room. You guys own the property and you pay the lion's share of operating, but the staffing has gone down.
Sandy, can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah,
Thanks.
so I'm saying that, they own the property and they pay the lion's share of the operating now. And the staff was greatly reduced by the sheriff, the Creek Sheriff. And it's significantly back up. And I know that we're always, both counties are talking about budget challenges. As the cost for everything goes up, the mandates for the state go up, like where are we gonna put our money, right? So I guess in these discussions, sometimes I feel like you're leaning toward maybe not continuing the animal shelter in your budget. And then today it sounded like you want to give it 2 years to work on it. So I guess I'm just wondering really where you're at with that, if you know what the board is thinking.
So
You might be coming up with that later. And then separately, I'm wondering if anyone, whether it's been, it probably wouldn't be Sue's job, but have you approached the other cities within Clear Creek County to contribute? Because I was in a conversation with one of the council members in Empire and just said, do you guys contribute? And she's like, oh, no. So I don't know that they've ever been asked. And that could be even if it's small, it could help fill the gap in there. So I guess I have those questions.
So I think the first question first is, I guess, and this has kind of been my mistake in messaging. By me saying something is expensive doesn't mean that I'm saying we need to get rid of it, right? What I'm saying is that we will run out of money probably in 5 years, which means that we will then have to pass a balanced budget at some point. So if we want to save something like this, we have to figure it out before then. Because if I'm given 3 months in a budget cycle, it's just gonna go, right? Because it's not statutorily required. I can't speak for the board on what they want, but my goal is to come up with a plan, which is why we're talking about it now. Because because it is our facility, it is in our county, it is our animal shelter, it is our staff. I think Charlie's Place historically lived with a lot of ambiguity about its future. And I want to spend the next couple of years figuring out what that future is and give it everything we can to try to keep the service. Having said that, that doesn't mean that we're writing in a blank check. So that's why we're looking at outside revenue. The issue is that most of the solutions that are proposed, and I think most of the solutions that are workable, will take time. That doesn't align very well with where y'all are at, obviously, with the IGA expiring, and I understand that. So we will be transparent pretty soon about what solutions we're going to be pursuing. But all of them are going to take a lot of work on our side to get to work because this has just been a long time coming, I think. And so this has really been around, figuring out where the solutions to making sure that Charlie's Place doesn't have kind of a target on its back, you know, because it is expensive. And so me explaining that it's expensive doesn't mean that I think that that's just a fact, right? It's just a fact and not trying to put any judgment with it. We, you know, obviously the board gives me direction on how to spend my staff time. So when we have that follow up with the board on what they're willing for us to pursue, I think we'll have more clarity on the timeline. But anything that we're pursuing, there's no magic bullet. I mean, we need to do a better job with grant writing. The municipalities is on the is one of the options that we can pursue for sure. We can look at a nonprofit running base operations, you know, we can look at, you know, inverse boarding, basically boarding other people's problem animals potentially from other municipalities. We can look at a lot of, you know, we can look at, you know, some, you know, not a thrift store, some nonprofit support, things like that. We need to do a better job grant writing. I will take that on, and the county does need it. There is money out there that we could get to try to bring that general fund burden down on both sides. You know, the more public money the more non-general fund money that comes in, the lower Gilpin's proportion is, the lower our proportion is, the more sustainable I think the expense load is across both. I did have a question, if I can ask one to Ray, though. In that agreement with the quarter of the cost, are they allowing surrenders from Gilpin, or is it just LE?
So we haven't really negotiated the specifics because we're waiting to see what comes of this. So we haven't really pursued the conversation. They're reaching out. They're saying, do you want to continue the conversation? Like, wait, we want to see what's happening here with Clear Creek before we engage. So that's kind of my hope out of this meeting is this a green light for Charlie's Place to figure out a solution, whatever that is? Or should we be looking at this alternative? I don't know. And so it's a big chunk for the overall budget between 77, which probably be closer to 90, or something coming in closer around 20,000. So, and I'm happy to share the information in the process with Colton. I mean, this is not secret in any way. It's been very much a partnership, and I want it to continue. It's just, we're just always looking at where we can make some efficiencies and still provide the level of service that people expect, and we have an alternative.
And Colton, I just want to add and follow to what I said. Partly the reason I wanted to bring it up is that when we're uncertain what you're choosing to do, we must be looking for something to meet our statutory requirement. But then it creates kind of a, I won't say false narrative, but a distorted narrative on social media. Like, Gilpin's gonna pull out, they're gonna do this, they hate dogs, all this stuff. We love dogs, we love Charlie's Place, we want to support it, but we have to make it work with our budget as well and make it, I'll say fair. Like, are we paying for the right amount for animals to be there? Because this whole public outcry is just unfortunate. You know, people are making up these different scenarios because I think it's really unclear. If you're going to continue, then I think we're on board. That's what I'm hearing anyway. We haven't discussed it and made a final decision, but if you're not, then I think you understand, we must have an alternative.
Yeah, and I have a question too, because you really didn't bring it up, but when we ended the last meeting, I think everyone was really leaning towards you're looking at the Humane Society or some other nonprofit.
That's a 501c.
Yeah, that hasn't been brought up, but yet you brought up this other thing of boarding animals from other municipalities, so.
When I mentioned the 501c taking over base operations, that's the reaching out to like Humane Colorado or some of these other larger like statewide groups to see if they're supporting. Obviously I can't speak for them, but that is a solution that we can pursue too.
Will that bring in 200, 300,000 to make up the difference?
Generally on how it works is that they will take over base operations. So we would lease the facility to them to $1. They will operate the facility off on their books. And then, they have different, this isn't specific to Humane. There's all sorts of different business models. One is, you pay per day. They take surrenders as they just take surrenders because that's their mission. They have $800 million trust funds that pay for this stuff, right? Or you pay a flat rate to them, which is a little bit more of kind of how Foothills works. Foothills has these IGAs with the cities and the county where they pay like a flat proportionality of their expenses directly to the nonprofit, but then the staff and the liability doesn't sit with the county, it sits with the nonprofit, right? It's like a pay for service model. There's a lot of ways to structure it. I think there's differing levels of comfort with 501Cs, or am I using that right? What is it? Is it 501C? Yeah, 501C, yeah. With whatever this payment structure is, right? Largely, they either own the facility outright or they're at a very reduced rent as part of the payment, right? Of the service that they're providing. The sticking point again, I think, is the scale of the facility, right? And two, there is a little bit of varying discomfort among 501Cs around LE holds. Some will do them, some won't. So it's around finding the right partner. That's gonna, but ultimately the goal is that's a way for us to find a nonprofit partner with a way bigger net than just these two counties. I think Friends of Charlie's Place does a really great job fundraising in a very small, relatively poor area, right? Whereas Denver has a $50 billion tax base, right? It's a lot of a different situation down there as far as the amount of money you can fundraise and from who. Plus, we've talked about in the group problems that counties have with donations, being able to receive donations. We can't really solicit. It creates conflicts of interest. If we have a planning case against someone who donated to Charlie's Place directly to us, it creates conflict, right? So having a
Friends of
501
Charlie's Place.
Friends of Charlie's Place is fine. It's directly to base operations that creates the problem, right? Because if I give Clear Creek County money for this thing and then I'm asking them permission for this other thing, right? It creates a little bit of an issue. So there is a lot of benefits for 501C takeover, which is why you see that as a very common practice, right? Even in bigger areas that have the money, they do that because there's some benefits there naturally. So I think as far as likelihood to cover the entire gap, whether it's 170,000 or 260,000, whatever it is, that's the magic bullet. That's the one that will cover the majority of the gap on one. If that doesn't work out, then we have to do 6 other things and they're all gonna claw back, proportionally pieces probably in all likelihood. But the goal is to get to that number, give the Charlie's Place some sustainable, long-term runway, and then that'll hopefully help fundraising because people know it'll be around and we're not having this conversation every year.
Well, then I can see the benefits of a nonprofit, like spinning it off to a nonprofit, because I think nonprofits have the ability to get grants that governments can't.
Yep.
So that's one benefit. But also they could structure and have volunteers and just really work as a big team that way, without having to run everything through the county or the counties. So I think that's important. I was trying to think of a model that we have, and this isn't to be insulting, but our childcare center. So we have a county building that leads us to a nonprofit, just like you said, very low cost. They do all their management, they pay all their expenses, and they bring in the money through fees and through grants and donations. So I think that type of model could work in the mountains between that model works in our area. So I like the thought of that. Isn't there a nonprofit now up here that maybe has the capacity, or is 751?
I can't speak for Friends of Charlie's Place, but their bylaws prevent running base operations. Obviously, that's a discussion that the boards can have directly with them if they feel like. There isn't an existing nonprofit up here locally. But the nice thing, I always say that like being this close to the metro is a double-edged sword, right? We get 10 million plus visitors a year, but there's a lot of resources pretty close. And so, for example, right, some of the models I've been looking at, the Humane Society, for example, used to be Dumb Friendly. They have a medical clinic at CSU Spur and the Nuco campus that provides free vet care. It's done by vet students, but that helps them. And having access to that kind of network of resources is why nonprofits generally can run these facilities a lot cheaper. And yeah, that's an hour drive from here, but it's not 4. So, it's doable if we need to do it. So they'll, there's a lot of solution there. But we wanted to get the working group wanted to get feedback from this meeting before we made our final recommendation to our board about what our options are to pursue. So it's a little out of order and the timeline is not perfect given probably what the solution timeline is based on the IGA expiration date. I think Gilpin probably reasonably so needs decisions before we might need decisions. But having said that, we are where we are. So we're trying to figure out how to synergize that the best we can.
I can offer some thoughts. I want to start first by just sharing. I emailed you all this. I pulled up from last year's budget proposal, our budget. It's a combination of actuals and budgeted dollars. It goes back to 2022. And I think it's very telling. Percentages of growth when you start at 23 are inflated. That's because in 2023, there were pretty abrupt and unexpected cuts to Charlie splits by the sheriff's office. So 2023 was a significantly down year. $50,000 less than 2022 was spent. And then in 2024, it went right back up. So budgeted growth rates in our budgets are 46% between 23 and 26. Between 2022 and 2026, they're only 18%. And I don't know, when I look at that line about how much you've been contributing, I see a lot of volatility and I'm not sure we have to go back and figure out whether you were being billed appropriately. But if we just look at the cost structure, some of the context there around the growth that you saw between 24 and 26 really was us, in addition to some FTE restoration. I think the lion's share of that increase was wages.
It's wages and benefits. Benefits for low-paid employees, relatively low-paid employees, constitutes a huge percentage of their total cost. Because my benefits cost the same as some other person. And so when those increases hit us, we get hit with those benefit cost increases. It really affects very small budgets. And the animal shelter has a very small budget proportionally to other divisions. And so you'll see a huge increase just because of benefit carrying.
Yeah, and so like a lot of other operations and organizations, we started to experience really high turnover coming out of the pandemic. And like a lot of other operations and governments and organizations, we raised wages as a response. See turnover rates go back down, I think.
Yeah.
So I wanted to offer that context around decisions we've been making that have caused this increase. And as well, I think, offer a more appropriate number about sort of what you can expect. I heard, I think it was you, Ray, say, you're not sure what to expect for the future. Are we going to see another 70% increase? I can't tell you what staff is cooking up right now, but what I can say, I think, based on all the feedback we've gotten from you this year, probably be appropriate for you to have as long a heads up as we get if we are considering an increase. So I'll just leave that there.
I will say we're not looking at massive benefit jumps this year. So I think that was the primary driver for the last couple.
And so that's like health insurance costs go up and then
So what's the figure then under sustaining the partnership? Is that something we work off of, or, I mean?
That was only a model if you guys, there was some consideration of going to proportionality. As far as dog days, that would just create a very complicated IGA, I think. But it is a way to try to even out whose taxpayers are getting the service. It's also flawed in a lot of other ways, primarily because every year it'll be different. It'll be very difficult for 2 counties to coordinate on a budget like that because we won't get the final dog counts until the end of the year. So we go in 2 years ago, you have to do a rolling average. Again, the volatility in there makes that very complicated. I think ultimately the goal, if I had to make a suggestion to both boards, is just give us a little bit of runway to try to get the total operating costs down with non-tax dollars. Right? Because then whatever proportionality split becomes cheaper.
But it's very hard to do that when there's a separate pool with the friends collecting money that are used to benefit the animals, but they're not going towards the daily operations, the staff costs, the utilities. So the more money collected doesn't really help the budgetary situation of either counties if it goes to the friends.
So all the solutions that we're presenting and looking at is all around the operating budget. Bring the operating budget down between the two counties, not the Friends of Charlie's Place money. If, you know, they provide those additional services, our goal is to bring that split dollar that we budget and you budget separately, that portion of the budget down by bringing in nonprofit money into base operations or whatever revenue from wherever we can get it.
So you're not talking about spending less money, you're talking about bringing in more money.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to bring up, we've been talking a long time, numbers, and we obviously need more work. We have staff that's waiting for another work session. And, you know, we're going to obviously talk about this some more in the future. So I just wanted to say maybe, you know, we can move on to our next topic, which is, we have staff over here that's waiting and they gotta, you know, they drove over from.
It's a long day so far.
Yeah, so, that being said, maybe we can just wrap this up.
Are we good? Everyone? Okay.
I just want to share, I mean, you asked a question, a pretty direct question, didn't get a very direct answer. The board doesn't have a position other than, I think, what is obviously not happening, which is any planning towards not having Charlie's Place in operation next year. We have not directed Colton, and Colton has not looked at any alternative contracts that we have in the pipeline. I think it's safe to say Charlie's Place will be open next year.
Well, I think we're good for next year for sure. It's after that.
Right.
So, yeah.
As far as the pending budget decision.
We should have some more clarity here pretty soon.
Yeah.
What we're looking at.
All right. Ready to move on to the Veteran Service Office. You see, yeah, thank you. And thank you for our puppy. Oh, look.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
Another hour, you know?
Okay, Sarah, are you here to talk about Veteran Service Officer?
I'm here to answer questions, but I think,
It's Colton,
Yeah.
okay. He'll give you a shout out if he needs it.
Are you guys are Gilman, right?
Yeah, that's our human services.
So I think it'd be great if both Human Services Director joined.
Yeah.
We have both of them here.
Is that okay?
Of course, of course.
It's
Thank you for coming, and I'm sorry it's 5 o'clock already, but
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. It does. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Which one are we doing veterans or?
Veterans first. So I'll start, between the time we wrote the memo for the previous meeting and then rescheduled meeting because I got sick, our situation has changed a little bit with our VSO. So the memo isn't accurate. I missed that when I reposted the meeting, so that's on me. I think our position as a county is that we'd be fully supportive of looking at a combined role. We have an open spot now. I think both of us have an empty FTE spot for that. So if we're gonna do it, this is the time. I think we're fine with it. I think ideally our staff's position is that we would still like to be the hiring county. And then figure out an MOU or IGA, whatever works for how to share that service and split the funding for it.
Presumably with the Child Protective Services MOU as a model.
Child support.
Yeah.
there's these arrangements throughout the state, so we could just borrow any one of them from the state and they'll give us an example. I think I haven't talked to them, my board about it, but I presume really the sticking point obviously would be a share arrangement, be fair and equitable, but we would want that person or persons, because we actually don't have a full FTE, it's 0.5, so half time. That they would have some sort of office hours in Gilpin. There was a dedicated office for that, to meet with their clients. I think that would be kind of the point, but I'd like to hear it from the board if there's any other considerations. And I would imagine, we're also very interested and supportive of the shared role.
I'm in. I know other counties do share, and I know that we heard this in our commissioners meetings that it can work really well. So I think because both are vacant, and I know that our VSO has varied from being like super engaging in the community to maybe less so. I think it could be really good. And I think the continuity, the expertise of a person, and it might be easier to hire a full-time person than to have time. Anyway, I support it.
I support it as well, because I think it'll be a lot easier. The biggest barrier we did face with a lot of our applicants was that it was a part-time versus having full-time. So.
Yeah. Ditto.
Do you have any concerns?
I don't have any concerns.
Okay.
I have a small concern in the process of, we have a handful of applicants already. And in talking to them about that, where the position is just kind of put on pause while we try to figure out the best way forward for the position, and it may be reworked. They are still interested in potential full-time work. And I don't want to do a disservice to them if the Clear Creek is the hiring party that that they need to be looking at our applicants as well that have already applied.
So we would share our applicant pool with Clear Creek County because they've already expressed interest, so that wouldn't be any concern. We should probably do introductions because I'm not sure everyone knows. Go, can you just?
I am Janie Barker. I'm the Director of Human Services in Gilpin County.
And I am David Jocelyn. I'm the Deputy Director for Gilpin County Human Services.
I'm sorry, repeat your name.
David Jocelyn.
Thank you.
And David is going to be the acting, Janie is retiring, so September 3rd. And then after that, David will be assuming the role. So also why the other topic is on the agenda as well. So.
Yes, and David also is our program manager for our benefits eligibility workers.
So yeah, we would absolutely share the applicants and reach out to confirm. Does Gilpin?
And Sarah, you know.
Oh, I think
Sarah
everyone-
Casano, Human Services Director here in Clear Creek. Yep.
Does our board have any concern if they're the lead agency with a VSO? Doesn't.
As long as we get a quality person.
They might have more veterans over here.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I think the position is officially appointed by the board, so there might need to be a
Yeah.
joint session for that. I don't know.
Each board would have to appoint for their person essentially, so they'd be doing a dual appointment.
So in our organization, we would defer to staff to make the hire and then staff.
Sure.
That's the same.
And that's the same.
As well.
And we usually do appointments the first meeting in January.
That's usually what we do. We have updated our appointments list throughout the year, depending on vacancies such as this. We could still do our process for our appointment. And if Gilpin chose not to, that would be up to you. You would just true it up essentially in January.
Well, we do it, as they change, we reappoint.
Oh, okay.
Appoint.
Gotcha.
We'd probably be on the same agenda as signing the IGA, and then the appointment would be on it to make it clean.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to wait till January before getting a VSO.
Yeah, we'll start working on this.
Do we need to sign an IGA before we start to make a hire?
I think we can do those things concurrently because I don't think it will take very long to actually put an IGA together once we determine a scope. I'll have to coordinate with both Sarah as well as Colton, and then they will work with Gilpin's people.
Okay.
And I don't have a problem, with them coming over here to interview. If the job entails working both in Gilpin and in Clear Creek County, they might as well, check out the commute, see if they like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So I think we have the direction we need on this one. I'll work with Ray on getting an IGA with Peter's help, and then we will strategize around how to post in concurrence, I think, with that process.
One of the things that we will need to address ultimately is supervision of that employee, the dual employee. But for that employee to basically be serving two different supervisors might be a little problematic. So I think we'd have to work out the logistics. Maybe that's been discussed.
I don't see it as two different supervisors. I see it would be Human Services Director for Clear Creek County would be the supervisor, and then they would just have an office space.
Gotcha.
So I think having two supervisors is fraught with issues. So we should avoid that.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I just want to point out that with the child support, there is required, or the state mandates that there's a supervisor for each county. And so I am the supervisor for Jamie Walker, who is our child support worker for Gilpin, or small Gilpin contingent. So and I don't know because I haven't researched it, but that could be a factor in the veterans as well.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to check into that regardless. That's a very good point.
We're going to, so I asked Janie to reach out to the state to ask them for an example, which should save us a whole lot of time and white out one county and put in another one there. And
that's how we like to do our documents.
Yeah, no reason to reinvent the wheel here. So yes.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
All right, very good. I think we've made a decision on that.
Great.
Moving on to, I don't think you guys can leave. You have to stay there. The Gilpin, Clear Creek County Human Services Leadership.
Thank you. So you have my memo that I shared. So anytime there's any change in leadership, it's important to kind of look at it holistically, take a step back and say, does this make sense or not? Or can there be make some improvements for efficiency for the community? And so we have such an opportunity, twofold. One, because of Janie's pending retirement that we're also jealous of, as well as the broader state effort with the cohorts that we've been tackling for a while, mainly the Human Services Director and directors. So it might be an opportunity where it makes sense to potentially share a Director of Human Services. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but I was intrigued with the fact that 10 different counties already have some sort of model. Seems like every model is unique. So I have a few examples. I can share them if you want to see them. But the highlights here, so you can see the population differences are drastic in some of these counties. But the one most in line with us would be Uray and San Miguel. So Gilpin's population is 5,969. Clear Creek is 9,125 for context. And then Uray is 5,191 and San Miguel is 7,803. So I did speak with the director there, kind of talking about the pro and cons, and this is kind of the highlight. These other ones were more of kind of reviewing the IGAs and looking at aspects that potentially make sense with this arrangement, and then some various pain points. So in the case of Uray, but you can see all the other examples there. It's been in place since before 2014. The comment was very long. Don't know how long it's been in place, but it seems like it's been in place for a very long period of time. It's a fully shared director and finance position. Each county keeps a fully staffed office with cross coverage of child welfare and adult protection, one on-call caseworker per county. So that would alleviate the concern. So given the demands on human services and the growing demands for benefits, it seems like the opportunity where instead of hiring more staff, we could utilize staff as the ebbs and flows of the demands happen between both jurisdictions. True shared model across coverage reduces burnout, consolidates institutional knowledge in one director. Single finance position simplifies fiscal oversight. And then the challenge is dual employment means managing two sets of personnel. So that sole director would be then looking at two different guidelines for how to address personnel issues and pay structures. Schedule mismatch, the example she shared is one county was open on Friday, the other one was closed on Friday. I included it in here. I don't believe that's the situation here. I believe both counties are closed on Fridays. And then the director is effectively on call all the time for administrative things. So higher demand on that particular director. I don't necessarily see this as cost savings because of the cost share between the state and the counties. I think it's really more of they have high stress environment and it's very skilled. And having that ongoing broad support, economies of scale essentially makes sense to further the conversation and see if we want to explore it. I haven't explored it more than this. Really, I'm asking for direction from both boards because the Gilpin board didn't direct me to do this. I'm just looking at an opportunity and I'm looking for direction. But since we were having this conversation regarding the Veteran Services Officer and the other issues, just seems like I'll raise it and say, is this something we should even spend any time? If there is consensus to spend the time, I would take the lead versus Colton to explore it further and kind of work through some of the nuances. But again, this is just a concept if you're even remotely supportive of this idea. Do you want to add anything? Because imagine you have feelings on this.
Are you looking at me?
I'm just looking to my right.
I think I'd rather hear from the commissioners first, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
See what questions they
My
might have.
knee-jerk reaction to it is, there's such a burden on our human services right now due to the federal government, mucking up our systems by not giving us the money that we need, that I'm really concerned about our staff having to take on a whole other staff. As you were saying, possible, different procedures and personnel requirements or whatever. We have a good relationship with our human services director. She works well with our attorney, our manager, and us. And I'm afraid of rocking the boat in this volatile time. I'm, willing to hear from everybody, of course. But I want to protect our staff and not get you guys overwhelmed.
So, Ray queried us about whether we wanted to even discuss this, and I said no. Because of just the things you said, plus right now the state's in flux with the cohorts, and we don't know how this is gonna pan out. And then, Sweeney's leaving and Dave is gonna take on a lot of what she's doing anyway. I just feel like it's not a good time to even make a drastic change until things are more settled between models and funding and expectations. Because I think we have a very tight-knit staff right now. And I think that adding in this extra layer of communication could be really challenging. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll share my opinion next. Sandy, you know this. I think I mentioned to you a desire to combine human services departments the first time we met. It's because I think, building a bigger boat, especially if there's a storm coming, can help not capsize, to try to beat up that analogy. I see the risk as well. I mean, there will be changes to this system. I also see the opportunity because we would never be having this conversation except for when there's a vacant director position. And I know in Clear Creek, we hope not to have a vacant director position for decades.
Yeah.
And I think you would aspire to the same. And so I see, kind of regardless of the context about how the cohorts shift the way we do business, an opportunity to improve the way we deliver services locally. And I'm motivated to at least ask for a serious exploration of whether we can accomplish it. I see Ray points out there's may not be a ton of cost savings because the state pays currently 80%, but the state could back out I mean, you mentioned SNAP admin expenses. Those savings could be a lot higher very shortly.
Savings or costs?
The savings, right? So if the state reduces its share, which it could, decide to reduce its share to balance its budget next year, right? We don't know. But we would be more resilient locally if we had a more efficient system with more redundancy. And so like we struggle to have more than one Medicaid enrollment person on staff at any time. And we really think your team does a great job. And we'd love if it was one department that was cross-trained that could cover. I really think that we could just deliver better services to people at a lower cost. So that's kind of my pitch. I think this is, even if we spend a lot of time fleshing this out and we're 6 months down the road and we say, you know what, maybe this is a great idea, but maybe we got to put this on pause. I think it's a worthwhile effort. We could find something short of a full combination or several things that improve these systems. So that's my pitch.
Yeah, see, and I in part agree with some of what George said, but I think now would be a time to discuss it if ever, because the cohort situation that's coming up, and this may put us in a better situation to deal with what we're going to have to be set up for anyway, and add in Jefferson County, if there are third party. So we may be moving towards a similar situation anyway, regardless.
And Susan, we did this. Our two counties did this just this year, and we just did a celebration for it, right? We knew the state was going to change the way early childhood councils were operated. And we knew we needed to build a better system real fast to be able to be resilient to those changes. And we accomplished it. And I have a lot more confidence in what's going on in early childhood world because of that. I view this as a similar.
Well,
move.
yeah, because it allowed us to be proactive. I mean, to share our experience in that is, it allowed us to be more proactive as to what we wanted, what our, for our counties, especially being two counties that we found out people were getting money in our name, but we were never seeing the programming in our counties. And so we had no control over that. So it kind of moving forward, as we saw legislation or heard what was coming down the line, that allowed us to be proactive and set up our counties in a better situation with more control than if we had just kind of ridden the wave to see what came about it.
So that's the difference in this scenario with that, is that the childcare, we knew we weren't getting services. We knew we weren't getting funding. So there was a problem. And I just don't see that there's a problem in the way our human services is operating now. So it's a different consideration. I don't see them apples to apples.
Some, but we may be, I don't know, the future's kind of fuzzy, unfortunately.
Which is why I think it's good to just wait until we know more about the cohorts and such.
Jody?
I think
Go ahead.
Coming into the budget season and everything, and throwing this into the mix, at this time, maybe, possibly looking into it in the future, but not the immediate future. I think from, the human service people also.
Jody?
So I have a few things. I would like to know Colton's view on this, Sarah's view, and you guys' view. But I'm not totally against it. I think it depends on what kind of staff time we're talking to look into this. I'm always for bettering things, and but if it's gonna be like going down this rabbit hole that just doesn't look like, if Colton's opinion and Sarah's opinion and some of the others is, I don't think this is gonna work right off the bat. I don't want to waste time either. But efficiency is always what we're about, and we're such small communities. You can see how we're just intertwining constantly. I wouldn't have thought a year ago we'd be sitting here talking about the Veteran Services Officer, and at CCI, we just talked about that in January, and here we are. So I don't know. I guess I'm kind of curious.
Do you want to go or do you want me?
Either way.
I think, from our perspective, obviously the fiscal savings aren't probably there yet, given the split to justify that this is going to be least in the near term, quite frankly, probably a pain in the butt to figure all this out. But I do think, I do buy into the resiliency argument. Like, I would like Tammy to be able to take a vacation occasionally. I think between the two counties, at least speaking for ourselves, we have a lot of jobs that are like 0.6 FTEs really, but you can't really hire that job, right? So you end up hiring one and then kind of, whereas like maybe between the two counties, it's really two and two can cover both. And we're not trying to piecemeal services together in kind of this very inefficient way. So I do think that having a more combined unit that would able to provide some resiliency to staff so people can take vacations and draws don't get dropped and get rid of like one person does this and that's all they do. And no, and if that person leaves, then the whole system kind of collapses, is good. And I think, there is some economics of scale benefits here and maybe the cost savings will materialize in the long run. But I do think if we had a more unified service line, I think we could potentially see service improvement. And I'm pretty confident of that, or at least like a little bit more resiliency to change. Because we have more staff redundancy potentially in positions, and we can support each other more efficiently. So I do think there is an upside. However, it really, the devil's in the details. It would really see what the model looks like, what the tolerance is between the two boards of oversight and things like that to really maximize those returns. Personally, I'm like a little skeptical of the URE model where it's like it's two split positions, but then staff sitting in two different organizations with two different HR departments. Like that feels like a nightmare, but maybe there's a more nuanced, IGA that we can come up with that eliminates some of those risks. But that's my opinion. But I think it's worth looking into. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I think in Clear Creek anyway, we've had so much stability with child welfare and EPS. But our eligibility team, we've really had one worker that's been a consistent employee for 25 years who retired, not this November, but next November. And that position is such a tough position to fill. So in terms of eligibility, I'm really curious about how that could look. And so I think it's probably worth looking at the whole picture. In my mind, it's more important around case size and like in thinking about child welfare, I'm not really sure what the referrals look like and caseload looks like. So I would want to look at those numbers more than just the population size. To me, matters more than population maybe, but I also agree with the concerns around cohorts coming soon and what that will look like and what human services in general is going to look like in the next 2 to 3 years. So there's a lot of gray right now in our world. But I'm happy to look into it and would want to do that work if this is something the board wants us to look at.
I just don't want to undermine the good work you're doing now. As you're trying to bounce between, you guys do bounce between counties, trying to organize things and make them work across county borders.
I think, and I do respect the we not knowing what's coming is why we should hold fast right now. My mentality isn't right or wrong, but my personal mentality is that I actually want to know more information now about what our options are because we don't know what our timeline of the change is going to be. So the more time that we look at it now makes us better prepared for whatever cohort it looks at.
Absolutely.
Potentially.
Let me just interject on that.
Yeah.
So the legislation lays out what that timeline is. And is there a reason that, and I'm just not sure about this, that we're assuming it would be Jefferson County with Gilpin and Clear Creek? Because we have, because HICPUF currently, just so you know, they have a different type of cohort that they deal with that we're actually with some other counties. I'm pretty sure we're looped in with.
Region 3.
Yeah. Gilpin, Park, Pitkin, Garfield, and Route through HICPUF, which means the state already has a predetermined idea. And that's why I just want to make sure before you consider this, that you understand that in 2027, there's probably already going to be some significant direction on that. And it goes into effect in 2028, in less than 2 years. So if you end up doing this combining now, maybe it has its benefits, but I do want to alert you that it may also be having to repeat a whole new set of projects and work and cooperative aspects.
I feel like the childcare went through the same
That's
thing.
kind of the great unknown, because we've heard the 3 counties that now work, Jeffco, Clear Creek, Gilpin, a cohort, and then now that different ones. So it's different entities in the state with different ideas. And that's part of my feeling of waiting, because I know Janie's been really involved with the human services directors, and you probably have been too, about this whole cohort, how's it gonna work? And then they changed from doing pre-cohort, I can't remember what they called it, a different model, then they moved to this model. And so we just don't know what, and I would just hate to see a lot of time and energy put into something all for naught.
Just a really quick piece of information. The HICPUF's region, and this is just another piece of evidence. HICPUF and CDHS don't always.
Right.
They both touch DHS and they don't always see things the same. When the cohort maps were published, when the state was thinking about forcing us together, our region was Clear Creek, Jeffco, Gilpin. With Jeffco as the lead, which brings up kind of another factor in my mind. I wonder if we strengthen our position as we enter into a conversation about cohorts by having one voice.
Unless we're told by the state that that's the cohort.
Because they got rid of that map.
Yeah, that map is.
There's a whole bunch of meetings happening on the map. And so we don't know what that's gonna look like at this point, because there's a lot of different factors they're gonna take into account for that.
Do they ask you guys, or does this?
There are directors that are in the meetings, yes.
Do you think that looking into this and if we were to do this, this would give us like bigger voice in our choice of doing that? Or do you think, where they're already doing it?
I think so. I think it's tough in a cohort scenario. If we knew we wanted to be in a cohort with Gilpin, merging services would be a great strategy now, because we could present credible reasons why we shouldn't be in separate cohorts. But that's just one little speculative factor here. The bigger thing in my imagination is that, we look at the whole combination, and maybe 6 months down the road, we say, maybe this doesn't make sense in child welfare, but maybe this makes a whole lot of sense in its management, or so, I just agree. I think there's never been a better time to understand our services and how they can be combined and how we can collaborate than right now. It's just sharpening our knives for whatever is coming next.
So, we're in many meetings together and boards together, and an issue always comes up: capacity. So who has the capacity now to even do this researching? I think everyone's really stressed. We're going into budget. Keep hearing about more reductions. We're trying to be nimble with those. So I don't know who has the capacity to delve into that.
So I did volunteer. And so I would delegate it to Jerry, who was here for the animal shelter discussion. It sounds like that's on pause. So that would be kind of the fill in, interview the directors, get their input, and then continue the research that I've already started. And then reporting back.
And then I'm curious, on our side of the house, same question. I've
already, when I saw this memo, I started having those conversations.
you think you said you're sort of open to the idea. Do you have bandwidth to actually chase it down?
I would rather do that legwork myself than just hear somebody else's recommendations and then have to live with that outcome.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
You do think you have the bandwidth to explore this?
And it could be a partnership. It could be both working together on it. I think we have the same objective, if that's what the direction of the board is.
Would it help if we narrow the analysis? I have an opinion about which models to look carefully at and which models not to.
Before we do that, I'd like to
Yeah, we haven't even heard from these.
give some input. Continue with the ship analogy. We have 2 ships. and a captain who's retiring. And your proposal is to take a full-time captain to captain 2 ships. And that stretches their work thin. And that might not be the only position that gets stretched, depending on what model we would be looking at. And so I am not hearing how looking at this makes us more resilient. I think it makes us look more fragile. I'm open to that data, though. I agree that this is a model that is worth discussing and looking at, but I don't think this is the appropriate time. We are going through change fatigue, and it's an absolute real thing. The number of changes that have been hitting us for the last year, since HR1 passed, really. And they keep hitting us with different ideas, different changes. And now rolling into the next couple of years, we have the state proposing a business process model for the entire state that they would hope to implement near the beginning of the year. The way we do benefits today in Gilpin County and in Clear Creek County, right now we're doing it 2 different ways. I mean, we're still adhering to the rule, but our approaches are different. And so if we were to combine now, we would have to come to a similar model of business process, and then next year potentially change it all again. And so again, change after change. The great unknown does have a deadline. It has, a date to be resolved in 2028. And I just think that looking at this model after we know what's happening then would be a more efficient use of our time than trying to do something now. And circling back to this change fatigue, the result is going to be more errors, potential turnover, and I don't think it looks good for either county coming into a place where the state is looking at, the federal government is looking at error rates for the entire state, and then by county. My goal is to prevent us contributing to an error rates and timeliness, so that it can reduce those penalties that are going to end up filtering down to counties. If you can present to me that this model would help with that, then I'm all ears. But I just don't think that the timing is right.
I would add to that. We currently do help support each other as far as Tammy did take a vacation and we covered for her. We'd like for her to take another vacation. We will help cover for her. Counties often do that all over the state. This is not unusual that we will help each other out, whether we have an IGA, MOU, whatever. You're losing your child welfare supervisor, we're going to help you out if we have one. It does tax staff back and forth, but we're there to help each other and we go through it together. And I think I agree with David. I think the timing of this is concerning. I think it is going to cause more errors. I don't see it making us look stronger. There's already a big bond between us as far as the childcare stuff, as far as the child support services. And Sarah has wanted, to be with David forever. So I know she wants us to be together in the same cohort. So I feel like that's gonna be something we're gonna fight for anyway. It just makes sense with how our counties are similar and how we're located. And so I would just agree that I think right now it's a lot. Being a director myself, I know what Sarah's going through. Part of why I'm retiring early is because this is all too much. And I think you're smart to think about that and to look out for her and making sure that she's not taking on even more at this point that, as David pointed out, is probably gonna have to be repeated once or twice again to be able to figure out processes and business standards and all of that kind of stuff. I think it's just a lot to put on one person, and I think protecting her and her ability to lead her ship should be your priority at this point. I think David is perfectly capable of heading up this ship and will do a great job with that. And then I agree, at some point in the future, let's look into it closer. But let's see how it pans out with cohorts, because we're going to be sharing work anyway with however many counties are in our cohort. We will be sharing that work as far as eligibility is concerned. So if we're going to be doing that anyway, let's not try to invent something now that's going to have to be reinvented or redone at some future point. But I do think there could be some benefits in it. I'm not against it. Like you said, I'm not against it. I'm concerned about the timing.
So I guess.
My answer, what they all said, so.
Yeah, I think I've been convinced too. Maybe let's wait and see.
So from the comments, unless someone has changed their opinion based on the additional comments, obviously that's totally acceptable. But from the Gilpin side, what I heard is no.
Not right now.
Not right now. So then essentially the conversation is closed, unless.
So we're just continue looking for our.
So then we will fill the human services director, because Gilpin's not interested in having the conversation at this time.
At this time.
Okay.
Put it on the shelf.
Please bring it back up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would definitely encourage that, to bring it back up at some point.
I think it's too good.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Sarah is amazing, but.
She is. And you want to keep her amazing.
I know. I don't want her to burn out and retire early.
All right, we have 3 subjects left.
Put something else. Thank you for coming.
Go ahead.
Next is bike trail on the outside I-7 project.
So I'll take this one. I'll be brief as we are running out of time. Megan, there's an attachment. Could you bring up the map? So what this is, and I don't know how much my board knows on this or the Gilpin board, so I'll just kind of give an overview here. But basically, the Outside I-70 project is a project that was proposed by COMBA to the Forest Service, the counties, other regional partners, Denver Mountain Parks, like that. Basically, it's a mirror of a project that was done on I-285 called the Outside I-25.
We call it the spaghetti map.
There you go, spaghetti map. The outside I-285, or no, not I, but Highway 285 project. When we saw this, we did not get a lot of, COMBA did not come to us directly. We got this from NOCO or someone indirectly, which obviously is a problem in itself. But speaking for Clear Creek County staff's position is we're not like totally against the idea of trying to do some trail hardening or maybe even building some trails if they're done correctly, because our situation, quite frankly, is if you build it, they will come, and if you don't build it, they will come anyway. So like we already have guerrilla trails being built. You know, we have to lean in a little bit to recreation management more proactively than we've had the ability to do, because we're getting it no matter what we do. Max with the Forest Service has said to them that we are only interested in holistic trail building and holistic recreation management, not just mountain bike trails and then you guys leave. So our staff's position is we will be willing to be part of the conversation if it includes holistic management, which is parking, restrooms, ongoing maintenance, multi-trail use, walkers. I've been hit by a mountain bike in this county 3 times.
Oh, no.
Just hiking, because they don't care. But the trails are also not built for them in the right way. So if this is around correcting a ongoing
problem and making it more resilient and sustainable, then we're all ears. If this is just an expansion of trail networks into the forest for exclusively mountain bike use, we are not in support of that with no other infrastructure considerations. So that's kind of where we're at. We have mirrored that position to Max. Max is fully in support of that. He also can't just care about mountain bike people. He has multi-use.
Right, right.
We have a lot of problems area in this county that the forest is already aware of. And so we're, you know, and largely Comba has been given that message through the forest and Denver Mountain Parks and us, that we are not interested in this unless this is a holistic plan for everyone that includes infrastructure and waste management and things like that. So they largely at this point see on board. We are kind of using a project in Beaverbrook Canyon on the watershed as a test case for how much Comba is actually going to follow through with that. They're trying to redo the management plan up there. We have made our position very clear about all the secondary considerations that need to be made in order for us to be supportive. We will see if they follow through on that plan or not. If they do, and it turns out well, I think there should be some potential for some of this map to be done soon. Obviously, it's very big. But without some evidence that there is going to be a push for holistic management, we would suggest that the board kind of allow us to push back on them and use the forest to help us with that message. If they are succeeding in showing that they are interested in holistic management, I do think there is some upside for us to get some better infrastructure built because we're stuck with it either way, with the way that the forest is operated at currently.
So Colton, I have a little bit of a different introduction.
Sure.
Said that you thought it coming through NOCO was a problem. I actually think it was the perfect way because Comba approached NOCO to do a letter of support for them to do this planning. Then JD came to Jody and I specifically and said, what do you guys think? So we held a meeting and we said exactly what you're saying. Only if they step back, we must have infrastructure. We must have waste management, toilets, parking, signage, maintenance, all these things in order for anything to happen. But we mostly focus on, I think you all know that NOCO is 6 counties and 3 agencies. And then our Forest Service is split between 2 districts. So we also met, Jody and I met with JD, Max, and then Kevin. So Kevin's Boulder Ranger District. And they're both on the same page that they want to see a recreation management plan before anything else gets discussed. And so we've been trying to rein in Comba. And then in the meantime, as you mentioned, the representative from Denver Mountain Parks and Jeffco said, we're not working with them anymore because of problems, because promises were made for the infrastructure never happened. And then I know Jody said that happened with the trail that you guys had here, that they were supposed to put in waste management and ran out of money and time or whatever. So anyway, I have a little bit different perspective because I think what we're being asked is, do we want to try to work with all the land managers in this area? So we had a meeting and the land manager said, no, we have to make decisions for our land and we have to do it for the counties. Forest Service has to do it for them. And then, you know, CPW has to do it for theirs. So it was just to really enforce to Comba that you can't just throw this out there. And in fact, in our meeting, we agreed, Jody and I with JD and the 2 force, not to show this map in the public anymore because this is a concept. Because the more it's out there, the more people might think, oh, this is coming, it's coming. And we need to have consensus whether one county wants to work with the land managers to work on this. Both counties want to work on it together. And that's kind of been our discussion in NOCO because Comba's still asking for us to support them. But I think that my understanding is that we're all saying the same thing. There must be a plan. And so in that discussion, I had asked if they had done other projects with other communities. And they mentioned, we knew that they had done Maryland Mountain and Blackhawk. It's fabulous. It's great. It took them over 5 years to get that. Then they also had done one, Castle Rock. They were doing a trail with Boulder Mountain Bike Association, Comba, Castle Rock, Summit County to do a trail up there. And that also took over 5 years. So it's not going to be a fast thing. I think what they're looking for is, do we even support talking about it?
You know, my knee-jerk reaction was, very few of these proposed trails go back into our towns, you know?
We did mention that to them, the stipulations that we put on them or asks, I think they were a little shocked, when we talked about the management problems that we have. And, you know, this is just a conceptual design, but I can tell you that where a lot of these squigglies are, there's a lot of activity already there. So is this just, I know they needed basically an RPI type of a thing to get that grant, and that's why they went to NOCO so that they could get support. And I don't know if they got the grant or if they found out, and that was just for the planning of this. So we wanted them, when they put in this grant, to not just put to build trails. We do need waste management. We need, you know, all the things that were talked about. And Max made it very clear that they're not to be just building trails for just bicycles. There are a lot of users, and if you build all these trails on here, that's a significant part of land that's gonna be for just one entity. And so what I had suggested too was maybe they could pick out a couple of these projects instead of putting this out, because more people have this map than you know. There's a lot of bicycle groups because we have so much in our county, so I don't think it's gonna matter that it's public. It's public. But this is frightening when residents saw all of these trails. These are neighborhoods. But if they could pick a couple of projects, and they acted like they'd be open to that. So, but we don't know.
Well,
Come back.
I think that they wanted to start, you know, putting shovels in the ground, but because the ask at this point, so NOCO did not do the letter of support for them, because that was a step back. Let's all meet together and discuss between the two counties focused on NOCO participants. So like outside 285, they're nimble, they're small, they're a part of Jeffco. They're not even like a whole county. And so they have 35 stakeholders. NOCO has the executive committee, and then they have over 80 stakeholders. So it's things are gonna go slower, but it's also the land managers would like, if there's gonna be a mountain bike plan, to all be involved in that. So I think the ask right now is, do we support HOMBA pursuing a grant to develop a management plan and bringing that to everyone, but involving the land managers in that process? That's my understanding of where it's at now.
That's what the ask is. But they don't have a plan showing parking and the
No,
management
that's what they
and
need to,
maintenance.
that's what they would do. Is
It was a
get grant to do.
It was a grant for $45,000, but I think that grant's deadline maybe happened.
They cycle through. Yeah.
I mean, I think that is the right way to frame it.
Mhm.
And I think the appropriate response is, of course, we welcome partners in the recreation management space.
Mhm.
We think the last step of your planning process should be producing a map with proposed trails.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, good
Right.
point.
Like,
Right.
we got to figure out all the rest of this. And we welcome you to the table because we're trying to figure this out and we need resources, and you have contact.
We would
right?
like it by a project instead of the entire thing. What does this project look like? Does it have bathrooms? Does it have parking? Does it have management, you know, people going up there? Like Colton's up there walking around. We've got photographers. There's no management right now. So we have groups going up. Then you have hunting, and I think these need to be dedicated spots, me personally, just for the safety. But there's
that's not here. I don't know what $45,000 gets them.
I wonder,
It's not gonna get them 2 counties worth.
Jody, I wonder even to take that a step further, is that we need a management plan around any project. What are the bare standards for any
Right.
project where we're expanding trail systems?
Mhm.
I think we can probably start to list things off our heads, but then they can help us figure out how it's actually funded.
And how are these steps developed too? Do you just build a trail and then, oh, we ran out of money and we don't have money for
Right,
bathrooms?
exactly.
Exactly.
And they
I mean,
had
the-
to do a management plan for those other projects. So like Maryland Mountain, they didn't just go in like, we're just gonna put it here. It took them that long to do a plan, get approvals, work with the land managers. But I think that's the biggest thing we're trying to emphasize, which I think they're hearing. It's a land manager's decision. So let's say that the Forest Service didn't say, we're interested in a plan. If they said, nope, not in our area, in our district, it'd be dead. They'd have to try to figure something else. Or if our county said, nope, you can't use our county roads as even a part of this. It would die.
And I also suggested, we've got a problem with bringing so many people into our mountains that don't contribute any way for us to get some money off of them.
Excise
So we're just, but off of a
but this
bicycle
is
that's purchased
free.
in Denver. So yeah, it's all the free stuff. So what does that look like? And, he sounded maybe interested in trying to figure out something that goes into the town so people could spend money and, but I don't think they realize the problems that have been created. Or they were
Willfully
being
ignorant.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they look the other way. They just want to play. Or like before you play, you gotta build some structure.
This is the other thing that I think it's important to mention is I think Comba can take steps to establish themselves as a more credible partner. And an important step that they could take is to make sure we see that they're talking to their user group about how to behave. And I've not seen anything. I see Comba saying where to go. I don't see them saying what to do when they're there.
Well, even with my limited contacts in this thing, I've heard not positive things about Comba and projects they've gone into. And I think the Maryland Mountain, that's by Blackhawk. They partnered with Blackhawk, who has very deep pockets, who did the parking, and I've seen their crews up there maintaining the trail. So I think they have delegated all those duties to someone else, and they got someone who's able to pay.
Right.
Which isn't, gonna be the case for all of this here.
That's largely the case with Virginia Canyon. The city is with a lot of that maintenance.
But I mean,
See,
in general,
here-
it's a new user group, relatively speaking. If we look at what happened with OHVs, 2 decades ago, they were ripping around everywhere. There still is damage created by OHVs. I'm not trying to call them out as great, but they are now a largely self-regulating, very aware of the rules around calling each other out. That is not what we're seeing out of the bicycle community. I can take you into almost any section of forest in Clear Creek County, and I can show you braiding downhill mountain bike trails where people are just riding through the woods. And it's a user group that needs to mature and we can help. And one of the ways we help is we say, hey, Comba, what are you doing? Like, are you having conversations with the Colorado Off-Highway Vehicle Coalition about how they communicate with their user groups so that trails aren't continuously shut down?
So their guardrails.
Right. That's my last comment on the topic. I'll stop
It
rambling.
would be nice if they did just pick one project, one trail, to kind of show they can manage
Yeah,
it,
right. There we
plan
go.
it, and get it set and kind of go from there instead of.
That's why we're really focused on their Beaver Brook plan. Because they're doing it. This is their chance to prove it. We've made very clear, and that's kind of a good test case. And we're very early in the process right now, but we'll report back to the board how successful we feel that was.
And also Max picked that, like when we were doing the unauthorized trails, we met and talked with Max about where could you be in Gilpin or where could you be in Clear Creek? And he said, well, I've already started working there. So he had already started doing that.
Yeah, because they're doing some fire mitigation and
Mhm.
some different projects through there. So it was just kind of, and Comba's already there. I mean, they're pretty significant on the road.
So I have a suggestion, and that's that I don't think the counties have to communicate directly with Comba as far as this. I think that we could direct that back through NOCO and that Jody and I as board members could tell him that the direction is to focus on an area and really structure that and see what they can do with that and prove themselves.
Would that be one area per county or?
I think that could be, but they would have to identify it with us and they would have to identify it with you.
Yeah,
As far as
for
our-
ongoing maintenance, that's a financial thing that they're gonna have to take, that'll be a burden.
That's what they don't do.
As you can see,
Right.
there's one trail that just goes around you guys' area. Ours is just like everywhere.
But ours is, it doesn't go through, it doesn't start in Netherland, which is a
No.
natural
Mhm.
connection.
It's just
It
off.
goes to Central City and they already have their trail plan, so. And then they have these dots that are supposedly parking areas. We're like, where is that?
It's like one shoulder parking.
They say they already exist.
They
Yeah,
don't.
they're not. They're just like, yeah, pull out on the highway or something. Anyway. So if you want us to just communicate it back through NOCO and then we can see where that goes. There's a possibility they might drop, because I feel like because other counties are saying, we're not gonna work with you, that they're moving on, trying to find a place to do more trails.
I'm fine with that. Is that the direction? Just to have just communicate through NOCO these concerns that were discussed here?
Yeah, I think so. And I love the idea that at least for Clear Creek, yeah, we love the idea of a prove it project and we understand you're already having one, so.
And the letter of support is a letter of support with stipulations and
Yes.
only for a conceptual design, not to actually build a trail.
And not the whole spaghetti.
And holistically.
Management. And with the trail as the last step.
The trail should be determined by what you can manage.
Yes.
We also kind of have a deal with Max. Max doesn't go behind our backs and we don't go behind Max's back because Comba's really good about saying, well, Max approved this. And then we just happened to be with Max, like when we got that, coincidentally that day, and we're like, hey, Max, did you approve this? And he's like, no.
But mom said.
Right.
All right. Should we move on to childcare cross-county updates?
This one, we were just asked to put on there. I put a little bit of our background on what we're working on with the lodging tax and stuff, but
Yeah, and Susan and I meet. I don't know if you update your team. These guys know what we're doing, so.
Yeah, and the
No.
biggest update we've got actually, or the next project steps is with Epic. To get more information, and we have a more in-depth meeting with them on Monday, the 24th at noon, that will do more outline and some project goals and parameters.
Yeah, and our EECL, I think it is, yes. They applied for a $50,000 grant through Henderson, and I don't know exactly what they're planning on spending on this, but I know in the past they talked about maybe they could get some funding to pay for Epic. I know when Epic originally quoted me, it was $50,000, coincidentally. Because the free stuff is done.
Right, yeah, for this next. So I think we were gonna see the scope and all, and then they were gonna go and then come back to us for this next year to see.
Yeah. And we're still looking into the lodging tax language. Ballot language.
What do you guys have the 2%